I think 2024 in future will be seen as the calm before the storm. I think very early in 2025, all hell is going to break loose.
Welcome to Weird Week Live, guys, the first episode of 2025, and I hope you've had a happy and safe New Year's. It's been a crazy couple of days. I've been working last night and right up until this episode started to try and pull together all the craziness that's just been unfolding and is unfolding as we speak. So we've just heard Ross Coulthart say less than a month ago that 2025 could shape up to be an absolutely wild year, and on the 5th of January, it certainly seems that way already. We've seen a shooting happen in Washington, D.C., a mass shooting in New York, a car with an ISIS flag ran down a bunch of people in New Orleans, and there was a bomb detonated inside of a Cybertruck out the front of a Trump building in Las Vegas. Okay, we're 5 days into 2025, and these are the things that we're talking about. It's honestly crazy. But in the last 24 hours, and what I've kind of been working around the clock to try and pull together for you, is these wild developments about Matthew Livelsberger, the Green Beret soldier who's allegedly responsible for this Cybertruck car bombing attack. So what has surfaced is a manifesto, essentially, of him blowing the whistle on what's happening with the drones. He's talking about him having UAP access, gravitic propulsion, American war crimes, and he explicitly states that the FBI are tracking him, but they're hesitant to intervene because they know that he has a car bomb. Okay, these are in emails and messages that are dated days before this happened at the end of 2024. And this is all just coming out and surfacing now. It's developing as we speak, but I've tried to pull together as much up-to-date information as I can to wrap up for you in one little ball so you can digest it all with me right here. So that's not all we're going to be looking at today, by the way. We do have a few other things. So we're going to be looking at the mysterious fog that's been all over the UK. People are apparently getting sick from it. So we're going to be looking into, potential bio and cyber warfare weapons, the rabbit holes that seem to lead back to Area 51. And the creator shout out today is something a little bit different. It's a real example of people speaking their truth and the power that that's beginning to have, as speaking their truth has actually shot them into the limelight. And I think it just really represents how the mainstream is losing its grip and control on the narrative that they want you to be fed. So lots of awesome stuff to get into today. But just before we get started, if you have been enjoying Weird Week and the content here on Polarity, please give the video a like, share it around with your friends. All of that stuff helps. I've got another video dropping in just a few days that I'm really excited for you guys to see. So make sure you subscribe. Don't miss that. And I think in the last video, there was maybe 300 or 400 comments saying that there was some audio issues. So I did see 1 or 2 of those. And hopefully I fixed that. So today, there's not going to be any issues. And with that being said, let's get into the first part of the show. So, podcaster Sean Ryan, he is kind of central to this whole thing that's unfolding at the moment. So just to give a little bit of backstory, to maybe give some context as to why Sean is maybe the one that's involved. He has had a lot of guests on his podcast, I guess over the last year, but quite a few more in the last 6 months, let's say. And a lot of them have been making some really scary claims in regards to like incoming attacks on America, the fact that the US government and the Pentagon have the intel about these things, but they're not doing anything about it. So a lot of the people coming forward are people who claim to be in the know, and they're trying to, I guess, like softly blow the whistle in a way. One of the big revelations that came out was that the US government is and has been for a long time sending $40 million or thereabouts per week to the Taliban. Now, I don't think it's as direct and ridiculous as that, but it's something like we're sending Afghanistan 40 million a week in humanitarian aid, but the companies that this money is going to are like NGOs that are set up by the Taliban. So it's like this weird indirect funding that is happening and that nobody seems to be doing anything about. But after this stuff came to light, through all these guests and sources on Sean Ryan's show, Representative Tim Burchett from Knoxville, Tennessee, who's interestingly pretty involved in like the congressional side of the UAP disclosure movement, he passed a bill to the Senate to stop the funding of the Taliban. And this is how that went down.
Hey everybody, Tim Burchett, getting ready to head back to D.C. For the speaker's vote. Lots going on right now in our country. I want everybody to keep an eye on it. We've, I passed legislation in the House that would effectively, I believe, stop the funding of American tax dollars going to the Taliban and these radical groups that really just hate our guts and want to kill us. We're spending millions and millions of dollars, your tax dollars, every week. Every week is going to these people. And the bill went to the Senate, and our national media wouldn't even talk about it. How crazy is that? Look, folks, these folks, they're not, they may be Americans, but they're not for us. They're not for our way of life. They want to destroy us. And this is the way they do it. And we could eliminate this tomorrow if the Democrats and Chuck Schumer in the Senate would have brought that bill up, but they chose not to. So millions every week continue to flow to the Taliban. And, we've been warned. So I hope everybody pays very close attention to what's going on, and you demand a lot more from your elected officials.
So there's a little bit more to that video, not too much longer. That's kind of the main part of it, but it's just wild. And honestly, it's hard to believe that this is real, right? But I mean, this is a US congressman telling you what's going on. And there are other things that kind of corroborate this story that we're going to be getting into a little bit later. But yeah, it's wild. And I agree. It's hard to accept, but I mean, it seems to be staring us in the face. So going back to Sean Ryan. So more recently, he spoke to this woman whose name is Sarah Adams, who worked for the CIA as a targeter. Now, I don't exactly know what a targeter is, but I'm going to assume they're involved in identifying targets for the CIA, right? So she was claiming that the US government and the Pentagon they already knew that there's over 1,000 military trained Al-Qaeda members within the United States. Like, they're already inside the borders, and that there are planned terror attacks that they know about that are imminent, but there's nothing being done about it. This is exactly what happened during 9/11. If you listen to people who were involved in intelligence around that time, I think even Lou Elizondo has spoken about this, that he says due to the compartmentalization, there were groups that had intel that there was an attack coming, but due to this excessive need to know, that not the right people weren't getting the information. So Sarah spoke out about this on Sean's podcast, and despite all the information that she had being publicly accessible information, like she didn't violate NDAs or say anything she legally wasn't allowed to. After talking about this on the Sean Ryan show, she was contacted by the Pentagon, who basically slapped her on the wrist, I guess, and questioned why she was talking about this stuff without going through the correct processes. But she highlighted that this is public information. She doesn't need to do some kind of special process to talk about this stuff, essentially. And she also mentioned that when they did reach out to her, they didn't even address the fact that she's talking about a terror attack. They were just like, why are you talking about this? Like, you're not supposed to be talking about this. But no mention of the fact that there are allegedly 1,000 Al-Qaeda troops ready to attack America inside of America right now. So these are the kind of conversations that have been happening on Sean Ryan's show around this kind of realm. And over time, before the Cybertruck bomb thing has happened, Sean has began to take this stuff very seriously and kind of speak out about it a bit more through his X account and on subsequent podcasts. And you can understand why he's taking it seriously. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to play this video for you when I find it. So this little video here on the right is the Cybertruck bombing. So I'm just going to let this play while we kind of dig through the rest of this slideshow. So there's a whole aspect of this that the mainstream media isn't really reporting on. I think actually in part of my recent scoop before I went live, they have actually just addressed some of this, but definitely not into the depth that you can find through Twitter and the likes. So let's rewind to late December. Okay, this is when all this stuff began to come to light, at least to some people. So the person you can see here, his name's Sam Shoemate, and he just did a podcast on Sean Ryan, like within the last 24 hours, pretty much. About 25th, 26th of December, that let's say a few days before New Year's Eve, he received a message on his Instagram account. Okay, so Sam retired from the army in 2023, and he served as an intelligence officer. Okay, yes, the waters are extremely murky already. This guy worked as an intel officer. Let's just put that aside for a moment while we go through the story. So in 2020, he decided to make, so while he was still serving, he decided to make an Instagram account. It's called Terminal CWO. You can go and look it up on Instagram if you want. It's got 120,000 followers, and he uses this to expose corruption and corruption within the military, and kind of like a platform to give whistleblowers an anonymous voice to help keep the military accountable. Okay, so this guy is not like a UFO guy or anything like that. He's very military orientated and just kind of shares kind of like a red pill military page, as well as like memes and gifs and stuff like that. So we can get rid of that now. So through this, he's been doing this for like 4 years now. Through this Instagram account, he built a network of high level military people who he's sort of connected with and is in group chats with. And I can attest to that. Even through my limited growth so far doing this, I've already began to make connections with people who have similar interests and are doing the same thing. So I understand what that's about. So he gets this Instagram message that just says, what I'm about to tell you is going to change the course of humanity. But he didn't see this message. I think somehow like he got prompted to like check his messages by this guy. Like this person was desperately reaching out to him, and somehow he kind of got a whiff that he should really look at this message. So he was like, okay, I'll go check it out. And he dug through his messages and he found it. So the guy says, like, I don't want to talk on here. Like, he's trying to get him to reach out to Sean Ryan and all this crazy stuff, and basically trying to get this story out to any media source that will take it. And Sam Shoemate, who you can see here, just is like obviously a bit skeptical and is like, okay, let's chat on like a secure email service, and gives him his email address, which is on Proton Mail, which is like a secure service, I guess, that's used in like the intelligence community. So he receives an email from Matt Livelsberger, the Cybertruck bomber, that basically says, I'm sending this from a VPN. Don't message me. I'll update you. So a few days later, and look, I know you're probably not going to be able to read this on here, but if you just go on X, you'll be able to find it. Look up Sean Ryan. It's all there. But I'll kind of give you the gist of what we're looking at here. So this email is received on the 31st of December, basically 24 hours or less before the bombing took place. And it says, my name's Matthew Livelsberger. I'm a Green Beret. Here's my LinkedIn. You can vet me. And then he goes on to make just some wild claims. He's talking about how the drones are from the Chinese and that they're based on gravitic propulsion systems and that they're being launched from the Atlantic Ocean out of Chinese submarines. He says that the US and China are the only people who have this gravitic propulsion technology, and that the location of the United States operational center of this technology is attached with coordinates at the bottom of the email. He goes on and says China are poised to attack the East Coast. America are defenseless against this kind of technology. This tech has the ability to have an unlimited payload, and they could park themselves over the White House if they wanted to, and that it's essentially like checkmate. Now, I'm not a military guy, but I thought it was interesting that he's saying US and China have this tech, but we're defenseless against it and it's checkmate. So I don't know. Maybe it makes sense that you can have tech but not know how to also defend against it. And I mean, if this is the case, what's to stop America going to do it to them? But I think what the idea is that if America do that, like if this escalates, it's just mutually assured destruction. Like there's no way this ends well. It's World War III on a big scale. And I think that's the message he's trying to get out. He also talks about war crimes that were committed in Afghanistan by the United States in 2019. And he says that he's being tracked by the FBI, but they're hesitant to move on him because they know that he has a VBIED. Now, I didn't know what that was when I was researching this, but I looked it up, and it's a vehicle-based or vehicle-borne improvised explosive device. So it's a bomb that's based in a car, essentially. So this is all in the email. And he's basically asking Sam Shoemate to desperately get him in contact with anybody, Fox News, but he specifically mentions Sean Ryan. And at the end of the email, he says that he has an active TSSCI clearance, which gives him access to the UAP and UFO information, which I guess is perhaps how he knows about this gravitic propulsion stuff. So he reads this email, Sam Shoemate reads this email and kind of assumes that this guy has just gone off the deep end. And I mean, again, even me, sometimes I get some messages from people and I'm just a bit like, okay, I'm not too sure about that. But he decides to go on Twitter and jokingly kind of refers to this email and says, my inbox was especially eventful today. Allegations of war crimes, government anti-gravity technology, and fears about being tracked and watched by the feds. It's always the world is ending and I have this information that needs to get to the media, and never, how you doing, brother? Is everything all right? So he was just kind of taking the piss out of it, right? He was just having fun with it. This is on New Year's Eve. And then the next day he wakes up to these group chats that he's kind of established and all these connections of other Green Berets and other high-level military guys that have followed his Instagram account. And they're talking about this Cybertruck bombing, and they're all confused because across this kind of network of people that they've created, none of them know who this guy is. And I guess, you know, Green Berets that's like special forces, I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's special forces, right? So there's going to be a lot less Green Beret soldiers than your average just grunt in the military, right? So I'm assuming that this network of people, they would most of the time probably at least know someone who knows that person. But according to this group chat, these guys were just stumped on who this guy is. So in the group chat, they pinged Sam Shoemate and said, hey, have you heard of this guy, Matthew Livelsberger? You know, he's the Cybertruck bomber. What's going on here? And that's when Sam Shoemate just shit the bed, essentially. He freaked out. He plays a voicemail clip in the Sean Ryan show. I'm not going to play it because I don't want to get copyrighted. But he realizes that the man that he's talking about that's responsible for the car bombing is the same guy that was emailing yesterday saying, China are in control of the drones and I have a car bomb. Okay, so naturally he's going to freak out. So once he realizes that, he just dumps all of this info straight to the FBI and gets in contact somehow with Sean Ryan. So he didn't know Sean Ryan before this, but he says in the podcast that when you've got an Instagram count of like 120K, obviously that's levels below Sean Ryan, who's got like 5 million subscribers or something on YouTube. But when you've got an account with like that much reach, sometimes you can kind of, you know, get to the upper echelons a little bit. So given the recent conversations that Sean had been having with his podcast guests, when he heard this, he naturally, I guess, just freaked out and shit the bed just like Sam. They shat the bed together. And Sam was on Sean's podcast the next day. So I don't know if these guys live in the same state, but I'm assuming they probably flew in. Like, this is high urgency for these guys. So before I get into a bit more of what happened on the podcast, there was an interesting quote that Sean kind of said, and this was just super off the cuff, kind of in between conversation. And he almost kind of like whispered it. He's just like, oh, I don't trust the government. And I think most people watching this video, and, you know, most people would probably agree to that statement, right? But realistically, people watching this video, like, I'm a nobody. I've got 1,000 subscribers, whatever. But this is Sean Ryan with millions and millions of like loyal fans who are resonating with his content and his message. So, you know, I just thought about that, you know, this guy is like an idol in a way. People love his message and what he stands for. He's got a very loyal and military focused, passionate fan base. And they're all obviously resonating with this idea that we can't trust the government. And, you know, over time, that's only going to go one way unless something major happens or changes. So that's just like a little side note that I picked up watching it that I just thought was really interesting. But during the interview with Sam, sorry, I've just lost it here. So during the interview, where are we? There we are. Okay. Sam says that he's positive that if Sean went and scraped his email inbox or his Instagram message inbox, that he would find messages from this guy. And he did. And let me just pull it up. Well, it's already pulled up, but I'll see if I can make it a bit bigger to try and read this to you. It says, hey man, this is an active duty special forces something sergeant, I'm assuming, out of 10th. I want to blow the whistle on our activities in a certain place. I'm willing to sit down with you on the 31st in Flagstaff or do it remotely via phone. Let's remember that part. He's willing to do it remotely via phone. It must be done before the 31st as I'll be leaving. So let's just remember that last little bit there. I'm willing to do it remotely via phone, and it must be done before the 31st as I'll be leaving. Okay. So just a disclaimer. So since this podcast has been going viral, tons of other podcasts, especially military focused ones, have found the same messages from this guy. So I've only pulled up one of them here just for you to look at, just to give you an example. But there are lots of others that are coming forward, as like I said, like in real time, as I'm talking right now, people are discovering these similar messages to what I just read in their inbox of this guy just trying to get a hold of anybody who's going to listen to talk to someone and blow the whistle. So the disclaimer that I wanted to add is that this is unfolding as we speak. There's constantly new developments coming out, and some of these developments are claiming the previous developments are false, and it's just super murky, right? This entire thing is weird, and I just want to say that I'm presenting these facts to you as I'm discovering them, and I will tell you how I'm interpreting them at the end of the segment, but it's just important that you don't take this as gospel, right? Like, I mean, it's interesting, take it with a grain of salt, do your own research before you formulate any kind of concrete opinions, because at the end of the day, I'm just an ignorant Australian who lives on an island on the other side of the world to America. So I'm just calling it how I see it. So I'm going to try and lay out sort of the key strange points that happened on this podcast. So when Sam dumped all of this information to the FBI, remember when he shit the bed, before he was even able to get on Sean's podcast. So from the moment he told the FBI to sitting down with Sean within 24 hours, this news from the FBI had traveled right through the military up to a 4-star general, which is the head of the military. There's no 5-star. Well, I think there probably is personally, but we don't know who they are. Actually, I looked this up the other day. There's no, according to Wikipedia, there's no serving 5-star general. It's like a retired position. That's what it says on Wikipedia. I don't buy it. I'm sure there is, but they're probably the people who operate in the shadows with Lockheed Martin Skunk Works making UFOs. Anyway, so the head of the army tried to reach out to Sean before the podcast happened. Like, he was trying to make a point of getting in to give context before this went out to Sean's audience. So after this, these are messages from Tim Kennedy. Now, you might recognize Tim Kennedy. He's kind of done the rounds on the podcast scene, Joe Rogan a few times. He's also fought in the UFC, I believe. He might even still be active. I don't know. But he is active in the military still, I believe. So this is kind of his message chain talking to Sean and kind of saying, if you're going to do an episode with this guy, the Army general wants to talk to you. He wants to give you a bit of context. Here's a photo of me in a shooting competition with him. He was a good guy. And basically, yeah, just tried to connect this general to Sean. Now, it's an interesting part here, which isn't directly related, but the last message you see Sean send there, he says, and there's no context into where he's flipped out. So maybe this happened on a call. I don't know. But he says, my apologies for flipping out on you. I get paranoid about shit sometimes. So again, that's a little piece I want you to just remember. Sean flipping out and feeling paranoid about everything that's unfolding. Let's just put that aside for a second. Okay, where were we? So Sean didn't actually get in touch with this Army general beforehand, but he found out what it was that he wanted to say. Actually, maybe it was before. I'm not sure. That's kind of irrelevant. I'll just tell you what they said. The Army general said that he wanted to add context that the DNA found on the body from the explosion, because the person's body was allegedly in the car, didn't match the DNA of Matthew Livelsberger's son. And they were saying this as if to say, look, he was a really good guy, a good soldier, Green Beret, but I think he just went off the deep end after he learnt that his son's wasn't his and his wife was unfaithful. That's how I interpreted the message that was given on Sean Ryan's show. I could be wrong. Maybe that's not what the message behind that information was. But if it's true and the DNA doesn't match, I actually think it supports the weird story that's slowly being uncovered here. So let's keep going. So the day after the explosion happened, right? Matthew Livelsberger was dead at this point. Everyone knew about this Cybertruck explosion. Sam, the guy who's breaking this story to Sean, got a notification from the encrypted messaging app that he had been messaging Matthew Livelsberger with, and it was a notification to say that the code number had changed. And this was after the bombing happened, after this person was allegedly dead. So I have a very limited experience and idea about these encrypted messaging apps, but I do know that to sort of connect with another person, you need to know their PIN number. This is a little bit of conjecture, but I think I'm pretty on the money here. And obviously, as the user, you can change your PIN number to, I guess, dictate who is allowed to talk to you. If you want to change your PIN number and kind of, go back to being private, you can do that with these encrypted apps. That's kind of the idea behind it. And I would assume, this is just conjecture, but I would assume that to change that PIN number, you would need to know the original PIN number, right? Like someone can't just walk into a secure encrypted messaging app and start changing shit. Like they're going to have to know, put in your password before you change your password, that kind of thing. Now, this is a screenshot that was shown on the Sean Ryan show, and it's not dated other than saying yesterday, which, this show pretty much went live as it happened. So, if we assume that this screenshot is when this episode was filmed, yesterday would have been like the 2nd of January or the 3rd of January in America. But there's no date on it, but this is what was presented, and it's interesting nonetheless. So I did just want to share that to you. Now, there was an interesting news report that was come out. I was going to tell you about it, but I think I might just play it and we'll talk about it after. Okay. Sorry, I'm a bit slow with this stuff, guys. We're learning, remember? This is my 2nd time doing it live. Okay, here we go.
You folks in the media that are identifying this person as the person in our vehicle. As I mentioned to you already, his body is beyond recognition, and I do still not have confirmation 100% that is the individual that was inside of our vehicle. And so as I'm calling it now, the subject or person of interest, I will not come back until I have the confirmation through DNA or medical records that this is indeed the subject inside of the vehicle. Now, further complicating this identification of this individual, we also discovered through the coroner's office the individual had sustained a gunshot wound to the head prior to the detonation of the vehicle.
Okay, so that kind of adds a whole another layer to things, right? This person was allegedly completely unrecognizable, burnt to a crisp, according to what they've just told us there. Now, and as you could see in that previous video, which shout out to Red Panda Koala, that was his little montage there that I borrowed, so shout out to him. The person was burnt unrecognizably, yet somehow his passport and what you can see here, which is his military ID, United States government military ID, was pretty intact. I mean, it doesn't even, I guess it looks like it's been around a little bit of heat perhaps, but certainly not at the eye of the storm of a bomb. Look, the only reason I bring this up is because this is a conspiracy theory that has been revolved around 9/11, I believe, that the planes that went up in flames and brought down the tallest buildings in the world, that the hijackers' passports were found and intact. Okay, so look, there's just a couple of weird details about these two kind of weird stories that are the same. So, especially when we hear that guy say burnt beyond belief, That sounds just like an absolute incineration. Yet somehow this laminated piece of paper is still kind of legible, which is interesting. Anyway, let's continue because there's so much more to this. Sam goes on to suggest that the Cybertruck was potentially, this is his theory at the end, that the Cybertruck was potentially set to auto drive, as Teslas can do, to the location with a dead body already in it, and that the person responsible for this, Matthew Livelsberger, didn't actually want to kill anyone, and he didn't kill himself, but he wanted to send a message. And his reasoning behind that is, one, that the Cybertruck is literally the worst option to pick if you want to have an IED in a car, because as you've probably seen, like, one of their key marketing points is that they're like indestructible. I think there was a video of Joe Rogan shooting an arrow at it and it like didn't even dent the car. So these things are meant to be like super reinforced. So to put a bomb inside it doesn't really make a lot of sense, to be honest. Yeah, he believes that this was just meant to be some kind of message. And if you've been paying attention to the little video playing below me, you would have noticed that, as you can see there are fireworks in the video, in the explosion. You see the initial explosion here? Maybe I can make this bigger for you. Hold on. Look at the initial explosion, but then look at that. They are fireworks. Let's watch. Here, ready? Boom, 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 boom. They're firecrackers. What is that about? Like, that is weird. I don't think people looking to cause harm are putting bombs inside the most reinforced car in the world, and including some firecrackers as well. So that's kind of how that all wrapped up. But I'm going to give you my opinion here. And by the way, the podcast ended with Sean Ryan kind of getting up and going, man, is this guy still alive? So that's like the general consensus from that podcast, that this is some kind of staged event. So I want to give you my takes on things, and then we'll go from there, because there's a bit more to get into. So initially, I had three options here for you that I was going to lay out, with the first one being that the mainstream narrative, right, who had not even mentioned this email chain events at all, and that the man who served as a Green Beret, Special Forces, just randomly went off the deep end and killed himself and blew up a rented Cybertruck in Las Vegas. But as of this morning, that actually changed. So let me pull that up for you, because this kind of changes everything. Okay, let's go back here. Oh my gosh, I'm choking. All right, where is it? This one here.
Yeah, so in terms of the so-called manifesto that's circulating online, we have strong evidence to suggest that it was the subject that wrote it, but we haven't conclusively proven that yet. And that evidence relates to other evidence that we're finding that we're able to compare that lead us to believe it was in fact him who sent it.
J1?
Do you have an update on...
Is it J1?
Yes.
Okay, that's the end of that one. So there you go. The mainstream media is confirming that, well, just about confirming that the email is Matthew Livelsberger. So, I mean, take that how you will. And I mean, this kind of brings us to the next two options. And honestly, both of them are... Neither of them are good. I'll put it that way. They're both kind of strange and scary. So the first one, which I guess perhaps the mainstream media may be beginning to lead us into. So the first option is that this man is genuinely someone who knows things from his TCSSI clearance, and he's on the run because they know that he's trying to blow the whistle with some insane information about an imminent attack on America. He was desperate to speak before January 1st, before he goes away. So I told you to remember that terminology, right? Goes away is an interesting choice of words, because he also said that he was trying to speak to Sean Ryan and he was super desperate. Like, he really wanted to speak to them. But after January 31st, he would be going away. But he said he would be happy to speak over phone. Now, you can do a FaceTime with anybody at anywhere on this planet. It doesn't matter if you're not in the country or if you're going overseas, you can do it over phone. And he was willing to do that. But after the 31st of December, he said he wouldn't because he's going away. That to me sounds like he could be faking his own death. Now, to have the kind of access that, oh my God, to have the kind of access that this guy would have, and, you know, a Green Beret, this guy's obviously a smart person, right? I don't think it's off the table that a special forces operator with a background in intelligence could convincingly fake their own death. And to trigger the encrypted notification system after he was supposed to be dead, or someone's triggered it, something on Matthew Livelsberger's phone, or someone has triggered something on Sam's phone that is potentially a subtle way to let people know that he was in contact with what's actually going on and that he's not actually dead. So that's the potential second option, that this is someone trying to send a message and perhaps faking their own death because they were being tracked by the FBI and the government. And then we get to the third option, which is a much deeper rabbit hole. And if this is true, or if even elements of this is true, it's probably the more scarier option, I would say. So I hope this isn't true. But there are things to it that seem like it's a possibility. So I'll just come out and say it, that there is a possibility, and I'll say why, that the Sean Ryan show and Sean Ryan himself, perhaps unknowingly, has been infiltrated by the CIA or counterintelligence, and that they're using him as a conduit for a psyop to effectively reach the modern audience. Okay. Now that's a wild claim. I know that. I sound like a wacko tinfoil hat person who has a worm eating my brain, but let me explain why. So first of all, Sean Ryan is an ex-Navy SEAL and ex-CIA contractor. Now that doesn't mean he's actually working for the CIA. I don't think that at all. And disclaimer, I actually really like Sean Ryan. I think I agree with his audience. He's got a good message, very humble, honest guy who's just kind of seeing things that he doesn't agree with in the world, and he's kind of trying to bring truth to light and make a positive change. Kind of the same things I'm doing here, I guess. So I really like Sean. I just want to make that clear. Him being a CIA contractor, I'm not trying to say that's the connection there. I'm saying that the CIA obviously know who Sean is, and they would have for a long time before his show even started. So he would be on their radar, right? Now, the word PSYOP is thrown around all the time. And basically, everybody under 50 at least has some hesitation to trust the government. And it's not because young people are all conspiracy theorists, right? It's because the government has been exposed for lying and manipulating media to further their own greedy agendas on multiple occasions, right? This isn't just something that happened once and now everyone's paranoid. It's like, when something bites your hand over and over, a sane person becomes a little bit hesitant or starts to question if they should maybe put their hand back in the cage, right? This is just logical thinking, in my opinion. Let me know in the comments if you think I'm wrong. But not questioning the media at this point is just plain ignorance, I think. So a psychological operation is really exactly what it sounds like. It's usually a joint thing between government, military, and media that's done to confuse, sway public opinions, influence the behavior of the population, essentially. It's usually done to cultivate a unanimous support from the public for the military industrial complex to pursue the next third world nation that they believe needs to be liberated and gift them freedom. And this is sometimes called a false flag. So these false flags, PSYOP, they're kind of interchangeable terms, really. They essentially mean the same thing. Now, the CIA would know all of this. They're smart. Obviously, they're smart. They know that the government trust from the public is at an all-time low. They would know that the mainstream media is dead, and they would know that the only people who watch the mainstream media will be dead soon. So if they are to successfully convince the majority of the public, because they're smart, the generations that matter, they would need to get the modern media on board. People like Joe Rogan, Sean Ryan, Lex Friedman. Despite what you think about these people, individually, or their political stances, whatever, that doesn't matter, because these people have the biggest audiences in the world, and that they are the men that people around the world are listening to. And it's not just guys, like these people have a female audience as well. So this is where the majority and the votes that matter are placing their trust. It's not the government, it's in these people. And there's no doubt that the CIA knows this, and that is obviously a major threat to them because they don't have control of that. Now, from what I just went through, I'd already written that part of the show last night. And I woke up this morning to a post on X, which was posted on the 4th of January, which was pretty much yesterday or even this morning in Australia. And it's got 1.2 million views. So this thing has, equally gone just as viral. Now, I'm going to show it to you here. Let's jump over to the other screen. I'm going to show it to you here. Okay, I'm missing the key slide first. I'm sorry, but it's right here. So just let me grab it for you because I think it's actually really important. So, okay, there it is. So this is the first slide. So this is a person called Gray Area Monarch on X. I'm just going to try and make it as big as I can without cutting it off for you guys. Actually, it can go over me. That's fine. So Gray Area Monarch. So this is a Twitter account who has 23K followers, and it seems like their general message from their bio, that's a photo of them there, I'm assuming, by the way, as well, is that they are a ex either victim or worker of this Monarch program, and now that they're a whistleblower. He says he was falsely imprisoned, and yeah, now his kind of whole idea behind this Twitter account is to kind of help other victims who have been caught up in this Project Monarch program. Now, as I said, this is all kind of happening today before I really had a chance to dig into Project Monarch. But what I could make of it is that Project Monarch seems to be a very similar program to MK Ultra. It relates to mind control, manipulation, and psychological warfare, which we're going to be talking about a bit today. But the Monarch program, from what I could find quickly, seems to be more so focused on children. Okay, so now we're going to look at some of the screenshots that we just kind of saw briefly that were allegedly taken by him in 2023. Now, I didn't go back to 2023 to dig them up. He reposted them yesterday in this post that went viral. But he says in those comments that you can go back on his timeline and they're there from 2023. So what we're looking at here is his message to the producer, the ex-producer of the Sean Ryan show. This was him reaching out at some point in 2023, basically trying to bring his story of whistleblowing about Project Monarch and all the crazy shit that goes on there to Sean Ryan, basically trying to give his message a platform. And I will kind of just skim over. Basically, he just said, look, I'm not sure if you want to get into this kind of stuff, but I've got interesting information. I could show you. I also have a connection to one of your previous guests. It's a small world. The person says, thank you for sharing that. And he sends them a video. And oh my God, I can't even read this. So there's no chance you guys can. He says a continuation of this. There we go. This is the last time this kind of stuff had any kind of coverage publicly. And the person goes, I don't think it sounds like a joke in any way, shape, or form. And the person reaching out, this Monarch person, Gray, says, understood. I wasn't taking a shot at you, to be clear. Most people check it out. It does seem ridiculous. Most people who check it out do think it seems ridiculous, so no stress. But then the guy replies back and says, like, no, I think this has happened to me. And I think it's still happening to me. I sold my gun because I was convinced last summer that I was about to be Epsteined. I think I've missed a message here. Okay, I don't think I did. But the guy then replies and basically says, You didn't know what to make of it. I was almost killed and briefed by associates for my involvement when I was in my early 20s. It's almost drove me crazy. I cooled off in prison for a few years. And I guess, yeah, that relates to him saying he was wrongly imprisoned. The producer of Sean Ryan's show comes back and says, I was instantly, I don't even know if I can say that word on YouTube, but I was instantly wanting to, off myself. After the memories came back. It was too much all at once. My brain felt like it was being stitched back together. I have not spoken to anyone about this, including Sean. And Grey Monarch says, I'm happy to help you work through it. It's what I've devoted my life to. I help many survivors. He says, it was literally the word green. That's what I was screaming in my brain. I heard it clearly. I went for my pistol and disassembled it and locked it away from myself. I was so afraid that I would do it in my sleep. So he's obviously talking about offing himself. So I'm not going to go into that any further because I think you kind of get the idea here. Now, according to Grey Monarch, after this happened, this producer for Sean Ryan's show was immediately cut off. Like just kind of, I don't know if he left or if he was like forcibly removed from Sean Ryan. That's not exactly clear. Like I said, I didn't have a lot of time to get all the extra details for you, but you can go and look at this guy's Twitter if you want, because I think a lot of the information is there if you want to do your own little deep dive into it. That's his Twitter, @GreyAreaMonarch. All of it's there. So I just wanted to include that because I think I had already written about the potential of this being some kind of CIA psyop, right? And then that came out. And the CIA are responsible for MK Ultra. So I felt like that's just supporting evidence. As crazy and scary as it seems, I had already written that part. So I felt like that was worth to add on. So in my opinion, I might just come back to the screen for a bit. In my opinion, if this psyop narrative is true, and I really hope it isn't, I think that this would be exactly how it's been pulled off. I don't think the CIA are dumb enough to try and put this out on like MSNBC and Fox News to convince people because no one believes them anyway. But this is who people do believe. So I think it's exactly how it would be pulled off. And this would be like psychological warfare being played out on one of the biggest platforms in the world, who specifically has a very military heavy and involved audience, the exact kind of audience that is important to the military industrial complex to have on their side, to have the support of. So there literally isn't like a better podcaster in the world, in my opinion, for this type of psyop to be carried out on. And remember, Sean Ryan said that he's paranoid, that he flips out. So I don't really have anything more on that, but I thought it was worth remembering because perhaps he is maybe even aware of that. Perhaps he's had things that we don't really know about that have been making him paranoid enough to start to think that people are trying to infiltrate or are after him. I don't know, just conjecture, just kind of, spitballing some theories here. So we might potentially be seeing this same strategy playing out in a modern sense with psychological warfare, the same strategy I'm talking about that was used to invade Iraq, right? To like the propaganda to spread the idea that there was these nuclear weapons that were in Iraq, and this gained the support of the American people to invade Iraq and go to war. And we know the military industrial complex profits from war. But we've eventually found out that that wasn't true. Like that is just verifiably was untrue. We know that now. And that's why we should be questioning these things. So I'm curious if we're seeing the same kind of strategy being played out in a modern sense, which is probably less propagandary and a bit more psychological, biological warfare. And we are going to get into that more. I mean, some people even believe that 9/11 was the biggest psyop and false flag event to ever occur. And to be clear, false flag doesn't mean the event was fake or a hoax. I'm not trying to say that. It's actually what it did happen. I don't doubt that. And that's actually why it's scarier. Because if that is something that you are going to believe, it means it was carried out by the deep state, the military industrial complex, some kind of rogue actor that kind of does what they want to ensure that the global superpowers, the people who profit from war, and, I mean, just think about this, right? after 9/11, the US spent 20 years invading Afghanistan, or occupying Afghanistan. They invaded and were there for 20 years based on 9/11, right? America has the skunk works, the stealth, the camouflage, the high-powered scopes, the radar technology. Like, they are the cutting edge of tech and weaponry. They fund their military like just insane amounts more than any other country. They were there for 20 years and they weren't able to take out or control or reform the Taliban, who are essentially just they are a guerrilla militia. They run around wearing robes, hiding in caves with AK-47s. Like, that doesn't add up. In fact, it's probably not talked about enough how like incompetent and disgraceful that is. The budget they have, the weapons that they have, the training that they have, and for 20 years, not only were they not able to take out the Taliban, but within 24 hours of the most embarrassing and incompetent exit of the country, the Taliban were back in control. Like, they left and the Taliban's back. There was no, Afghanistan wasn't liberated for 6 months or a few years after America had helped cleanse them of terrorism. No, they left and Taliban's back in. So all of that money spent during that 20 years was essentially wasted. And what's even more important than money is people's lives. Americans died there. I mean, what was really the idea behind that? And I just wanted to show you this because where are we? It's a good little reminder as to just how woeful that whole thing was. Now, this video doesn't have sound, which is good. That's what I wanted. But it's basically just a little compilation of the bodies that we saw, the Afghan civilians who were clinging to these US military planes as they just kind of dropped everything and evacuated. The Afghan civilians were seen clinging onto the plane, and then as the plane took off, these people were falling to their death. I mean, I think we can assume that. I think this part is the most kind of... I mean, look at this. I mean, that guy looks happy, waving with two hands. I don't know what that's about, but look at this. These people, this plane's taking off. And that's what they are deciding to do. I mean, I just wanted to show that again because that's just crazy. And that's not all of it, right? This is the last little thing I'm going to talk about this. After 20 years of fighting there, the lives lost, the billions of American taxpayer dollars that were spent there, the Taliban, who hide in caves and wear robes and shoot with probably janky AK-47s, were able to take control within a day after 20 years. And this is the biggest kicker, right? The evacuation was just so woeful that the US there was no pack up. They just got up and left. And they left $7 billion worth of military vehicles and equipment there. And this is the Taliban doing a parade with the American military equipment that was left there. This is US military equipment, and that is the Taliban. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 7 helicopters in that frame. Look at these things. This is American military that you have to say Joe Biden was okay with them leaving there. Look, this is a golden day in the history of Afghanistan. This is crazy. This is insane. That is actually insane. And when you consider that, right? If we consider that, they just gifted the Taliban $7 billion worth of equipment. They're allegedly donating $40 million to them a week. It seems like America, if you listen to the things that have been said on Sean Ryan's show, is that America are prepping to go back to war with, terrorism, with entities from the Middle East, with the Taliban being the main one, and obviously Al-Qaeda. So it looks like essentially America are funding their enemy to have another war. I'm just calling it as I see it based on the information that we can all pull online if we just do your own research, which you should do. So look, I know I got a little bit distracted there, but if we're getting back to the Sean Ryan thing, the one thing that really kind of smelled a bit off to me, to be honest, was the coordinates that he left at the bottom of the email. I mentioned them at the start. We didn't go back to it. It's because I wanted to finish on it. He says that the operational facility for these drones that are being launched, the operational facility for the US's version of these drones, or the gravitic propulsion, is at these coordinates. And the coordinates that he gave, that's not it, this, which is Groom Lake, or otherwise, well, Groom Lake is a base within Area 51. So Area 51 is like a mega base, and Groom Lake is just one small base within Area 51. Now, I'll tell you why this feels off to me. Because the area that is known as Groom Lake, I guess first was spoken about, at least was first made popular, was by Bob Lazar in the 80s. And that was him telling his story about this secret base where they reverse engineer and test UFOs. They test experimental aircraft, which he kind of, alleges are based on the technology that's been reverse engineered in these UFOs. Now, we heard from Don Phillips last week, who worked on the SR-71 Blackbird. He was doing that in the 60s and 70s, and he just outright says in the Skunk Works, we had UFOs, we had technology that came from out of this world. It took us a while to learn how to use it. It took us a while to learn how to reverse engineer it. Then it took us even longer to work out how we can use it. And then it took us a while to learn how to implement it. And then he says, but once we did, we certainly put it to use. That was in last week's episode. Go and check that out if you haven't seen it, because, I mean, the stuff that is out there and available for everyone to see is just crazy. But the reason why Groom Lake felt off to me, and this is just my own personal opinion, and this is just me telling you like my initial instinct that I had when I first read this. And that is that Bob Lazar was someone who was heavily attacked with character assassination, right? For his stories as just being a fraud, for talking about UFOs, which we now know is bullshit. I think we can all kind of unanimously agree now that Bob Lazar is telling the truth. Maybe you could argue that there are elements of his story that aren't quite right or whatever, but I think as a whole, we can say that there's way more truth to it than something that's false. He's at least he's speaking what he believes to be truth, how he remembers it from back in the 80s. Now, if they went to the effort of doing character assassination and trying to sort of, paint him out to be a fraud, I feel like they would have moved the operations that were happening in the places that he blew the whistle on somewhere else. Like, there's a lot of other facilities that, have this stigma of potentially being involved in UFOs. There's obviously Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. There's Dugway Proving Grounds, Dulce, New Mexico. Like, there's heaps of other places. Like, Area 51 is like a meme, right? It's like literally a meme in UFO lore. Like, just outside it, you have the Little Alien. It's like a tourist attraction that has like green aliens, and you go there and take photos, and it's just outside Area 51. Like, it's a tourist hotspot. Like, do you think once that happened, once it developed into this tourist hotspot due to Bob Lazar's claims, surely they wouldn't be using this kind of technology there? Now, I could be totally wrong. Maybe they do. Maybe their security is just so good that they don't care. Maybe it's like a double reverse psychology. Maybe they expect everyone to think this, so they actually do keep it there. I don't know. This is just my basic thought conjecture that is based in absolutely no fact at all. So again, you should make your own mind up about that. But let me know what you think, because I'm interested to hear what you guys think, or even if you have any more information. So I did want to wrap up here on Area 51 for this segment. I know we've been going nearly an hour, and I really didn't want this week's episode to go as long as last week. I don't think it will. But I just want to say about everything we just listened to, it's obviously like really heavy stuff, right? Especially if any of it is true. So I just want to finish this by saying, continue to think critically. Think about who benefits from these kind of stories and the things that are being pushed out. Think carefully about anyone who has a background in intelligence or is in the CIA or anything like that. You should just question what they're saying. That doesn't mean that they're lying or they're wrong. They could be telling the truth 100%. They could be genuine whistleblowers, but it's important to think about it first. You should think about anything before you do anything. But I will stand by what I've said in the past few weeks, which is don't let anyone convince you that you are under threat of anything unless you genuinely see or feel that threat yourself. Otherwise, someone is just literally controlling your perspective and in turn controlling your life. Okay, we're going to end it on that one, and we're going to move over to an Area 51. Okay, Area 51 deep dive here. There's not a lot to get into here, but recently on X, a video surfaced of a guy, this was just this week, of a guy who is recalling a conversation that he had with a neighbor who was an ex-employee of Area 51. So he's saying that the power went out in their area, and because the power was out, he kind of like, the neighbors, everyone kind of just, people just got together to have a few drinks, something to do. And they were sort of getting pretty drunk, and the guy in the video knew that he worked at Area 51 and started to ask him a few questions. So rather than rabble on about it, I'm just going to show you the video, and you can make your own mind up about it. So here we go.
A long time ago, I used to live in Las Vegas, and I had a neighbor. He was some drunk former military guy. And one day we were talking about just nothing. And he had told me that he used to work at Area 51. And so I was like, oh, yeah, have you seen the aliens? What do they look like? Blah, 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 yada, yada. And he would never, ever tell me. Nothing. You couldn't pry anything out of him. But one night, we had a power outage. And, the whole neighborhood was black. You couldn't see anything. So the night sky was, really dark. You could see, a lot of the stars because there was no outside light to drown out the stars. And he was real stinking drunk. I remember this guy used to drink, like a half gallon of whiskey every 3 days. So we're just talking and bullshitting, and out of nowhere he goes, hey, you see Orion's belt? And I was like, no, I don't know what the hell it looks like. And he goes, yeah, up there. He goes, you see Orion's belt? He goes, you see how you see two stars that are straight, very, very parallel to each other, and then there's a little star that's slightly adjacent and off to the left. And I said, yeah, I see it, whatever. And he goes, the bad aliens live on that adjacent star. And I looked at him and I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. And he goes, yeah, no, he goes, I'm serious. He goes, the two stars, that's where the good aliens live. The bad aliens live on that other star. And he said the good aliens look like the traditional grays that we see in magazines, on the internet, with the big head, the big eyes, that they're really small and gray. He said the bad aliens are brown colored, very tall, and they smell. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. So I'm like, yeah, sure. And then I'm like, because I didn't really.
I just wanted to interject here because this video is obviously a compilation that someone else made and uploaded. And I didn't have the time this week to dig into this guy and who he is and find the original from his account. But I found the video just interesting enough based on some of the things that are said in it. But I just wanted to pause here because I just want to be clear that I don't think this is anything. I think this is a Google Maps image, and I think it's just someone with a weird mannequin on their balcony. I could be wrong. Maybe it is an alien, but I don't think it is. I just wanted to make that clear. Let's go. Continue.
We believe in UFOs then. But he goes, I said, if there's really aliens, I said, how do their UFOs, how are they able to travel from that star all the way over here? Because, we're dealing with, rocket engines and stuff like that. And he said that, the UFOs, they basically run on electricity that's created out of nothing. I think he said space. He goes, they have it was really, he said it in a confusing way, but he said that the UFOs run on electricity that's gathered up in space, and that instead of how a rocket is driven by thrust, by a combustion engine. He says the reason how the UFOs are able to go so fast is that like he said that there's an engine on a UFO that opens up a void in space, and it's almost like he said the UFO is not that it's being thrust, but it's falling into itself. I don't know. I'm not sure if I believed him, but he said it pretty matter-of-factly. And he was, super drunk, because this guy, you could not ever have told him anything of a kind. You could never get anything out of him. But then he just goes off and says that. So who knows? It could be real. I mean, UFOs, I kind of do believe in UFOs because I kind of seen one. I'm not sure if it was real, but it was in the Mojave Desert, and there was a plane going overhead, but it was going way, way too fast to be a plane. It's almost like when you see a jet, and it's going over across the sky. It's probably doing 500 miles an hour, maybe 450. Well, this thing was going like 40 times faster than what a jet would be going up that high in the sky. So I don't know what the hell it was, and who knows? Is it true? Hell if I know. But if any government officials see this, and if this is true, and I let out government secrets, please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't know. Maybe I should just keep my mouth shut. Please.
So the reason why I thought that video was worth playing is because, one, the guy, I always kind of look at body language and stuff, and this guy seems like pretty blasé, like he's not trying to act like a whistleblower with this crazy information. He's just kind of telling a story how he recalls it. He doesn't really come across like a UFO guy. The way he explains the propulsion system in terms of like opening up space and falling through it. If you're a weirdo like me, you would have heard that many times, right? That's kind of how things are explained. Bob Lazar spoke like that in the 80s about how these things work. But he's kind of explaining it like he's trying to recall something that he heard once, like he's never really heard it before. So that's why I thought it was interesting. But there were a couple of other things that I've sort of drawn some connections to. So let's hop back over here. The first one is the Orion's Belt connection. Now, I think this star constellation has a couple of different names. I've always known it as Orion's Belt. In Australia, some people actually call this the saucepan because it looks like the base of a saucepan, and there's other stars that make the handle. But I don't know, that might just be some weird Australian lore. Most people know this as Orion's Belt. So you've got the two main stars and then a little one that's just not quite in line with it, that's a little bit smaller. So he references this, and that it matches up with the pyramids, and not just the pyramids of Egypt, but when we see these pyramids around the world in this 3 pyramid structure, they all seem to be laid out in that similar formation of 2 main ones with one just off to the side that's a bit smaller and a bit just out of line with the other 2. And you've probably heard how the pyramids of Egypt are like aligned with them directly. Well, this isn't just Egypt. There are cases around the world that match this, and it goes back to how did this extremely high level knowledge of the stars spread through the world to all these different civilizations around the globe who, from what we are told and what we understand, weren't able to be in contact with each other. The only way to get anywhere was to walk. Yet somehow around the world, not only were they clearly building things based off the same information and technology, but the things that they built, we can't even really do today. Like the way this super hard stone was cut. Ross Coulthart was just in Egypt, and he's showing you these massive, like some blocks are thousands of tons that are cut with like laser precision. And we're told that in that time they had like a copper tool at best. Like we can't even cut it like that now. It's crazy, really. It really is insane. So I wanted to just highlight that because I thought it was interesting. But also, Anna Paulina Luna, who is a congresswoman who was involved in the congressional hearings for the UAPs in November last year, she has just recently, like within the last month, since the UAP hearing, has been like posting some really weird and interesting stuff on her account. So this is her X account where she just, without any comment or context, posted Orion's belt. That's all. No comment with that. She just threw that up there and let Twitter go mad about it. And then he also talks about how the aliens smell. He said they're brown and they smell bad. And last week, we sort of touched on like the Brazilian connection. And this is obviously the picture from James Fox's documentary about the encounter in Moment of Contact. Now, the guy we just looked at, he didn't mention anything about red eyes, but he did say brown skin and he did say they smell. And that was a massive detail in the James Fox story, which is about a case that took place in Varginha, Brazil in 1996. And when this creature was captured, it was taken to a hospital in Brazil, allegedly. This is how the story goes. And that after it was taken by the United States, came and took it back to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Afterwards, that the area of the hospital that this thing was in just absolutely reeked for weeks. Like it was like ammonia or sulfur or something like that. But despite like the deep cleaning and all the stuff that they did, they were just unable to get rid of the smell, and it was terrible. And then obviously just pulling back to the Bob Lazar, you know, this is a picture of him in the 80s telling us how UFOs are able to kind of rip open space and time and just glide through it. So yeah, just some interesting things. That video only came out this week. So, you know, as a show that talks about all the weird stuff that happens each week, I thought it'd be worth mentioning. So let's get into the next story where we're going to look at this weird fog and the potential idea that it could be a biological or maybe even like a cyber warfare type of weapon. So last week we talked about how across NATO countries in the world, or a lot of them, there are planes either just crashing or having really major issues with their landing gear or catching fire that's causing them to have these emergency landings. So this all happened, we looked at it in last week's episode, but this all happened within like a space of 48 hours. So there was like 6 or 7 cases of emergency landings, and a couple of them were actual crashes with major fatalities. So what I want to talk about now
A long time ago, I used to live in Las Vegas.
Sorry about that. I really wanted to get through today without messing up. And look, I've probably messed up a little bit a couple of times, but it's better than last week. We can say that. As long as we improve every week, I'm happy with that. So the basis that I had for talking about the idea that these issues that we're having with planes is actually a response to the death of a Russian military official, right? We talked about it last week. The chief, like general of Russia's nuclear and biological weapons program was assassinated by Ukraine, but by proxy, that is America. At least I'm sure Russia see that as an American attack from both America and Ukraine. Definitely America though. And the only reason I said is what we're seeing with these planes some kind of retaliation effect, because one, I mean, you never see, it's very rare that planes have issues, right? The safety testing is just rigorous. Like the people's lives are at stakes. These are the richest companies in the world. They have an obligation and a duty to jump through many hoops to make sure that their planes are just A+ safe, right? And then in a space of 48 hours, we saw 6 planes have major issues, and some of which crashed. And remember, one of the planes that crashed, the Azerbaijan Airlines, had bullet holes in it. I haven't found out anything more about that. I haven't really looked into it, to be honest, but that was a thing. There are photos of it. You can see them online. So I suggested, given the assassination of a high-level Russian official, that Russia would definitely be retaliating in some way. And the only reason I suggested that it was the planes is because earlier in the year, we saw this, which was Israel, which is, you know, a very close ally of the US. I'm sure they share technology and secrets and all that kind of stuff. Israel coordinated a remote attack on Hezbollah in Lebanon. So somehow, all at the same time, these pages that Hezbollah used, and they specifically used pages to be like untrackable and undetectable, so Israeli intelligence weren't able to see what they were doing. But somehow, Israel were able to make all of these pages that belonged to Hezbollah soldiers blow up on their hip at the same time, all around Lebanon. Okay, so this was some kind of crazy cyber warfare targeted attack with technology that we don't really know about. Okay, I'm sure it's out there, but it's probably classified. So I thought perhaps this is the same kind of thing being used against the West now, but it's being carried out on planes, I guess, yeah, being escalated. And then this week, we are seeing this mysterious fog that is sweeping through the US and the UK. And people are taking to TikTok and X to say that not only is the fog like out of place, like it's very strange to be having this amount of fog so thick and so constantly at this time of year, but there's a weird smell to it. And since I was exposed to it, I began to like get really sick. Okay, there are multiple accounts of this happening. It's all over the news. People are being advised to stay inside. Now, this could be totally unrelated. This could be nothing. Okay, this could just be paranoid people who are in foggy weather and happen to get sick. I'm fully aware that this could be totally unrelated. And I could be reaching a little bit here. But I'm not telling you what to think because I don't know. Like, I just think it's worth highlighting the technology that's been used in the past and looking at what's happened. You know, Russian generals killed. Russia don't take these kind of things lightly. And that I just don't know if some people still think that World War III, let's hope it never happens, but if it does, I think people think, World War III, you know, it's going to be with tanks and foot soldiers and airstrikes again. And I just think you are way off the mark if that's what you think. I think World War III will be psychological warfare. And we're going to look at that a little bit more soon. We've already kind of touched on it with the Sean Ryan show. Biological warfare. Is that what this stuff is? You know, Bill Ryan has talked about, Bill Ryan, we looked at this last month. Bill Ryan spoke about the video is on YouTube, dated in 2010, talking about how there is a bioweapon being developed that's going to be unleashed on China. Okay, that's a video that's on YouTube right now, uploaded in 2010, talking about a bioweapon that's being developed to be unleashed on China. That you can go and look at that online. All I'm trying to say, these things are out there, but they're probably classified. And then we've also got the element of cyber warfare, which is what I think is potentially happening with the planes and is what Israel carried out on Hezbollah earlier in the year. So I think this is the kind of warfare that we're going to see in World War III. Like crippling the enemy from within, siphoning their economy, creating civil unrest, essentially turning your targeted country against each other, like forcing them to destroy themselves. And I mean, what I just explained there sounds very familiar. This is a photo. This is inside America, by the way, and that's an American flag that's being burnt on the ground. Now, look, I'm not trying to give you my political stance on things. I'm just showing you where we're at right now and what's going on. And I just want to try and lay that out and make it clear that these things are real. And yeah, but before I show you some videos of the CIA basically admitting that it has mind control, psychological warfare capabilities, I want to just touch on the cyber side of things for a second. And I want to talk about Stuxnet. Now, you may not know what Stuxnet is, and I won't talk about it for too long because this is actually old technology now, essentially. So in the late 2000s, in a joint effort between the United States and Israel, this is like one of the most famous cyber warfare cases, or at least the first like major known attack using computer code. Okay, this was carried out against Iran and is basically a very small amount of like pristine, just elite code, just code language that if I was smart enough, I could type up on my keyboard in Notepad right now. This file was so small, it was like 37 kilobytes. You could fit like over 30 of them onto the old floppy disks. You remember the floppy disk from like the 90s? You could fit like 30 of these things on that. That's how small this thing was. It's just like crazy. And it's not exactly clear. There are heaps of docos on this, by the way, on YouTube. Like if this interests you, you should check it out. I think even Johnny Harris talks about it. Like there are some awesome videos about how this happened. But it essentially was designed to be like a worm, that anywhere that this kind of file, anytime this USB where it started was connected to a computer, it then affected anything else connected to that. And pretty soon this thing was just rampant over Iran. And eventually it made its way to its target, which was Iran's major nuclear facility. Okay. And once Stuxnet was inside that facility, the United States had control of that facility, and the equipment there, but they didn't do anything straight away. They just sat in there watching and monitoring, seeing what was going on. And until one day they just decided to pull the trigger, and they were able to make like their machines and their centrifuges, which I guess is like the nuclear reactors. I don't know, I'm not a scientist, but they're essentially able to cause chaos in the nuclear facilities there. Took out over 1,000 nuclear centrifuges across the enemy. I don't know if that's Iran specific, but against the West's enemies, allegedly over 1,000 nuclear reactors or whatever were destroyed. And massively, this was like an effort to like disrupt and slow down and kind of ruin the enemy's nuclear programs and capabilities. Okay. So at this point, and this is about 2008, give or take, before 2010. So we're nearly 20 years after that now. So again, think about where we're at now. We've got AI. It's crazy. And I think because of that, most militaries all over the world now kind of operate under the idea that the enemy is watching, like the enemy has infiltrated. That's how things work now. And I think that's why you have skiffs. Okay. This is a skiff. This is the thing that, all the whistleblowers, David Grush, can't tell you anything unless they're inside of one of these, because this is meant to be like the most secure, no bugs, no wires, no signals getting in or out. Okay, this is a skiff. And that's why sensitive information isn't talked about unless it's inside one of these things. So I just want to make it clear that like the current tech capabilities are out of this world. I think that's pretty clear. So I've got a couple of videos here I'm going to show you. The first one I think should be fine. The second, I'm a little bit worried if it's going to get copyright striked, but I'm gonna have a crack anyway. So if you watch this video, maybe not straight away, and you don't see a second video, it's probably because I've had to trim it out. But it's from the Danny Jones recent podcast anyway. If you want to go and have a look for yourself. So here's the first one.
Guys, if your assessments here are correct, these are very covert weapons, aren't they?
That's correct. There's no entry or exit wound. How they're designed is to make the target feel like they're crazy, like they're imagining things.
And you guys also said that these attacks are happening right here in this city. Is that correct?
I mean, there have been some that have gone public with respect to Washington, D.C.
I think it was Mr. Grozev said you spoke to a Russian agent who said that they believe that Americans are using these same weapons on them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Might that have something to do with part of the CIA's motive to cover up the existence of this tech and these weapons?
That is a very logical possibility.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlemen.
So this week, for the first time ever, actually, the creator shout out is going to go to a musician, and normally it's a video content creator, but this week we're going to be looking at IMA, who is a musician from Australia, and she's not really going, I'm not putting it on here because I like her music, and there's nothing wrong with her music, it's just not my type. I like weird music because I'm a weird guy. But it's more like poppy radio stuff, right? That's the vibe. But before this whole story has unfolded, she had like 100 or I don't know, a few hundred followers on X. And in the last week, she now has 80,000. So she has just blown up and gone viral. Now, I'm obviously not going to play you the song because I'll get copyright struck for it. But the video you can see there is from the film clip, right? So you can see the lyrics that she's talking about. She is really talking about the things that a lot of people are thinking. And before I actually tell you what happened, I can play you a little disclaimer message that she put out. So check this out.
Listening to Carmageddon may cause sudden bouts of critical thinking, heightened awareness of societal chaos, and an uncontrollable urge to question authority. Side effects may include discomfort with corporate greed, an allergic reaction to media manipulation, a burning desire to call out hypocrisy, mild existential dread. Do not listen to Carmageddon if you're allergic to hard truths. Note, listening is not FDA approved, but is highly recommended for free thinkers.
So, as you can see, she's absolutely just blown up in the last week, and the not only is it's not about like what she's speaking her mind, right? That's what it's about. But what happened is she had this song that she was ready to release, and her label and her manager basically said, you need to change these lyrics. Like, you can't talk about this kind of stuff. And she refused to do that. And she was then dropped by her label. Her manager fired her, or you know, they parted ways. And she's now an independent artist. So she was an independent artist with a few hundred followers on X a week ago. And through this story and the message that's in her music or in her song, this has just gone absolutely wild. Now, why I think this is important is because she's obviously like a young artist, right? And before this happened, she was essentially like a nobody. And she's now like in the top of the Australian charts, by the way. I don't know about globally, but she's like at the top of the charts here. As a young artist, like let's say 2 weeks ago, she, you know, has probably been dreaming for years of making it big, right? And she's made a song, and her managers and her label, you know, the people who she is kind of like trusting to take her to the places that she wants to go, have told her that she needs to kind of like compromise her art form and change the message that she wants to put out. And she stayed true to her instincts. She like refused to compromise and sell out her work and her message for a paycheck and for the fame that she, you know, is probably working towards, or at least hoping to get somewhere that this can be her career. And through that story, she is now like at the top of the Australian charts, right? Because people are resonating with what she's talking about, and the fact that it tried to be suppressed and she didn't allow it. She was willing to cut the potential gain that could come from being with those people to go out on her own, to not compromise the message that she obviously feels is really important. So the reason why I just thought this was so cool is that I think it's just a really telling message of where society is at right now and the kind of things that people are resonating with. Like, this is obviously the kind of message that people need and they want to hear, and that is resonating with them. So yeah, I just think this is an awesome story, super inspiring, heroic, and just a massive shout out to IMA. You can go and check her out. That's her X handle there. And you can, given that she doesn't have a label or anything, you can go and support her by just buying her song for probably a couple of dollars on iTunes. So yeah, this week's creator shout out, IMA, the first, and I would say probably the last time that a musician is ever going to take that accolade.
Look at this. What in the world? The firemen don't have hoses, so they're like literally using purses? Women's handbags? Filling up women's handbags to put out fires. Look at this. What in the world? LAFD fire department using women's handbags to put out fires. What is going on here? Have you guys ever seen this in your life? Look. Okay, there's a hose right there, but why are they using handbags?
So this is the state of America's wealthiest fire department. California is America's wealthiest state, and that is their fire department using handbags to try and put out probably one of the biggest fires of all time. So fires in California aren't new. Why does this state seemingly have one of the most incompetent fire strategies in the world? The state is bordered up against the Pacific Ocean, and they apparently have no water in their fire hydrants. Like, this is genuine insanity. We're going to be looking at who I think should be held accountable for this failure of a response today. But there are some questions that I think need to be asked as well, in my opinion. First of all, it's the middle of winter. Who is starting these fires? Like, someone or something is responsible for these fires. I really don't think they've just naturally started in the middle of winter. I could be wrong. I don't live in LA, but this doesn't make sense to me. There's not even been anything in the news talking about kind of what's going on here. All the headlines are about celebrities who've lost their $5 million mansion because it's burned down, and how you should be sad about it because now they have to go and live in their $4 million mansion. It's a real tragedy. But look, I don't want to take away from the seriousness of it. This has obviously affected more than just the rich and the famous in LA, and it is devastating, and it continues to devastate literally right now as we speak. But as I said, there are just some things that kind of felt off to me. So this is a news report from August in 2024. 17,000 Liberty Mutual customers in California to lose fire insurance policy. Here's what you need to know. So basically, a whole bunch of people less than 6 months ago in California had their fire insurance cut off for literally no reason. Well, at the time, for them, it would have just felt like all of a sudden, we're not covering you for fire anymore.
I know I'm not supposed to be here, but this is my parents' home.
I know the feeling.
And they just they got canceled from their fire insurance. So they're dealing with this. They're 90 years old. And through the state of California, because of this, they're 90 years old, that they've lived in this house for 75 years, and they've had the same insurance, and these insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance. So thank you, California insurance companies, supporting residents who pay taxes and love California. And they wonder why people leave California.
So there you go. These people have been living there for 75 years, paying their fire insurance every single month. All of a sudden, the insurance companies decided to can it. The insurance companies then vanish, and the whole place burns down. I mean, does this not set off alarm bells for anybody else? Like, what is actually going on there?
For 38 years, he's been paying homeowners insurance. Always on time. This is a responsible man, a solid guy, family guy. He says, just last week, this is before the fires, I got a notice last week that they are dropping my coverage. Okay? That they're dropping my coverage last week. Now, I'm not going to give the insurance companies names. All I'm telling you is, there's a lot of names, State Farm, Farmers, Liberty. There's a bunch of them that you can go through that are out there that are dropping it. Allstate, it's all over the place, right? That this is a real story that's going on.
Remember when there was huge spikes in shares sold in American and United Airlines just days before 9/11? It's just crazy how all the coincidences always happen like that, right? Just a real crazy coincidence. Now, this fire is obviously the perfect distraction for the government right now. The response to it has been one of the greatest failures of all time as well. But there were so many things happening in the news, like the Cybertruck and the drones, that were kind of forcing the government to give answers that they obviously didn't want to give. And now, conveniently, there has been these fires. Now, I don't want to say what I think that is. We're just going to use today's episode to kind of look at all the evidence and all the things that's going on, and you can make your own mind up. So, who's responsible? In October 2021, 119 Californian firefighters lost their jobs for refusing to take the vaccine. It's the same vaccine that we were told would be 100% effective in stopping the transmission, but actually seemed to kind of not really have any effect in how the virus spread. So let's take a look at John Knox, who was one of those firefighters who lost his job because of the vaccine mandate.
Our next guest, one of those former firefighters, John Knox, and John joins me now. John, to be clear, you weren't fired until November of 2023, and to add this, that is 6 months after the White House declared the pandemic over. That makes no sense. What explanation were you given?
That's a great question. Good morning. I was given no explanation. We've had plenty of conversations, made multitude of attempts over the past 2.5 years to get an answer as why the mandate is still in place and why we were terminated over a condition of employment that no one can produce.
Yeah, to be clear, you did not bargain for this in your collective bargaining agreement. This was not one of the terms of your employment as set forth in the CBA, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
we've had multiple conversations with our union, which is our bargaining unit, and they have stated that at no time have they ever signed a letter of agreement or signed off on this as a condition of employment.
Let's look at some numbers. 86 city workers like yourself are experiencing this, looking for your jobs back, despite, the COVID pandemic being over, and that's an issue. So what happened when you responded to the overall mandate with, my body, my choice, the left's favorite slogan?
That has been the gold standard coming from most individuals, especially here in California, and anytime I've ever used that slogan, I was told at one point, do not use that upsets the city council. Being terminated from my job, being put off leave without pay for 2 years, violating all of my due process, firefighter bill of rights, and a list of other things upsets me.
Yeah.
So there you go. My body, my choice apparently doesn't apply when we're talking about vaccines that haven't been fully researched. So that's John Knox. He was not one of the firefighters that we just saw in that news report. So where is that? So he was not one of these 17,000 people, right? He actually lost his jobs 6 months after the White House declared the pandemic over, but it was for refusing to take the vaccine. So, make that make sense, right? And it was only a few months later that the actual mandate was removed entirely. Now, do you think they reinstated these firefighters? No, of course they didn't. But they were kind enough, though, to allow them to reapply for their job with no guarantee of actually getting their job back. But for people who lost their job in 2021, like 3 years before this, they're not, who's hanging around for 3 years, right? People are going to move on. They're going to find other jobs. They're going to find careers where they aren't forced to, ingest or put things in their body that they don't want to. That's a pretty reasonable request, if you ask me. So next up in who should be held responsible is Karen Bass. This is the mayor of LA. Now, recently, she decided to cut the funding to the city's fire department by $17.6 million. Only recently she did this. And that was actually a reduced amount from the initial $23 million budget cut that she had initially proposed. And of course, like all good leaders, when shit hits the fan, Karen Bass wasn't even in the country when the fires started. Now, 5 years ago, the Prime Minister of Australia was busy doing the hula in Hawaii while half of the East Coast burnt down. So, America, don't worry, you are not alone when it comes to that. But after being confronted, Karen Bass asked, what do you have to say for yourself for cutting the department's budget, the funding, in a place that is pretty much always hot and never rains? What do you have to say? Let's take a look.
Do you owe citizens an apology for being absent while their homes were burning? Do you regret cutting the fire department budget by millions of dollars, Madam Mayor? Have you nothing to say today? Have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today? Elon Musk says that you're utterly incompetent. Are you considering your position? Madam Mayor, have you absolutely nothing to say to the citizens today who are dealing with this disaster?
So really insightful take there from the Mayor of LA, the kind of accountability and resilience that I really look for in a leader during a time of crisis. Really inspirational. Rather than take responsibility or deliver a message of reassurance, Karen Bass imitated my dog when I try to take photos of her or tell her to go on her bed when she doesn't want to. Just pretending to be deaf and awkwardly throwing me a side eye to check if I'm still looking at her. Really, really top stuff there from the leader of California. Now, I'm not saying she looks like a dog, okay? Just relax. I'm saying that is what my dog does. It just pretends to be deaf and looks away. Really good leadership there. Now, given that this is California, right, it's obviously a really vital priority that the fire chief is gay. Because how else could a Californian fire department run? Additionally, it's also crucial that you are made aware that she is gay. She can't just be gay and you not know about it. You have to know. Because there's a real possibility that you might forget that gay people exist. And I'm just glad that a reputable news outlet like Pride are here to remind us about that. And we're also fortunate enough to have people prioritizing painting the fire hydrants in rainbow colors. Now, you might be watching this and thinking, should we maybe ensure the fire hydrants are functional and actually filled with water first to make sure that the whole state doesn't burn to a crisp? And to that, I would just say, no, you homophobic right-wing Nazi, get a paintbrush and go and paint the fire hydrant. Now, look, I wrote that joke yesterday when I saw that photo, but since then, I've actually learned that that photo is AI. Okay, so I just want to be clear about that. This photo is not real. Okay, but the joke is funny, and it kind of still proves my point. So let's get back to the news report. As you can see, as the news report is telling us, so this isn't AI. This is real. While LA burns to the ground, the fire chief, Kristen Crowley, is really proving that lesbians get it done. Now, the article actually goes on to explain what it actually is, and it says that the reason the fires were able to spread so far is because fire chief Kristen Crowley had to first work out what the fire actually identified as before then asking for its consent to be put out. The fire responded by saying that it's really triggered by hoses and would much prefer that the fire department use handbags. So it all makes sense now. I mean, this all adds up, right? Now, okay, obviously that was another joke. That's not what the article said. I didn't actually read the rest of the article. I was more just highlighting the headline because this is ridiculous.
Inspired. She took time out of her already busy schedule to tell us about her vision for the department's future, one that includes a 3-year strategic plan to increase diversity.
People ask me, well, what number are you looking for? I say, I'm not looking for a number. It's never enough.
Out of 3,300 city firefighters, only 115 are women right now. She's already looking at ways to change that. She's quick to point out that doing so has a greater purpose, attracting the best and brightest for the job.
They feel included, they feel valued, and they feel part of a cohesive team.
The chief also checks another box when it comes to inclusivity and diversity at this department. She's a proud member of the LGBTQ community.
That just kind of opens the door of people that thought, wow, I didn't even know that that was an opportunity for me.
And then the new female lesbian fire chief of LA says, well, my main job is bringing women in and gay people in. No, your main job was doing fire breaks and getting the best firefighters. But no, you don't do that. Oh, we're so impressed. You can eat pussy. We better let you burn the city down.
Sorry, I don't know how Alex Jones got on the show today. He certainly wasn't invited. Anyway, when the fire chief's top talking point in an interview is about increasing diversity by hiring as many as possible, which were her words referring to hiring women, I feel like that is an issue. Not because she wants to hire women. Relax, stop typing your comment. It's not about that. It's because she is considering gender over ability. And I'll just come out and say that DEI is a farce. There you go. Especially, even more so, when it comes to emergency services. The people who are employed to protect and save lives, gender should not come into that equation. This should purely be about getting the best. It should be about ability. Now, I may have struck a nerve with some people with what I just said, but hear me out, because before you write me an angry comment, just listen, okay? Just relax, get yourself a tap water, because I feel like this is quite a logical approach. We shouldn't be structuring the recruitment strategy around avoiding hurting people's feelings. The best people should be hired always, with no compromise. Gender should not come into the equation when we're talking about saving people's lives. There should be a minimum standard that needs to be met, and people should then be hired based on their performance, male or female. It doesn't matter. We want the best in class. Gender is irrelevant. I don't care if you're a man, woman, gay, straight, your skin color. That is all trivial to me. That is trivial. It's irrelevant. And I actually think that highlighting these is almost it's divisive in itself. It's a social construct that is divisive. And by highlighting it and making it a big deal that we need to have a certain amount of male to female is ridiculous. To me, it's the same as saying we need to have a certain amount of blonde hair to brunette. We're all humans. That's what matters. We're all humans, and we should be getting the best humans to do the jobs that are protecting other humans. Okay, I think that's a pretty logical approach here. We're all human. That's it. End of. If you work in emergency services, I just want you to be the best at your job, right? Because when you think about it, your tax money, our tax money, is like a subscription fee to having those services, right? It's like your Netflix subscription. You pay your tax every week, and that goes towards having a fire department, having the police, having all the things that kind of help society function a little bit better. So when you turn up, I want to be able to trust that the government has hired you because you are the best person for the job. If you're coming to put out a fire at my house, I don't care what you look like. I don't care what your background is. That is the last thing on my mind. It's just, please be really good at putting out fires and carrying me out of a burning building before I die. So let's look at this next video.
You want to see somebody that responds to your house, your emergency, whether it's a medical call or a fire call, that looks like you. It gives that person a little bit more ease, knowing that somebody might understand their situation better. Is she strong enough to do this? Or, you couldn't carry my husband out of a fire, which my response is, he got himself in the wrong place if I have to carry him out of a fire.
So apparently that's not how the LA Fire Department see that kind of scenario. If my house is burning down and someone who didn't look like me came to help, I would not give a fuck what you look like. It wouldn't even enter my mind. Just get the hose and help me, okay? Surely I'm not alone with that. And she finished that video by saying, if you got yourself into the fire and you need to be carried out, like, that's on you. You got yourself in the wrong place. So yeah, really reassuring statements there from the firefighters of LA. That's the attitude that's happening there. So that is kind of concerning. Now, do I think if there was a different fire chief, this situation would have played out completely differently? No, probably not at all. Because as we've just seen, the entire place is disorganized and it's just incompetence from top to bottom. But this is my show, so just allow me to rant about DEI for another 60 seconds. If I was a police officer and I knew that my partner, who was responsible for having my back and keeping me alive, only got the job because there was a diversity quota that had to be filled, and that there were other applicants who were better at the job, better at protecting me, and they missed out, I'd be pissed. That's my safety and potentially my life that's being put at risk to avoid hurting some people's feelings, to avoid upsetting people. That is disgraceful. And it goes both ways, right? This isn't just like a women thing. It goes the other way. And I think really, honestly, I think it should apply to all industries, because men are good at certain things and women are way better than men at certain things. Like, that's just life. That's just reality. And it's fine. We are all good at different things, right? But let's say teaching. Not that I think teaching is really dominated by women, but it's just an example. If I found out that my child's teacher, who was a man, was doing a very below average job, and he only got there because they had to meet a DEI quota of hiring men as well, I'd be just as pissed, because now my child's education and future is being disregarded to avoid hurting people's feelings. This is woke insanity. So just let me wrap this up by saying, I don't have a problem with anyone. LGBTQ community, we all have the freedom to take whatever path you want in life. What I have a problem with is woke rituals being made a top priority when the entire world is on its knees. People can barely afford to live. Like, if you're born after the year 2005, unlucky, because you're probably never going to own a home at this rate, unless you come up through like generational wealth. The atomic clock, 90 seconds to zero, closer than it's ever been to a global catastrophe. And there are people out there throwing their arms up in the air and screaming because they, as an individual, feel underrepresented. So I'm sorry. I think you should probably pull your head in a little bit, because there are bigger things right now than ourselves that we need to be worrying about. There are more important things than our own feelings right now. The world is in a really tough place. And when you're making your own feelings pushed into the mainstream narrative as a top priority, I don't know. My opinion is, I think it's just silly. It shouldn't be a priority right now. But anyway, I've rambled enough about that. Let's get on to the next section of the show. So, as I said earlier, these wildfires have come at a very convenient time for the government-run media and the Department of Defense, right? They had suddenly dropped the drone story, right? You might have noticed that no one's really talking about that anymore. Well, the mainstream isn't, but they're still happening. There's still drones flying all over the US and the countries around the world. Like I said earlier, UK, Denmark, Australia, but the government still haven't given anybody any answers about it. Now, the FBI have just had to admit that the email that we looked at last week was sent by Matthew Livelsberger, the Cybertruck bomber. It is real. And in that email, a Special Forces soldier who claimed to have a TSS CI clearance and access to UFO and UAP information was claiming that the drones are Chinese. They have anti-gravitic technology. They have the potential for unlimited payloads. They could park over the White House with a nuke at any moment, that this is assured mutual destruction. He was also blowing the whistle on war crimes committed by the US in Afghanistan. Okay, so these were huge claims. But luckily for the government, a wildfire in the nick of time has broken out in the middle of winter, and now every single news report can be about that because nothing else in the world is relevant anymore. Now look, as I said earlier, the fires are devastating. I don't want to take away from that. It's not just celebrities who are affected. Many good people have lost their homes now and their lives. So I don't want to take away from that part of it. But there is a saying, and I can't remember where it's from or who said it. So if you recognize this, please let me know and correct me because I know I don't have it right. But it goes something like this. If the news is reporting on multiple stories, including, tragedies and disasters and things that are going on, that's genuine news. But if almost every single headline of every single story on every channel is about the same thing, it's a distraction. And I just think that it feels really convenient that while the White House basically got their pants pulled down by these drones being put in everyone's face, and they obviously didn't want to tell you what they were, but they couldn't do anything about it, obviously. Very conveniently, all of a sudden, mysterious fog started appearing all around the US, eliminating the visibility of the sky. And then this wildfire takes over the news in the middle of winter. But hey, maybe it's all just one big coincidence. You can draw your own conclusions there. So I'm not going to show you any of the new drone videos this week. There have been a lot appearing around the fires. You can jump on X and check them out. They're not hard to find. But I am going to show you this video, what you can see here, and we're going to play it the full screen with a little bit of volume for you as well.
Like what? What is that? I don't know, man. Just keep... What?
Okay.
What is that?
Wild video, obviously. So, actually, I think I'll jump over to full screen for a little bit while I talk about this. We'll come back to it. So, the obvious question there is that video real? Because that's not jets chasing a UFO. They're flying in formation. Like, that is a fighter jet formation. Or it's perhaps they're escorting it. I don't know. But that's not like a fight. They're all together. They're all part of the same thing. You can tell. Now, I know a lot of people right now are probably listening to me say that, and they're probably choking on their Doritos and Mountain Dew at the mere idea of me even entertaining that video is real. And I know, it's okay. It's hard to digest that the world is perhaps not quite what you've been told. But once upon a time, it was really hard for people to digest that the idea of the sun doesn't actually revolve around the world. Okay, so we grow, eventually our ape brains will develop and our awareness becomes expanded and we realize that we're actually not that special in the grand scheme of things. So it's okay. you'll catch up soon. Now, I haven't ran this video through any software myself. Like I said, I'm a little bit short on time this week. But from my eye test, this footage looks real, okay? And I'm gonna break it down for you. Relax. So I want to say, does what we see in the footage look unreal? Yes. That is very hard to accept, that a real UFO is flying alongside military jets. Yes, that is unreal and hard to believe. But can I see anything in the video that sticks out to me as it being fake or a hoax? No. The footage looks real. And for those who don't know, I've studied film. I've worked as a visual effects artist in a studio that works on movies and stuff. So I'm not entirely retarded when it comes to looking at this stuff, okay? Could it be faked? Yes, of course it could. It's a visual effects artist's job to make CGI look entirely indistinguishable from real footage. Artists can make things that you won't be able to pick unless you're also a high-level artist and you know how to use the right tools and programs to break it down and find little things that could show that the footage isn't quite real. So there are a few things about this video that lead me to believe that it's legit. And I've got some notes here, so I'm going to be probably reading directly from them as I go through them for you. So let's jump back and look at that video. And we're going to turn it down. Okay. So I'm just going to let this play while I go through a few things. And actually, I'm just going to restart it quickly because right there. Okay, this is just a small thing, but we got lots to go through. So first of all, you've got the object changing its defocus with the entire scene. So this is just another element that someone who's potentially faked this has done. They would have had to go in here and do this. So I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger and just watch it again, right? Look. It all works. The defocus happens. It ties in nicely. Now, that could easily be faked. Yes, I know. Give me some time. We're going to get through it. The next one is the grading. So further towards the end of the video, as the objects kind of go off into the distance, this one's going to be a bit harder for you to see, but as the object goes into the distance, the UFO and the jets around it, they start to gain this slight sky blue hue over it. And that's just the light and the artifacts in the atmosphere, creating like this sort of light bluish haze over the objects that we can see. So could this be faked? Yes. But these are just little details that need to be done that your average bedroom compositor may overlook. But let's keep going. Third of all, the sound, there's sound in this video, right? So let's just take another listen to the reactions to the people behind the camera.
You are serious, right? Like what? What is that? I don't know, man. Just keep What? I don't
So you hear most of it at the start. They sound shocked, kind of scared, and evidently they seem to go speechless. Now, you sort of need to look at the human aspect here, right? I'm going to get, there's a whole section I've written on that, but I will just say that, first of all, we've got a dog barking in the background. So if this is fake and they've overlaid a fake reaction, would they also overlay a fake dog barking as well? I don't know. These are just things we need to consider, right? What are the motives? How has this all happened? The next one I want to look at is the tracking of the object. Okay, so if this is... Actually, no. Let's talk about perspective shift, right? So if this is just a really basic 2D fake comp, so what that means is this is just a video that someone's brought into a program and they've found another video of a UFO flying and they've just copy-pasted and stuck it on top. That's like the most basic way this could be composited together. If that's what's happened, they would have needed to have found a video of a UFO that is moving with the exact perspective that this camera is moving at, because he kind of pans from his right across and we see this UFO go off into the distance. So he would have needed to have a video of a UFO that matched this perspective perfectly. Okay. The chances of that being a thing are very slim. So I think we can pretty easily and quickly rule out that this is like a 2D composite, which is kind of like the basic level that your average bedroom compositor could probably do. Second of all, it's vertical, right? If you're creating a fake video and you're kind of hoaxing the whole thing, doing it with a vertical video kind of doesn't really make sense. There are lots of different things. There are lots of different reasons why. I mean, you could argue that they've done it vertical to come across as an authentic phone video. Okay, I'll wear that. But if that is the case, then there are lots of other things that would have need to be done too. And that's what we're going to go into. So we've ruled out the fact that this is likely not a 2D composite, right? The only two options left are this is either an entirely fake scene, the entire thing is CG and it's been created, the camera is artificial, the camera movement is artificial, there's been audio laid in over the top, so the sound of the jets, the dog barking, the two people that we can hear talking that go speechless. This is all fake and been added in after the fact. Or this is a real video that likely only showed that this is a real video that showed jets flying, but there would have likely been a fifth jet where we see a UFO, and they've scrubbed that and they've replaced it. So we're going to go through the steps required to do those things, right? So if this is a real video and it's a fighter, so let's just say this is a real video, okay? And it's a video of fighter jets and they've taken out one jet and replaced it with the UFO. If we're going to say this is fake, I think this is probably the most realistic and likely way that it's been achieved. But these are the steps that you would need to go through to do that. So first of all, I'll just say you need to create a 3D track, right? You would need to gauge the depth that's happening in this video so you can place this UFO at the correct depth and moving at the right perspective with the scene to get a realistic effect. Doing that with this specific video would suck. And that's because one, it's a vertical video that's moving from right to left. So your screen area that you've got to play with to find points to track the video with is limited. And the points that you do find as he turns are disappearing. So this would be a nightmare to track, first of all. If you were going to fake something like this, it would be you'd save so much time by just having a landscape video. So there's that. As I said, there's the perspective shift that we need to take into consideration. There is the fact that through this video, I'm going to let this one actually keep playing just so we can look at it. Through the video, the actual UFO drops in and out. Okay, so there's that as well. If you're going to fake something, I would say you'd probably try and keep it in the frame. So let's assume that it has been tracked. Okay, someone has gotten a perfect 3D track on this, which would be really hard in itself. We can assume, like I said earlier, that there are 5 jets instead of 4 jets and a UFO. So what they would have had to do before even bringing in a UFO, they would have had to scrub the 5th jet out along the whole frame range. So what they would have had to do is they would have had to create like a patch, either paint out the jet or find another section of the video and kind of overlaid that in a live sense to match all the way through. And again, is that possible? Yes. But is it difficult? Yeah, kind of. Especially, it's difficult to do well. It's not really easy. It's not hard to do, but to do it well is. And you can see here, so behind the UFO, or what might have been a 5th jet, you've got a blue sky going onto a white sky. It brushes up just on these tree leaves as well. So these are all things that you need to take into consideration when you're rebuilding this area of background behind what's going to be your fake UFO. Once you get to this section, it would be a little bit easier because obviously the background doesn't really change too much. But as it gets towards the end of the video, again, you're going to be encountering issues with having to make sure the background tucks in nicely. So you've created a clean patch. You're making sure that it blends seamlessly into the clouds and the bushes and all that kind of stuff. It's not impossible, but most bedroom compositors might not be doing that at such a level. So now you've got to add in your artificial UFO and your artificial camera that has mimicking the camera movement of the real camera. And you've got to make sure that that perspective aligns to your fake UFO that you've composited in and matches the movement. So once you've done that, which is a whole process in itself, you've then got to add in the little bits of defocus that we're talking about. You've got to add in the grading to make sure it all ties in. This is all possible to do. And as I've said before, being able to recreate something in visual effects software doesn't automatically make the reference material fake. This is literally what compositors are paid to do. So then there's the human aspect, as I touched on before. We've got the audio. It does seem to be some kind of genuine astonishment from the people behind the camera. This isn't concrete proof of anything, but it does kind of support the evidence, especially given things. I personally think, like, if you're going to fake this, would you just go, oh my God, at the start and then stop talking? We'll never know, but this is all about the likelihood and like what would be going through your mind when your goal is to create a fake video. I feel like the thing that would be going through your mind would be to kind of add as much realistic, oh my God, astonishment as possible. But that's just completely subjective. So also, if this video is fake, would you have your fake UFO that you've spent all this time tracking and painting in and blurring out the old jet, would you allow it to drop out of the frame? I feel like you probably wouldn't. But, obviously, if you were trying to think 4 steps ahead and play some kind of double reverse psychology game with people like me, maybe you would leave it in. You would let it drop out. So if it is fake, they've also quickly filmed this and perhaps organized to quickly pretend to be excited. So when they take the video home, they can put it into their computer and add in a fake UFO. This stuff could have been added in later, but these are all just things that come into the equation when we're talking about how this video could have been faked. But if it's real, which from my eye test, it does kind of look real. Again, what we see in the video is unbelievable. Yes, I know that and I agree, but the actual quality of the video itself appears real. So, who is it? Who is flying in formation between jets and UFOs? Well, if you watched the episode a couple of weeks ago, you might know the answer to that. Now, look, I don't know for certain if it's real, if this is who it is, but there are sections of the Air Force, such as the Advanced Aircraft Division and the Special Programs Division, that have alien eyes on their badge and literal UFOs flying over America on their badge that say the impossible on demand and miracles by appointment. Now, I mean, I don't really know what to say beyond that. These are real badges. They're both from the United States Air Force, and they are both ran out of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which is the most well-known Air Force base in UFO lore and history. So, look, if you're interested in knowing a little bit more about that, you should go and check out December week 4, Weird Week. We did a massive deep dive into those patches, the story behind them, and kind of where they came from. And I also showed in that episode people who worked for Lockheed Martin, the biggest defense contractor responsible for building these things. And he worked there in the 60s and 70s. And he openly said on video, we have built craft based on things that are not from this world. He just came out and said it. You can find that video there, December week 4. Go and check it out if you haven't seen it already. So next up, this is Eleanor Gordon-Smith, and she has just written an article for The Guardian. Now, I don't think it actually qualifies as an article personally. It's categorized on their website as a leading question, which after looking at her profile on The Guardian seems to be all that she writes for them. She just does this section called leading questions, where from what I gather, she creates a question. I don't know who asked. Maybe people do ask. I don't know. She doesn't say who asked. And then she gives you the answer. Kind of sounds like the government creating problems to hand you the solution that most suits them. But anyway, that is a whole other episode right there. I'm going to read Eleanor's leading question to you. It says, my friend keeps sending me unsolicited conspiracy theory material. Should I ask them to stop? Loosening the grip of a conspiracy theory is a complex task, writes advice columnist Eleanor Gordon-Smith. Aim to change the relationship with your friend and not their mind. And interestingly, she's used the the painting that we looked at maybe a couple of weeks earlier in December, depicting what kind of looks like a UFO or some kind of thing beaming down. The rest of the painting it's beaming down into Mary, and it's to do. It seems like it's kind of alluding to the idea of some kind of divine intervention that helped her birth Jesus Christ. I'm pretty sure that that's the actual meaning behind it. But when we looked at it, we were talking about, but what is this? What is that? Okay. That was what we were looking at. So it's interesting that she decided to use that photo whilst also writing an article about how UFOs and all this stuff are a complete conspiracy. This whole article is basically a tutorial for how to distance yourself from people who don't blindly accept what the government-funded media tell them. Okay, so let me read this to you. We'll go full screen, and I'll pull this up here. Okay. My friend has started sending me lots of links and articles on UAPs, unidentified anomalous phenomena, also known as UFOs. I've tried to gently assert that I don't find the sources reliable or credible, and that I do not believe respectable news outlets are conspiring to conceal the truth, but they still persist. Should I ask them to stop? I think these conspiracy theories are really harmful. Eleanor says, one question is, can you stop your friend believing these conspiracy theories? Regrettably, almost certainly not. At least not without a huge investment of time and patience. Funnily enough, it's time and patience to help people wrap their head around this stuff as well. People are free to think whatever they want, and some of us put that freedom to the weirdest of uses. Funny name of the show. Anyway, at least we can be thankful the conspiracy theories your friend has latched onto are about objects in the sky, and not say which reptilian species is secretly controlling things. I mean, we could go into that, but we won't on this episode. A different question is, can you change the norms of the relationship so you don't have to engage with this? Happily, that's a different mission. Be careful not to confuse these questions or the strategies they recommend. The former requires a great deal of gentleness, buy-in, time, and empathy. There's a lot of interesting and important research being done on why people find conspiracy theories gripping. Often these beliefs don't behave like regular beliefs. They don't arrive by evidence. They don't leave by it. And it often seems to be a kind of play or entertainment more than a bona fide commitment to truth. This makes slowly loosening the grip of a conspiracy theory a much more complex task than old-fashioned cognitive persuasion. You have to give a bunch of respect, time, and emotional scaffolding. To be fair to her, she seems like a lovely girl. Asking to change a relationship can be a lot more straightforward than asking someone to change their mind. You don't need to grasp you're wrong. You don't need them to grasp you're wrong. You just need them to grasp, I don't want to talk about this. It isn't about litigating the facts out there, about the spinning objects in the sky and who's setting the media agenda. It's about the facts within your relationship, about what you want and will put up with. Luckily, it's a lot easier to position yourself as an expert on what you want than as an expert on UAPs. So you have a lot more authority to say, no, because I said. This reminds me of school. Stop it, I don't like it. Continuing. If you do ask your friend to stop sharing this, try to stick with that area of expertise. Say things about your own preferences and what you're prepared to talk about, not who's right about the issue. Aim to change the relationship. Don't aim to change the mind. Laughter can be an effective social blocker for this kind of mission. When we're in a persuasion game, we tend to display a lot of earnest seriousness and perform respect for one another. It's the opposite when we're telling people where not to tread. We need brisk and effective shutdowns. Laughter can be an efficient way to do that. It signals nope without evincing hostility or inviting discussion. Maybe the next time you get a link from this friend, you just reply with, haha, that's about enough of these links for me. Tonally speaking, this is a world away from all the bowing and scraping of, I see your point, but with due respect, here's some counter evidence. That's because they're trying to accomplish different things. One aims to litigate the case, the other aims to draw a boundary. Being clear about what you're trying to do can help inform your strategy. Okay, now, there was a box at the bottom of that to get in touch with Eleanor. So me, being potentially annoying, did that. Now, if you've watched my recent video, it basically, this one here, if you've watched my recent, and by the way, there's Donald Trump. Look, there's probably people right now already getting in the comments. so upset. Relax, okay? He's just a picture. He's not going to hurt you. This is not real. I mean, he is real, but this is just a video. You're safe. People seem to get really upset when I just mention Trump, okay? This isn't a political channel. I don't care what your politics are. I'm not going to tell you what mine are. The reason why Trump gets talked about on here is because he talks about UFO transparency. If Joe Biden or some other politician was talking about it, they'd probably be getting shown on here too. So just relax, put your Doritos down. It's okay. Donald Trump isn't going to hurt you. This is just a video talking about UFOs and the people who have spoken about them. So, carrying on. If you've watched my most recent video, I basically collected a whole bunch of people of really high credibility who've publicly stated and come out and said that UFOs and non-human intelligence are real. So we're talking like Haim Eshed, Paul Hellyer, Carl Nell, okay? If you've been around the UFO topic for 20 minutes, you would, like, none of that would be new to you, right? You would know, because it's not new information. I didn't put out the video to try and be groundbreaking. I put out the video for people like Eleanor who just have no idea that there are people with real credibility to their name that are talking about this kind of stuff, okay? So I was polite. I explained to her that I literally wrote out a long letter, and I was very polite. I explained to her the testimony of these people and the credibility behind each of them. I offered her a link to my video if she wanted to see proof of the video testimony herself. And I finished by saying that ultimately, given this, we're realistically, like, we're only left with two options, right? Either the people that are speaking, Haim Eshed, Carl Nell, are telling the truth, and since 2017, we've been going through a very slow, controlled disclosure to desensitize the general public to a very reality-shattering truth without causing too much chaos, or the people in really high positions in our government and military and space programs have all just suddenly lost their minds and gone crazy and started talking about aliens. They're literally the only two possibilities here. Like, that's it. Either that what they're saying is true, or the people who the world kind of relies on have lost their mind. Both of those options are equally very impactful in their own right. So hopefully I'm not an asshole. I don't think I am for doing that, because I actually genuinely want to see what she thinks about that stuff. And I also asked her about the painting too. I said, like, you know, what's your interpretation of that? And it's all coming from a good place. She seems intelligent, seems like a nice person. She writes very well. So I'm interested to see what Eleanor has to say. And if I get a response, I'll update you guys on that and see what happens. Because, like, ultimately, if you're going to come out and say that Carl Nell, Paul Hellyer, all those kind of guys, that these people are lying, or that, you know, like, if you're going to say that that's all bullshit, then that's, to me, another case of the inversion of the conspiracy theorists. This is something I've talked about quite a bit on this channel, because unless you can also, if you're going to say that it's bullshit, unless you can provide some kind of reasonable idea or evidence as to why the people holding these positions shouldn't be believed, and I'd be happy to look at that, by the way. I'm not married to any of these ideas, right? I'm not trying to convince really anybody of anything. My style and what I like doing is just kind of getting it all together, maybe giving you my opinion, but also I want to hear your opinion. Like, what do you think about all this stuff? Like, is the whole world a psyop, or are there reptilians? Like, I'm just displaying what's out there and interested to hear how people are receiving it. Because, like I said, I don't want to, if Carl Nell, if information comes out that Carl Nell has this history of being some kind of like pathological liar, psychopath, I don't want to support someone like that. So please, if there is a reason to not believe these people, tell me. I'll happily redact everything that I've said and put my hand up and say that I'm wrong, because I don't care about these people like as people. Well, no, that's not right. I'm not married to them. I don't care who they are. I care about truth. Okay. That's what I'm looking for here, is truth. So please, if there's a reason to not believe them, I want to hear it. Because, and the version of the conspiracy theorist is that the people who pointed and laughed at everyone for believing in UFOs for 80 years and who followed the government's narrative that they were all just crazy people have now flipped And they no longer believe the government who are telling us that, no, they are real. Now those same people who laughed at people who believed in UFOs are now going, oh, the government, they're all just lying. But that's what we said. And you said we were crazy. And now you're saying it, but we're still the crazy ones. That's not fair. When did this switch happen? We can't let them do that and not get called out for it, because it's happening and it's bullshit. Now, I finished that video briefly talking about Trump, the one that had Trump on the thumbnail, and how he's basically said that he is prepared to rip the lid off the UFO disclosure once he's in office. Again, that's why he's in the video, not because I want to marry Trump or am obsessed with American politics. I talk about Trump because he talks about UFOs, and this is a UFO channel. If Biden talked about UFOs, he would also be on the channel. Anyway, I mentioned in the video that sources such as Ross Coulthart have said that Trump knows a lot more than he lets on. And he's also very aware of the length that the deep state and the people who are trying to keep all of this stuff under wraps, he is aware of the length that they will go to keep this stuff under wraps and remain in control. So if you haven't seen that video yet, go and check it out. But is this why we are seeing, as Ross predicted, all hell breaking loose? So I'm just going to play you that clip quickly, because it really seems like it's playing out exactly as he said.
I think 2024 in future will be seen, ironically, as the calm before the storm. Wow. I think very early in 2025, all hell is going to break loose.
So, massive claim, obviously, from Ross. And if you don't know who Ross is, like, he's a super credible journalist. He's a trained lawyer. If you're Australian, he's been on TV our whole lives. So I don't think he would say something like that if he wasn't under some kind of really positive confirmation that something was going to happen. Now, in regards to Trump advocating for transparency and saying he wants to rip the lid off the deep state and audit the government, ever since he was elected, it feels like ever since he won the election is what I mean to say. It feels like the foot of the accelerator for World War III has just been slammed to the floor. Obviously, there was a Russian official that was murdered deep into Russia, away from the battle zone. They've started launching long-range missiles into Russia, and this is all by proxy of Ukraine. But Russia knows that this is also, it's all backed by the United States, so I'm sure they see it that way. We've also had the drone incursions going through the roof. We've had hurricanes. We've had a wildfire that started in the middle of winter. We've had 2 shootings, a terror attack in New Orleans, a Cybertruck bomber. Honestly, I've probably missed a few things, but it really seems like something has been triggered to make Trump's alleged plans to create transparency and, tell people what's going on about UFOs, ending the war in the Middle East. These are all the things he has said, as hard as possible. Now, and let's not forget, there were multiple attempts to end his life. Someone doesn't want Trump in charge, or him to do it easily anyway. Now, again, what you think of Trump as a person, it doesn't actually matter. This isn't about him as a person. It's about the things that he is saying that he wants to do and the things that he's promised. Now, whether he actually does them or not, I don't know. I hope he does. I hope Trump does create a better future. I mean, I don't care who the president is. The world is not in a good place. So whoever is coming in, I just hope they make it a better place. And look, some people say, well, why do you talk about American politics? You're Australian. Mate, wake up to yourself. If you don't realize that America is the daddy of the Western world and Australia just bends over and does whatever they say, pull your head out the sand, because it does have a big impact on the world. It really does. So I just think he has made some claims that should make the world a better place. So the people need to hold him accountable for that. Pressure should be applied to him. Don't let him say one thing and do another, like all the presidents before him have done. Okay, he says he represents change, so hold him accountable to that. Okay, don't let him say one thing and do another. Before I play this video, it's a video of Trump, so just anyone take a deep breath. It's okay. It's just a video. He won't hurt you.
A story that kind of disappeared very suddenly. Do you have any idea whatever happened to the drones?
What happened to drones?
Well, you had said that you knew you thought the government knew what was happening with these drones over New Jersey. There were some by Bedminster.
I don't know. They're over Bedminster a lot, so I can imagine. I'm going to give you a report on drones about one day into the administration, because I think it's ridiculous that they're not telling you about what's going on with the drones. And it's not only with me. Glenn was telling me today that in Virginia they have drones all over the place too, and nobody's reporting it. I don't know why they're not. Do you want to say something about that?
Just one quick comment, which is we are home to the largest naval base in the world in Quantico, and we house a lot of the SEAL teams and have a huge national security infrastructure. And now for 2 years running, we have had drone incursion over secure airspace, and we still don't know why. And I think that's absolutely unacceptable. And I think President Trump and the new leadership coming in, I think, will work diligently to understand who's behind this and what we do in order to stop the digital surveillance of all of our secure infrastructure.
Well, I can tell you this. While we were dealing with a terrorist attack in New Orleans, we had drones being flown over our nuclear reactors in Louisiana. And we brought that attention to the FAA. We've been asking the FAA to give these states the ability to mitigate these drones, and it's sitting on some bureaucrat's desk. And that's real.
Nobody knows. They don't want to talk about it. Go ahead, Governor, you're going to say?
I was just going to say we have drones in Wyoming flying over our infrastructure as well. And it's incredibly frustrating that we not only have no way of knowing what it is, but nobody knows how to deal with them.
They don't want to talk about it, and nobody knows why. They don't want to talk about it. That could be us sending drones. I hope that's the case, us doing it and doing research, and maybe they don't want to talk about it from that standpoint. I hope it's not an enemy, but we're going to find out on the 21st, the day after. You have to give me a little time for the inauguration, but shortly thereafter, we'll give you a report on it. We'll tell you exactly what it is. They know, and it's very strange that they aren't talking about it.
So there you go. Trump, he's saying he's going to have answers for the drones one day after he's brought in. Hold him accountable. Don't let him say he's going to do something and then it all just peters out. This is important. Now, as I said earlier, we're going to dive into the Cybertruck stuff now. It was confirmed by the FBI before these fires started that the email that went all over the podcast world with Sean Ryan that got sent out the day before the bomb went off was confirmed to be Matthew Livelsberger, who you can see here. Now, in the email, he was claiming that the drones were Chinese. They're using gravitic propulsion. They could carry nuclear payloads and could park over the White House in an instant. There was claims for US war crimes in Afghanistan as well. These were really, honestly, like scary and crazy claims. So we're going to take a look at what Ross Coulthart had to say about it.
So there does appear to be a hot, cold war going on behind the scenes. And there is growing concern that the drones that we're seeing over East Coast airspace, including over very many military facilities, might in fact be linked to China. But I haven't seen a shred of evidence for that. And everybody who's been suggesting that it was an Iranian mothership, that it was the Russians, now the Chinese. Nobody's put up a shred of evidence to support this contention. The government has been conspicuously quiet. I think that the difference between the public attention that's being directed towards these alleged terror attacks, the New Orleans attack, I think the difference between the incredible amount of focus on that and the fact that we've now had an ongoing presence in our airspace now of mystery objects that are clearly atypical of normal drones, I think the government deserves to give us an explanation. We're in a situation now where these objects are clearly anomalous and the government is failing to give the public and indeed law enforcement the explanation they seek.
So there you go. Ross Coulthart's come out, publicly stated that his sources have told him that there is no way that they're Chinese. They just simply don't have those capabilities. And that might be true. It's a possibility that despite the rigorous testing and mental fortitude required to become a Green Beret soldier, who is also respected enough and trusted enough to be granted a TSSCI clearance, which gives access to UFO and UAP information, like the email, which was confirmed to be real, said, it's a possibility that someone of that caliber could just suddenly go off the deep end. Maybe that's what happened. Now, I really like Ross. As I said earlier, you could almost say, as a fellow Aussie who's sinking his teeth into the UAP topic, he's kind of like an inspiration in some ways. I'm sure his sources are as good as it gets. He's pretty much leading the charge in a global investigative sense when it comes to UFOs. He's a trained lawyer. He's been an investigative journalist on Australian TV all my life growing up. He's covered stories in the Middle East. So I have no doubt whatsoever about Ross as a person and his intentions. But I do wonder how do his sources, which I'm sure are very high level, how do they know, how would the US or Australian intelligence have any real idea on the true capabilities of the Chinese military? Let's take a look at this video that popped up on X. Eerily enough, the same day that the Cybertruck bombers email went out. So, that is China's 6th generation fighter jet. Flying triangles, by the way. As I said, this post by Danny Haifong was put up on the same day that the Cybertruck bombers email went out. Now, I don't know if the video was taken the same day, but that's when it was put on X. So, this person, Danny Haifong, who posted this video and these photos, this is what the post says. China's 6th generation fighter jet seen flying over Chengdu has advanced endurance and stealth capabilities far beyond the US. It's rumored to be able to fly in space. China released the largest amphibious assault ship the next day. The warmongers in Washington have been put on notice. If war is what they want, it will be a fatal mistake. That is literally the exact same message as Matthew Livelsberger. It's exactly what he was saying. He was saying that this is mutually assured destruction, that the United States also have this technology, China have it too, and that it's just so advanced and so lethal that nukes could essentially be delivered in an instant to either country, anywhere around the world, in no time at all. And that it's just, if one person steps, they're both gone. So that's the idea that Matthew Livelsberger was pushing in his email. And it makes me think, like, would America really know what's going on in the deepest, darkest, underground, secure facility in China? Like, I'm sure they have spies. I'm sure they're spying on each other like crazy. But you never really know, like, when you're at the real bottom layer, right? And I'm sure, like, you know, counterintelligence, I'm sure, like we spoke about last week, modern militaries operate under the assumption that the enemy has infiltrated and are watching. Okay, I'm sure there are false top secret facilities just to lure the enemy into a false sense of understanding, thinking that they've got them covered, but it's really just a decoy. Like if a bang average UFO researcher from Australia can think of that concept, I'm sure China have layers that are just far more sophisticated. And by the way, in the very first episode of Weird Week ever, November week 3, we covered China opening the Centrifugal Hypergravity and Interdisciplinary Experiment Facility, or it's called CHIEF for short. Look at this.
That's right, China still gives absolutely zero fucks and has built a stadium that can reproduce gravity 752 times stronger than Jupiter.
Yeah, so that's a thing. You can go and look it up if you want. If you can literally make gravity, as that report said, I'm sure you can also manipulate it too. I mean, I don't know. Who the fuck am I to say that, you know, I didn't even finish high school, okay? But that is potentially a safe assumption to make. Or am I missing something here? Let me know in the comments, okay? That seems kind of like, if you can do A, surely you can also do B. I don't know. Let me know what you think about that one. Let's check this out.
And it did just seem like people were really just attacking Sean Ryan for what was actually a very interesting piece of journalism. And I'll tell you why I found this to be an interesting piece of journalism. You guys might recall that I had on Ashton Forbes. And if you haven't watched an episode, that you should. Like, what happened to MH370, that plane that disappeared? And one of the things that he spoke about, and I was not educated about this whatsoever, was he was essentially saying that the government was hiding technology. The exact same thing that is in this email that he alleges was sent to him from Matt Leibelsberger. And essentially what Ashton Forbes was saying is that there is there is 0 point gravity that exists, that they are able to manipulate gravity. And specifically, Ashton Forbes was saying that it was this war between China and the United States, that that our government has had this technology and has been hiding it from the public from a very long time. And so now you have an entirely unrelated situation that has nothing to do with MH370, nothing to do with Ashton Forbes, and this person is emailing to allege the same thing. I think that we should look further into that. I don't think this should just be routinely dismissed. I don't think there would be any reason for Sean Ryan to engage in fraud on the public. He's at the top of his game, the top of his podcasting game, and from every angle that he and his producers looked into this email appeared to be legit. And so I'm not going to trust a bunch of people in the intelligence community essentially coming out and saying this email is not legit or this isn't real. I would rather trust internet sleuths who are very good at determining what is and is not real and understands that our government has been invested in hiding these sorts of things for a very long time by calling everybody crazy. And I would also like to trust decorated vets who put their lives on the line for this country above trusting the people that would let them die in a war tomorrow.
So Candace Owens makes a lot of really good points there. And that last statement really hit home for me. As I said it at the start of the show, do we want to believe a special forces soldier who, as I said, a high caliber person to even get in that position in the first place, who obviously loved his country so much, willing to put his life and body on the line and die for it? And I don't mean that in the sense of the Cybertruck. I mean, as a special forces soldier, you're obviously putting yourself in very risky situations by the nature of the job. Or do we want to trust the people who were happy to let their citizens go overseas and die fighting wars for them? That's a really interesting perspective and way to frame this situation. And yeah, really deep. And I think it's probably just worth chucking that one in the back of your mind and considering it for a moment. So in the video, what she's actually referring to is Ashton Forbes and his research into the two separate videos from different angles of 3 orbs teleporting a plane away that is allegedly MH370. So I'll play those for you here. The one on the right is usually when you view it, it's more landscape. So I think these videos line up a lot better when you turn that video the right way. But either way, if you haven't seen them, I'm just going to leave them there for you to look at while we talk about it. Now, this is actually a rabbit hole that I really want to dive into, and it could probably be its own separate video, to be honest. I find Ashton Forbes' research really interesting. I find the story behind these videos really interesting. The time frame and the way that they surfaced online, it's very compelling. And there are so many nuances to these videos that just don't make sense in an attempted hoax. Again, like going back to the human aspect of the way these videos are faked, there are just so many things that you would just never think of or consider if you're going to make a hoax video, especially videos that surface like within weeks of the plane disappearing and the way they surface. It's a whole thing. Okay, we need a whole video for that. But I will also just say the complexity of lining up 2 videos from complete different perspectives and making sure the animation aligns perfectly with 3 rotating orbs is not an easy animation task by any stretch, okay? And still, to this day, we haven't seen any verifiable proof of source files or someone with a face, okay, not just an account with an anime girl as their display picture, coming forward as the creator of these videos. There's still no proof. So again, as hard as it is to believe what we're seeing, the footage appears to be real. You understand the difference in what I'm saying? It's very unbelievable what we're looking at, but the footage appears to be real, okay? There's a lot to go into there, but I'll give you the short version quickly about Ashton's research and the conclusions he's come to. Now, I'm a little bit like out of touch with this. He's been doing this stuff for a long time. But I'll give you the short version, and I might butcher this, but it's the general consensus. I might butcher little details, but if you're interested, look up Ashton Forbes. He's all over X and probably YouTube too. So his research has found that on that plane, MH370, were a group of Chinese people, potentially spies, who are working as, I think, like some kind of scientist or in some field of research, and that they were taking highly classified secrets and research that relate to semi or superconductors that could potentially lead or give advancements to like revolutionary technology, trying to take them back to China. Potentially technology that could relate to gravitic propulsion. That's me just guessing, but revolutionary technology. Now, he says that the US were aware of this the whole time, and they knew that China would be watching that plane closely, and that they did this to the plane as a show of force to remind China who the big dog is, essentially. Now, there's a whole science to do with cold fusion and what these orbs are that we're seeing. I think there is some kind of consensus that these orbs here are the same kind of things that we're, the orbs, the Dior bags. Apparently, that's the new hip term, by the way. People are calling them Dior bags. I just learned that this week. Anyway, the idea is that these are the same kind of things that we're seeing, and we do often see them in threes, right? They do often make that triangular formation, rigid formation. In the night sky, you see 3 dots and they move, but they seem to really hold that rigid triangle, just like they do in these videos. And the idea is that apparently there is a 4th orb that is essentially like the point that these 3 and the energy field that they create by making this circle will snap to. Totally wild. I'm not a scientist. I'm just relaying you the information that is slightly potentially butchered, okay? But if it interests you, go and check it out, because it is really interesting, and there's a lot to it. Maybe if you want to see me dive into it properly and get you the unbutchered information, let me know in the comments, because I do think that would be a fun video to go into. So my point is, if this is true, right? Remember, this happened in just over 10 years ago now. If this is true, this could potentially be some form of like retaliation. It could be a show of force now in response to say, might have took us an extra 10 years, but you're not the only one with this kind of technology now. Like we can mess around with drones and Dior bags and all that kind of stuff. So that's certainly what Matthew Livelsberger was saying. And despite the ongoing denial that it is China, the drones are still there. They're still there. No one has an answer for them. The government doesn't want to tell you what they are. So as far as I'm concerned, until this video is properly verifiably debunked, until we have an answer about these drones, I think the fact that they could be China should still be on the table. I'm not married to that idea. I don't know. None of us know. But I don't think it should be ruled out. That's all I'm trying to say. But honestly, don't worry about that stuff anyway, because Paris Hilton's house just burnt down. So today's episode is, it's basically all UFOs. So we're not going to have any segments. This is one big hit to do with UFOs, and we're going to kick it off with Stephen Greer. So he's just started the first episode of his own podcast, right? And he's basically done this because he believes what's about to unfold over the next 72 hours is that he says that's when it's going to begin, but it's going to continue over the next few months, but it's starting soon. And he wants to have a podcast because he wants to have a place to kind of make sure the narrative doesn't get twisted, because he thinks the people who don't want to relinquish control of this technology and this information are going to push back and try and twist the narrative the way that they want it to go. So he's going to be doing weekly episodes there. I'll leave a link to his podcast in the description, but I have got a bunch of clips here. Today's episode is just clip city. I've been doing overtime, okay, making clips for this episode because I just wanted to get this out now because it's going off, all right? So let's not waste any more time and let's get into the first clip from Stephen Greer.
We have a group of people who are in the process in the next 72 hours or so who will be coming forward with a great deal of information and evidence related to the UFO and NHI or extraterrestrial issue. There are a number of people coming forward from various black sites, which are highly classified, illegally run operations in intelligence, military, and corporate programs. And those guys that I've been meeting with for about almost 2 years now, 20 months, have decided to come forward publicly, identify themselves, and in a controlled release begin to give the information to the American people and the U.S. government. So this is a very complex program. It's now coming to a sort of a crescendo.
There you go. In the next 72 hours from that video, which would make it now when I'm recording this, and from when you see this, or from when it's uploaded, probably about 30 to 36 hours, roughly. Okay, so that's where we're at right now. There are big names putting their reputation on the line. Stephen Greer isn't the only one. But as I said, the timing with this stuff is just wild right now because we've just had a Green Beret bomber, Green Beret Cybertruck bomber claiming information about UAP. We've just had another Green Beret go on Jesse Michaels' podcast this week talking about the off-world tech. We're going to be looking at him soon. We've got another first-hand whistleblower from within the program, so high military guy coming out through Ross Coulthart. Jeremy Corbell, he's got a whistleblower. Like I said, all of these people are coming together at once. And the thing is, Stephen Greer has been talking about Green Berets and high-level military guys for a long time. And I think he even tried to claim the Cybertruck bomber as one of his guys as well. I can't confirm that for you, but this is what I mean. It's all coming together right now, and it's just wild. And I kind of wonder if all these people that have been operating in their own lane, I wonder if they've actually all been kind of communicating in the shadows, and this is like a coordinated plan, because that's what, after today's show, I'm sure you will agree, seems like it's going to be playing out, because there are big wheels in motion here, I think, much bigger than we can see. Next week's going to be insane. All right, let's check out the next clip.
I was asked to brief the incoming director of the CIA for President Bill Clinton, and that subsequently led to a number of things you're going to hear about with the initiatives that began then and are now, ironically, going full circle and culminating now this week and in the months to follow. I want to emphasize that there are two governments dealing with this. There's the constitutional government. Most of the people in that government have no idea what's going on. And I can say that with authority because I'm one of the only people you'll ever meet who has briefed people at that level of government since 1993, when I briefed the incoming President Clinton's CI director. Then, the other part of it is in Congress, or most people in Congress, they know nothing about the subject, even if they're on key oversight committees. So this has been something that was a shock to me. It's going to be a shock to you. It's going to be a shock to the world and the American public to find out that the constitutional government in the United States since the late 1950s have been basically pushed aside and relegated to irrelevance, frankly, on this issue since the late Eisenhower years.
So Greer is talking about how during the Clinton administration, the government was already split. There was already this kind of shadow government that was really pulling the strings. And he's saying that this was actually in place from as early as Eisenhower, who, when he left office, made that famous speech about warning us about the power of the military-industrial complex. And if you watch my videos, if you've been around for a while, you would have seen that Paul Hellyer, the National Minister of Defense for Canada, also was saying the same thing.
Veteran White House reporter asked President Bill Clinton why he didn't do something about UFO disclosure. Clinton replied, "Sarah, there's a government inside the government, and I don't control it." End of quote.
Sorry about that, guys. This is a live show, okay? We do this all live in one hit, so there are little mistakes sometimes. But this was also thrown together in such a rush. But I spent a lot of time putting together today's episode, so there's lots of good stuff here. So we just saw that throwback clip. There's multiple people talking about the fact that the government is split. You know, the government that we see is a facade, and the people that are really in charge and pulling the strings, the deep state, the cabal, whatever you want to call them, it's real. And these people who are in positions to know are telling us that. So these are some of the claims that Greer made on his podcast about this shadow government. And as I said, these are the guys that are really pulling the strings. He said that the shadow government hoaxes threats and attacks to consolidate military and industrial power. Again, this is the danger of the military-industrial complex that Eisenhower warned us about. And that they want disclosure to happen. So they actually are allowing disclosure to happen, but they want to twist it with a threat narrative. And Stephen Greer believes there is no threat. There is absolutely no threat at all. And I'm not 100% sure about that, and I'll talk about that a bit later. But the disclosure that they want, it favors secrecy and it favors more war. And the war will be against the aliens. It'll be against the military-industrial complex will gain funding under the guise of a new threat, just like they did with terrorism and communism and all the other rogue nations over the last half a century. He says that they've mastered this technology, they've reverse engineered it, the deep state, the CIA, or whoever's really pulling these strings, and that they've been used, these reproduced vehicles, ARVs, they're sometimes called alien reproduction vehicles, that they've been used in operations for abductions and cattle mutilations since the late 50s as a psyop. So they've been trying to condition the population to this idea to prepare for this threat narrative. Now, I don't know how I feel about that. Because he's not clear. He's not really clear when he says that if he's saying every abduction and every mutilation, cattle mutilation, is a fake event, is a hoax by the government. Honestly, that's kind of tough to believe. I'll admit, I'm not saying it's either true or false, but this is what I do. I put the information out here for us to digest and have our opinions together. I'm not trying to tell you what to think. I'm just trying to tell you to think. And I do that by giving you the information. So let's go. Next quote. Come on, next quote.
The week that the head of the Lockheed Skunk Works, the fabled director of that, Ben Rich, was passing away. He told a member of our team and a friend of mine, James Goodall, a very well-known aerospace historian, that we had figured all this out. And this is now 1995, so this is 30 years ago. And he says, anything you can imagine and anything you've seen on Star Trek, we already have, and it's not at Area 51, it's out there in the desert with the Lockheed Skunk Works. Now, I've been at that facility, and I've been there in the last 15 months. So what he was saying was that we have figured this out, but the folks who have, let's say, an overarching desire to control the population through fear, through endless war, through control of the energy sector, this is key, they don't want the full truth out, they want part of the truth out. And they want the part that redounds to their benefit, that serves their agenda.
The agenda being more war and a threat. Okay, so there was a lot right there to kind of go through. First of all, he references Ben Rich, the director of the Skunk Works, who we've looked at multiple times, not necessarily Ben Rich, but the Skunk Works, right? Their technology is out of this world. Even the stuff that is public knowledge, that is perhaps not in the public eye, but if you dig, you can find it, and we've looked at it, is insane. And we've shown videos of Don Phillips, an ex-employee of the Skunk Works, who said the CIA were the Skunk Works' biggest customer. And in that clip, he also references James Goodall, who's an aviation author who, again, we also looked at last month. And here's a little refresher clip on that one.
I've had the opportunity over the years to interview, again, people who have worked at the test site at Groom Lake. One gentleman spent 12 of his 30 years in black programs at Groom Lake. When I asked him, I said, first of all, I said, do you believe in UFOs? And he looked at me with a straight face in one-on-one. He said, absolutely, positively, they do exist. I said, can you expand upon that? And he said, no, I can't. There has been at least 3 sightings of triangular-shaped aircraft being launched out of that area. They made no noise, and just people just happened to look up and see these things leaving the area at relatively low altitude. But again, no noise. A year later, we were talking about, again, activities at Groom Lake. And I asked him, I said, you know, can you really tell me what's happening out there? And he said, well, there's a lot of things that are going on there that I won't be able to tell you until the year 2025. But we have things in the Nevada desert that would make George Lucas envious. He looked me straight in the eye and he says, we have things out there that are literally out of this world. I said, explain. He said, I can't. But trust me. So we have things that are better than Star Trek.
Crazy, right? Okay, so the big one there is obviously you'll find out in 2025. He's very specific about that quote, and I mean, it feels like we're about to find out. Let's be real. There's a whole bunch of other things though. First of all, he mentions Groom Lake, and this is exactly where Matthew Livelsberger, the Cybertruck bomber, placed coordinates leading to where America's anti-gravitic propulsion systems are worked on and developed. Okay, so there's another little dot being connected there. Bob Lazar, since the 80s, has said Groom Lake is the test range where they test fly these craft, and that's where I believe he took John, or John Lear took him, or I can't quite remember that, but there's a connection between Bob Lazar and John Lear going to Groom Lake, or just on the outskirts of Groom Lake in like the 80s to show one or the other the craft. I think it might have been Bob showing John Lear because he was kind of scared for his life at that point. Anyway, if anyone wants to correct me if I've gotten that wrong, please go ahead, but I'm pretty sure that's the story there behind Bob Lazar, John Lear, and Groom Lake. Now, he also said in the 90s, they had technology that was literally out of this world, better than Star Trek, and things that would make George Lucas envious. If you don't know who George Lucas is, he's the guy who wrote Star Wars. So just let that sink in for a moment. Now I'm going to give you some more quotes from Stephen Greer from the podcast. He's like I mentioned earlier. He says that he doesn't believe that they're hostile at all. He says ETs are not hostile. Now, I sort of believe there's a lot of them, and they probably have different agendas. Some maybe are, some maybe aren't. But he backs up his claim by saying, if they were, we would be obliterated by now. And I understand that, thinking about it in like a human sense, because we like to take over and conquer things. So we would like, as we have done, we have found land and just removed the people from it and claimed it as our own. We have a horrible history of doing that. But I don't think something that's operating between worlds and dimensions might necessarily think that way. I mean, if they can get from here to here in an instant, they probably don't care so much about territory, right? Like, it's probably not as relevant to them. I mean, I'm speculating here, but my point is, they might be able to harm us. If they're operating in higher dimensions and just things that we can barely wrap our head around, they could be harming us in ways that aren't physical. And I think that's probably more likely, right? Like our consciousness, like psychologically twisting us into a constant state of fear. Makes you wonder who's really in control. Why is the news full of fear-mongering and bad stories all the time? It makes you wonder, right? So anyway, he also said that they are waiting for us to live peacefully on the planet, for us to not be using fossil fuels and like burning things that are destroying the atmosphere. And once we do that, then we're able to kind of join them in an interplanetary society. Okay, he says that the technology that will come with the release, if it's successful, of this movement which is the objective of all these whistleblowers coming forward in the next few days. It will help us reach a level 1 civilization, which is a civilization that is able to operate without any environmental damage, no poverty, free energy. And he believes that the technology is there to do this, and that if it comes out, it'll probably take about 20 years. And in 20 years, it will be like the biggest leap forward in human history. It'll be like a complete new age. We'll be living in a complete different way. But he also says that's why it's a secret, right? Because one, this amazing technology can also be weaponized. So it's like a double-edged sword. He says that there'll be winners and losers in this. And obviously the biggest losers are the ones who already have this stuff and they're using it to themselves without oversight to their complete own benefit. They're the biggest losers. But also you know, trust is going to flip. Like, do we even need a government after this? I mean, we'll obviously need something, but, you know, is a government going to seem like a really like archaic, barbaric, and primitive governing structure? Religion, energy companies, like the biggest powers in the world have everything to lose with this coming out. And I think, one, that's why it's the biggest cover-up of all time. And two, that's why there's just been so much resistance to this stuff coming out. You know, people see things and they see it with their own eyes and they question if they're crazy because it's just been beaten into them that you're a lunatic if you talk about this stuff. Like, this is the most successful cover-up and psychological operation of all time. The cover-up, not UFOs, is the psychological operation. Anyway, I'm sure you understood what I meant. He also said that there's obviously like a big risk here, right? Like, this isn't just disclose the information and all over, we win, here's the UFOs. It's like a process, and he thinks that there's going to be like retaliation, there's going to be resistance. So this change in society is going to be bumpy. It's not going to be smooth. There's going to be like, it's going to be rough. And I feel that that kind of makes sense though, right? Like, giant change that is for the greater good at the very end never comes easy. Like, it's always a tough, turbulent road to get there. But once you're there, it's like revolutionary. Like that's just the way it is, right? That's the way things go. People don't really like change, especially the ones who are benefiting the most from the way things are before the change occurs. And unlucky for us, they're the most powerful people in the world. So he actually said, Ross said that, I don't actually think I clipped this up, but look, I'll leave links to everything for you. But Ross said that if the people who are going to put up a fight against this stuff want a fight, Ross looked at the camera and goes, they better look out. And look, we're going to get to Ross in a minute, but the guy's got a 30+ year extensive and highly credited career as an investigative journalist before he ever looked into UAPs. Okay, this guy isn't just some UAP researcher. He came onto this topic as a investigator who started looking at things in the Middle East, and he's got a whole career behind him. So him saying this kind of stuff, he's well connected. We all know that. I think there's a lot to this. Like, he knows stuff, and there is a big plan under the hood here that I think is about to begin. Okay, so here is the last Greer clip, and we'll talk about it a little bit, and then we're going to move on to the next person. Now we're going to watch it.
And the people coming forward have dealt directly, operationally, with those strikes and with the targeting and downing of these extraterrestrial vehicles. He said that 1 or 2 ET craft a year, even now, are targeted and downed over that one site. While there's no evidence that these civilizations visiting us are hostile, they are certainly concerned about our hostility. And the only question is the patience and largesse that have been shown to us as an evolving younger brothers and sisters in the cosmos. How much longer will that patience last? Colonel Corso, who had been involved with some of the technology transfer from studying the extraterrestrial craft from the 40s and 50s. And at one point, I think it was 1956, he was out at White Sands Missile Range where the first atomic bomb was detonated. And there have been all these ET craft zipping around. And at one point, he drove out because one came in on radar and went down out in a remote area of the range. And he drove out there in his Jeep, and there was a ET craft there. And it would be solid, and then it would dematerialize and look like a heat wave, like a mirage in the desert, and then rematerialize and dematerialize and rematerialize. Finally, it became stable, and an ET appeared outside of it. The ET basically was saying, would you please stop targeting us? Because they were using the radar that had within it piggyback. This is what happened at Roswell, by the way, a early directional energy weapon that would hit these objects and they'd crash. I mean, there's this myth that somehow these ET objects go through interstellar space and interdimensional space and then can't navigate a thunderstorm in New Mexico. Well, this is ludicrous. they're targeted and have been ever since the 40s.
So obviously that is a wild story. It's hard to believe that ETs would step out and be like, hey, could you stop shooting us down, please? Like, is that okay? Because it's kind of annoying. And Greer says that they're actually concerned about our hostility. Like I said, they're waiting for us to evolve out of this primal ape-like aggression where we just love to blow things up and go to war, okay? It sounds almost like, and he said it there, that like we're like the little brother. It reminds me of like looking after a toddler. Like, you need patience, right? They're going to be drawing on the walls, throwing shit. You're going to give them food. They're going to launch it out their high chair, but you got to have patience because they're young, they're little, they don't understand yet. And it seems like that is what could be going on here. And it just makes me wonder, like, what is their patience like? I mean, I don't know how long I could look after a toddler before I'd just be like, all right, fuck this. You know, I can't do this anymore because my walls are covered in shit. So, you know, that's something to worry about. But if their patience does run out, is that what Colonel Carl Nell has referred to as catastrophic disclosure, where they finally just say, all right, enough's enough. Stop fucking around. Stop throwing your food out of the high chair and go to bed. All right, you're doing what you're told now. Go to bed. Naughty humans. We can't stop that. And that is what Carl Nell has said. He has said that in the event that, you know, the cover-up of the existence of NHI can't be covered up any longer, we're going to get catastrophic disclosure, and that's why they're doing a controlled one, because perhaps they know that there is an intervention coming because we just love nuclear weapons and blowing each other up. So look, if that's what happens, hopefully it's a good thing. And Reese and I actually talked about this on the podcast this week. So like I said, check that out after this. It's a long one, but he's got a really cool, interesting story, a story that he actually told for the very first time on my podcast as well. But we did get into this kind of conversation about like, what are UFOs, and, you know, just a real free-flowing conversation. And he actually said that, you know, they could be so far ahead of us in their development, which I'm sure they are, that their consciousness has just expanded so much that like aggression and conflict has kind of been like bred out of them, and it's not even a part of their psyche. Like, they don't have that in them. And if the commonly accepted idea that these craft are linked to consciousness, and, you know, perhaps that's why we reverse engineer our own, because if it's ties to your consciousness and you need to have kind of like a certain level of awareness and consciousness to even pilot these craft, maybe that's why we build our own, because the ones that we retrieve we can't use because we have an ape-like consciousness. And, you know, if this is the case, it does support Stephen Greer's story about ETs waiting for us to catch up and stop trying to kill each other before they introduce themselves on a wider scale, because we need to kind of wake up, stop killing each other, relax, no one's going to hurt you, and then we can kind of join all of the other life that's going on around us. But for now, we're stuck in the kids' playpen just so we don't harm anybody. Some last couple of things that Greer said is that with this disclosure process, he's saying that we need to offer them amnesty. And he said, despite like the horrific crimes, you know, people have been taken out, silenced, harassed, embezzlement of the American government and economy, he said, up to like trillions of dollars. Maybe that's why the Pentagon keeps failing an audit ever since they started being audited. But, you know, for this group to come out as smoothly as possible, like realistically, we can't be too hostile. You know, it's never gonna go smooth if you know, figuratively, we just go in there guns blazing trying to rip the floor up, right? If we want this to go smooth and we want this to happen positively, we need to accept that there are people who have done terrible things. And I'm not saying let them off entirely, and I don't think he is either, but a lot of the people have been caught up in this, and that they didn't create it, they kind of inherited it. And a lot of the people who got brought into these programs didn't actually even realize that what they're in is like illegal or unethical until they're so deep in it that it's then like impossible to get out, or impossible to get out and talk about it and keep your life. Okay, that's what all these people talk about. You know, I often use the argument like, how is this, like, what's all this shit about breaking NDAs and all this kind of stuff if what you're breaking an NDA on is illegal in the first place? Like, it doesn't make sense. But it's become very clear that, like, it's not really the NDA they're worried about. It's the bullet in the head. Okay, that's like a real threat for these guys. And I think that is the genuine concern for some of these people coming forward, i.e. David Grush, etc. Now, before we move on from Greer, because of this and what we've spoken about so far, and we have a lot more to get into, I want to make a claim that's kind of rogue, but I'm curious. And look, I could be totally wrong here, but I want to put it out there just in case. I'm going to call that Stephen Greer and Lou Elizondo are actually on the same team, and that they're kind of playing this counter opponent of each other publicly to perhaps hide this effort, or perhaps even counter intel the people who are actually in charge. Because Lou is counterintelligence, right? Maybe he is playing his game back against these guys. Hey, it's just a thought, because what's about to happen is essentially what both of these people have been working towards. It's what they've been talking about, and the whole time they've kind of been calling each other liars and idiots, but what they've both said is about to happen at the time that they've both said it's going to happen. And look, let's be real. If somehow out of this, one of these guys turns out to be a liar and completely wrong, like, they're going to have so much egg on their face that they'll need to delete the internet access forever. But honestly, I don't see that. It really feels like a lot of these talking heads have all been kind of engaging and are converging on the same team with a coordinated attack to reveal the truth. I know, wild. So let's move into the next section. We're going to be talking about Ross Coulthart today. So this just broke yesterday. Ross Coulthart, he aired a little kind of snippet, and we're going to be looking at all of it, about a story that's airing at 8 p.m. American Eastern Time on Saturday. So if you're Australian, that's about 11 a.m. Sunday morning. And he's got a whistleblower who worked firsthand as a helicopter pilot in a crash retrieval program, okay? And they're not just bringing him on with his testimony. They have video evidence of this crash retrieval and the craft. And this has been intentionally done at this date and time. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But this could honestly flip the whole world on its head. All right, check this out.
It's a huge story. It's one I've been working on for over 2 years. Are we alone? And the short answer, we're not. I'm going to tell you about a story that will, I suspect, rock Washington and possibly have a huge influence on a lot of people around the world who've wanted answers to that big question for many, many years. This week, we are presenting definitive evidence from first-hand whistleblowers, people who have operated within the legacy crash retrieval program, that is, retrievals of non-human craft. Principal informant is a former, very well-respected Tier 1 operator, highly trained Tier 1 military operator, trained at the elite levels of the US military. Verified and testified to by 3 other witnesses. The account that he gives of what he saw on what he euphemistically refers to as the range, the retrieval of non-human craft, is backed by 2 of his colleagues who were there with him. This is going to be a groundbreaking story. And yes, we're running it right before the inauguration because we want to send a message. The message is, it's time for the public to be told the truth. The government, or sections of the government, have been knowingly, intentionally lying to the public for years. And if they want a fight, they can have one, because people are now prepared to come forward. This week, you're going to hear from a first-hand whistleblower. Tell me about the moment when you realized that you were involved in a retrieval of non-human technology, alien tech.
And then just visually looking at the object on the ground, you could tell that it was extraordinary and anomalous. It was not human.
How close did you get?
I got within 150 feet of this object.
What did you see?
I saw an egg, a white egg. There's no engine, there was no thermal signature.
How did you know that that egg-shaped object was non-human in origin?
Visually, after seeing all kinds of things in my past, it was clearly something that was ridiculously looking. It's inconsistent with anything I'd ever seen before. I can also tell you that the reaction by my team, we all knew we were dealing with something extraordinary. I will tell you that during this process over the last couple of years, it's been confirmed to me by ranking members of the UAP task force that what we were working with that night was in fact NHI, and it was not a unique experience.
We've been able to check their credentials and their service with people at the very top of the national security establishment and inside the Congress. We know that their evidence has already been presented to the Pentagon's UFO Investigation Office, ARRO, the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. We know that evidence has been given by our primary whistleblower to the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence. Congress already has this information. We've made sure that our whistleblower follows the proper form to ensure that the proper authorities are notified and alerted to what the significance is of this witness has to say.
Wild. And just by the way, if you don't see a video there, it's because I got copyrighted, but I think we should be fine. So look, that was a helicopter pilot, Jake Barber, who retrieved an egg-shaped craft, and he says it was extraordinary, it was clearly anomalous, and obviously not human, like nothing he's ever seen, right? He was within 150 feet of this egg-shaped craft. He said there was no engine, no thermal signature, and he said it was later confirmed to him by his superiors that this was non-human intelligence in origin, and this is not unique, okay? Now, there's going to be video evidence of this crash retrieval, and I've got a little clip of that video. I think it's that video. We'll talk about that in a minute, which I'm going to play. But it's interesting how this is all happening right at the inauguration of Donald Trump, right? The president, the man who has said he is vowing for transparency and disclosure, right? This is a coordinated attack that I feel like Donald Trump potentially has a direct hand in, or Elon Musk or something. There is coordination here, clearly. And also, look, just a side note, apparently, like just in the nick of time, a ceasefire deal between Hamas and Israel has been struck. Like, isn't it crazy how after 2 years of war and trying so hard to stop war and come to an agreement, that they managed to finally do it right before the guy who's like openly said, like, look, if I get in charge and this is still happening, there's going to be hell to pay. Like, we're not doing this. So, like, just think about that. While they've been, like, pumping your head on the news, mainstream news, full of propaganda about, like, the evil Hamas and all the hostages that need to be freed and they're fighting for and allowing people to be killed to release these hostages. Meanwhile, they're in boardrooms with the leaders of Hamas trying to strike a deal. Like, I don't think anybody was in boardrooms with Hitler trying to make deals. Like, do you see the difference here? This is like it's not a fake war, but it is like a fake war. Like, it's happening, but they're in boardrooms trying to strike deals. So, like, over the last few years, as they've been attempting to stop the war with the leaders of terrorist organizations, and like they've been in boardrooms going, nah, couldn't come to a deal today. Guess we'll get back to killing each other. Like, it's disgusting. It is outrageous. Like, the way that they put it to us on the TV is like they're doing everything they can to fight terrorism and kill, destroy the axis of evil. But they're having meetings with these people. Like, they make it sound like they're trying to kill them at any cost. But they're actually coming to deals and, couldn't make a deal today, back to war. Like, it is a joke. And don't forget, America are allegedly sending $40 million a week to the Taliban, according to Tim Burchett, And he created a bill to stop this happening, and it was rejected. Okay, we covered that last week. I won't go into it anymore. I'm sorry. I got a little bit wound up and off track there. So let's get back to what we're actually talking about here. So since the promo for this story aired, Ross Coulthart went on Donald Trump Jr.'s podcast and made some claims that kind of back up what Stephen Greer has said. And yeah, like I said, this is all happening in like the last 48 hours. So like I said, I've been doing overtime. Here we go.
President Eisenhower once warned that there was a danger in the military-industrial complex. And the irony, Don, is that it was probably President Eisenhower who was responsible for instituting the legal basis for the cover-up in the first place. And what he failed to realize was that the monster he would create would keep this secret for another 80 years. It's just incredible that this has been kept secret for as long as it has.
You know, it's interesting that he mentions Eisenhower because it's exactly what Greer said at the start of the episode. It has been talked about in like UFO culture a lot, the way he warned about the military-industrial complex. But look, let's just quickly check out that throwback.
It'd be a shock to the world and the American public to find out that the constitutional government in the United States since the late 1950s have been basically pushed aside on this issue since the late Eisenhower years.
You see what I'm saying? Like, this is coordinated. I've never seen Greer and Ross even mention each other's name, let alone like talk to each other or anything like that. And you know, Ross talks to a lot of people in this space. These like, it's actually weird that they've never even spoke, but they're doing the same thing at the same time. This is coordinated. Okay, I'm calling it. Next clip.
The thing that I would recommend is that there should be a reckoning. This has to be done in public. There has to be transparency. The public has to see accountability. If you're looking for the deep state, if you're hunting for the bad guys who've done entirely the wrong thing and committed crimes and overspent the public's money, this is where you need to look. And I'm not saying this. The people I'm talking to in the program who so desperately want to testify, they're the people saying this. They want you and your dad to scream from the rooftops about this and get answers.
There you go. Again, Ross is echoing the things that Greer has said. Greer has said that his whistleblowers feel stuck on the other side because they know they can't come out, but they so desperately want to because they know that this is unethical and it's kind of holding our entire civilization back by suppressing this technology and information. But they know that coming out is potentially risking their life, and people have lost their life by doing it. And, you know, I guess with this kind of technology, like who knows what kind of capabilities they have to remove somebody's life, right? If this is alien technology, like there could be ways that we don't even realize or think about that are potentials for these people to be losing their life, and they might know about them. And that's why they're so scared, because they know the capabilities, the reach, and the potential of these rogue organizations. Okay, so I mentioned that there's a clip of this crash retrieval. This video, I found it on X. It's an alleged snippet, and I'll show you it. It's taken from the chopper that Jake Barber was piloting at the time. Okay, I'm just going to play it, and then we'll talk about it.
That were exotic, and we know they were classified craft, and we recovered them and took them back to where they go. We did recover things that were exotic in nature in the sky, and we know they were classified craft, and we recovered them and took them back to where they go. We did.
Okay, so let me just drop this. Oh no, I'm coming, I swear. Okay, I want to get that clip up again. Hold on, I will get it. There we go. All right. So this, I'm unsure about this clip, and I'll tell you why. So the reason why I thought it was worth bringing in, hang on, let me just fix this up a little bit. I thought it was worth bringing in because one, that's obviously Jake Barber's voice that we can hear over the top, right? And he's not saying anything that we hear in that interview. So it does seem legit. It's got Don Jr.'s podcast label on the bottom left. It's got the News Nation tag at the top right. And it's got Don Jr.'s Rumble stuff on there as well. So it's got like all this branding. It's got the voice. It's a helicopter with a cable potentially picking up something. But the reason why I'm a bit unsure about it, unless they're going to be bringing more evidence they haven't talked about, is in the clip, Jake Barber says that this craft was retrieved at nighttime, and that when he looked at it, it was just so wild, and he knew straight away like what he was looking at was not of this world, that he had to take his night vision goggles off. He said he took them off and he kind of like rubbed his eyes and looked at it again to see if he was seeing things, and then put his night vision goggles back on. You do not need night vision goggles to look there. That is broad daylight. So I'm not sure what that is. Hopefully we're going to get more context to this video. But yeah, look, I just wanted to point that out because I found the clip. It looked legit, but then I also remembered that detail that kind of makes me wonder what is actually going on here. Okay. So again, I'm not telling you what to think. I'm trying to tell you to think, and whatever you do think of, let me know in the comments. Now, where have we seen an egg-shaped craft before? This is the, my mind, I'm weird, okay? My mind just saying like naturally draws patterns and tries to pull things together. And the first thing I thought about is, where have egg-shaped crafts turned up in UFO lore in the past? And the first thing that popped to mind was Lonnie Zamora. So this is a case that happened in 1964 in New Mexico, where a police officer heard like a giant bang or a roar while he was driving kind of, out in the Mesa Plains of New Mexico. And he kind of turned off, went towards what he saw, what he thought he saw was an upside down car. So like, a bad car crash, a car's rolled, it's on its back. And as he approached, he realized that it was actually like a rounded object that looked like white aluminium. And from his account, two people that looked like either small adults or tall kids wearing white overalls were standing outside of the craft. And there's not too much detail between that and when he says that it quickly took off and ejected this kind of blue-orange flame, or sort of energy below it. And then it left these markings on the ground, which are kind of hard to see in this photo, but that is the Lonnie Zamora story. Just a quick little history lesson, that there are people here that are new, that there are people here that only started looking into this stuff because of the drones, and they're about to realize that there's a whole history about this. There's a whole history here, okay? It's been going on for a long time. What I find interesting about that, though, is it is kind of described as flames in the lore, but that almost suggests it's like a combustion engine. But again, maybe that is just Lonnie Zamora describing what he saw with whatever he knew, or the best way he could explain it at the time. And, a jet or a combustion engine was probably the most high-tech thing back then. But if it's true, if it's real, I can't prove it. I think it probably wasn't a jet engine, okay? It was probably something we don't even understand. So, as I said, that's there's a whole history there, and we're gonna keep rolling because there's a lot to get into today. The next section is Jeremy Corbell. He's also come out with some really interesting claims over the last few days. He's brought out new evidence. He's angry. He's got a new video that's come out it's kind of getting called the new gimbal, because it looks and sort of behaves a little bit like the gimbal, but it's I would say it's a bit clearer, and there's a lot more going on. There's more to it. And we've got the person who filmed it talking about it. So I've got a clip of the video. I've put a side-by-side comparison with the old gimbal footage as well. But I've clipped this up. The original video is about 10 minutes. I'll try and remember to link it. There's going to be a lot of links in today's description. So if I miss one and you really want to see it, just let me know in the comments. I'll dig it up and I'll chuck it in there for you. But this is a video filmed in 2008 by Sergeant Matt Davis of the US Navy. And I just want to point out, before I show you the footage, I do think he mentions it, but just in case, there is a dot in the middle. That's not anything in the sky. That's the reticle of the infrared night vision goggles or binoculars that he's filming this through. Okay, so I just wanted to make that clear, but check this out.
Tell me your name, what you were doing in Iraq, your unit, what your role was.
Matt Davis, United States Marine Corps. The unit was 1st Light Armor Reconnaissance Battalion. I was a scout. I didn't laze it to see the exact how many meters it was away, but just me observing it, I'm going to say it's probably about 200 meters. I kind of seen something raise up, an object kind of come off the floor from that distance. And I was like, well, what is that? You know, and I was talking to myself, and I would probably say it went about 25 meters off the ground. And I seen it sway to the left, stop, and then sway back to the right. Maybe within like from that center point that it raised up to that 25 meters, 20 meters, it swayed about 30 to 50 meters to the left. And then coming back to that center point it originally raised up from, it went another 30 to the right and came back and started elevating upward. And I was like, this is weird. What the hell is this? I grabbed my camera. I had a little black looking case, popped it open, and it started filming. So I was looking through my camera screen and seen it raise up and keep continually raising. And on that thermal with the reticle, there's a little center dot, which is like your center visual. So I seen it raise up, and I was following it with the turret, just raising the turret up as I, so the barrel's gonna go. But I could tell it wasn't a plane or a helicopter. It was kind of a consistent speed shooting upward, not super fast, but it was just almost kind of like a floating object. And it just, there was nothing out in that area that we would have been operating. If there was, we would have known about it. Definitely the enemy didn't have any kind of helicopters or anything, or any helos or aircraft. I knew it was 100% worthy of filming a video. I was like, I knew it was something out of the ordinary. So I filmed it. As I was filming, I was like, oh, this has this shape. I wasn't thinking that. I was like, oh, this is just a strange object I'm seeing come off the ground and, swayed to the left, to the right, and then went upward and kind of didn't go straight up, but it kind of like veered a little bit and kind of, almost like a back and forth motion. It just kept kind of going up, and I went so high up.
So yeah, there's that. Another piece of the pie that's just broke in the last couple of days. And, I'm sure there will be people already that are complaining that it's not a 4K up-close video of a craft with aliens having an orgy inside. But honestly, just have a day off of Twitter, go outside, touch some grass, and if you can't support people coming forward with this kind of stuff, like, just get out of here, honestly. But look, that's not all from Corbell. The trailer for UFO Revolution Season 2 has just dropped, and he's pissed. He's kind of been pissed already, if you've been like sort of paying attention to him, but now he's really pissed. And I normally wouldn't just play like a random trailer for a UFO series, because I mean there's tons of them, but there's a story here and we're going to get into it. I wouldn't just play this for no reason. All right, so I'm going to play. I've actually cut the trailer down a little bit, so this is kind of a shorter version. I'll leave links to it in the description. But yeah, there's just so much to get into today. So this is a short version of the UFO Revolution trailer.
Releasing the jellyfish UFO has put a target on my back.
This is a potential threat.
There are 2 Department of Justice investigations. We've made public some information that people didn't want out.
I wouldn't take any chances if I were you right now, because you've got a bullseye on you.
The closer you get to the truth with this thing, the more pushback you get. I think people are going to tell the truth. If they don't, then I will.
There is a document that will be entered into the congressional record today about Immaculate Constellation.
Congress just lied to the American public. It is immeasurably dangerous. She knew it was a lie. So you want to explain it while we're recording? Because we're recording right now. I'm not going to be quiet. I'm fucking going to look everybody in the fucking eye. Whoever fucking lied, I'm going to say it in front of everybody.
We're dealing with a subject that is so explosive and so revolutionary. And anyone who's managing an empire that has a stake in keeping its power structure, they're not going to play nice.
When you're talking about people coming forward and those people no longer existing, that's a problem.
So you're saying that people have died in it?
Jeremy was pissed, and like I said, if you've kind of been paying attention, he kind of got made a fool of with the last congressional hearing. Like, he was hyping it up big time. Like, he was putting out tweets saying, like, we're about to change the world. Like, let's go UFO. Like, he kind of got made a fool of, because we all know that at the end of that hearing, like, it was pretty, if you pay attention to this topic, that hearing was kind of just like, oh, okay. Nothing new. It may be interesting for someone who's never heard about it before. But yeah, so he's saying that not only did he provide evidence to Congress before that hearing that was apparently supposed to, like, it had been agreed that it was going to be discussed during the hearing, and it wasn't. And he also took, prior to this hearing, with that evidence, an unnamed whistleblower in unannounced, which, you know, I don't know if that's the right thing to do, but, you know, anyway, who cares what I have to say? He took an unnamed whistleblower to these representatives, and this person gave a first-hand testimony. So I think someone who is like a first-hand person involved in these programs gave their own testimony, and Jeremy supplied this written evidence, I think, surrounding Immaculate Constellation, and it was just straight up ignored. Okay, here's another clip about Jeremy talking about that, and I've thrown in another clip about of Nancy Mace on top because it's not clear who he's talking about, but in that trailer you heard him say she was lying, and then he's like on the phone going, you know, come on then, tell the truth. But like, he doesn't drop names on like who. But anyway, check this out.
People like, we did it. We're going to get this stuff on congressional record. Firsthand whistleblower, in the sense that they were exposed to this information. We're all excited. And then it just, you guys will see, it just changes as the hearing goes on. Who is telling them that? Burchett came out the next day and said that he was warned not to mention me or the truth about what happened that day because of a national because of a security issue. That's the way he said it. But I know a little bit more. Yeah, dude, it was ominous. It was bizarre. It was controlled. It wasn't joyous. It was a setup. This whole thing was a setup. That's my personal perspective from what I went through for those many, many months prior. So who is telling them that? These are intelligence agencies. There's one in particular that was represented, and they're standing there in their suits, and they're calling out members of Congress to go sidebar in the middle of the hearing. You see them go up to Nancy Mace. I hope there's lip readers. I got some great videos. I'm sitting right there. What could Representative Burchett twice be saying to Nancy Mace up there in her podium in the dais? What could he be saying? What did Representative Luna say when she went up there being like, if you can read her lips, right? So it's like everybody was kind of caught off guard. There was an ominous feeling with a lot of the staffers too. Like, they're looking me right in the eye. They know what I've done over the months. They know what the plan is. And then they just look at you with these blank eyes because they knew something I didn't, which is that they were going to run this their way. They were going to do it their way. They're going to say whatever untruths they wanted. And it was a real shocker for me. I never saw it unfold in real time like I did that day.
So yeah, Jeremy Corbell got swindled at the last Congress hearing. And, you know, who is that guy whispering in Nancy Mace's ear? And, you know, I think the whole thing, especially with the evidence that Jeremy supplied, it was kind of talked about immediately after that the first page of this Immaculate Constellation document, which was actually supplied by Jeremy and not Michael Schellenberger, which Nancy Mace said during the hearing, that the first page got taken out and like redacted. And I think the reason at the time was kind of like, because it was just kind of Jeremy plugging like his Instagram, and, you know, he does kind of cop it a little bit for putting himself out there as the guy. So that was the story. But according to Jeremy, you know, there was evidence there that didn't get discussed. And in that clip that I overlaid there, it looks like that guy comes with a bunch of papers and he kind of pulls off one, and he's maybe saying like, you know, we're not talking about this one, but you can have these. I mean, look, I could be totally off the mark there, but, you know, who is that guy? Does anyone know? Let me know in the comments. So I'm not sure if like that's who he's pissed at these suits in the background that are manipulating the agenda from all the work that had gone in prior, or if it's like Nancy Mace, Tim Burchett, Anna Paulina Luna. Like, I don't know who he's referring to. It could be all of them. I don't know, but I'm sure these kind of things will come to light over time. So I've got one more clip of Corbell, and this has really caused I wouldn't even say mixed reaction. Well, look, I'm looking at Twitter, right? And look, everyone on Twitter is just a negative fuck. So everyone's upset about this on Twitter. And in it, though, he does refer to a new whistleblower with game-changing information. And I think, this is just my guess, that it's probably the same person who he's referred to in the videos we just watched, who went in and gave this testimony that's just been ignored. We've never heard about it. But it's not totally clear. And he then goes on to talk about something very interesting. And he's not the only one. I'll play it and then we'll get into it.
I am fucking exhausted. But I cannot stop now. Because there's a new whistleblower. And what that whistleblower has to tell is game-changing. Do I feel the pressure? Yeah, okay, yeah, of course I fucking feel the pressure. Do I feel the pressure? Yeah, I'm a fucking human being. So my mission is to tell the truth and to not be stopped in telling the truth. And to hold the motherfuckers accountable who lied to you. There's no stopping it. So despite my personal physical exhaustion, I am fucking ready. I took the risk of walking a whistleblower into multiple meetings unannounced, and that whistleblower provided documentation, verbal testimony about Immaculate Constellation.
Can I ask you something point blank?
Yeah.
The report says that Arrow could not locate any of the alleged UFO crafts. They have no knowledge of anything on that front whatsoever. Does Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick know the location of where the crafts are?
Yes. Fucking ass right now with polygraphs. If I say the wrong thing, this guy is fucked. And it also shows who I talk to. So I don't know how the fuck to say this to you. There is at least one location facility that I know Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick is hyper aware of. And that shit was covered up from the inside. I know that to be true.
So there's a couple of things to get into there. Obviously, the name dropping of Sean Kirkpatrick, the former head of RO. We'll get into that. But the obvious one that I'm sure you can probably guess why this has rubbed people up the wrong way is the theatrics, right? The close-ups, the tense music, the long pauses. People hate this, okay? But I want to say that, like, everybody is different, right? Jeremy Corbell is an artist. He's a filmmaker, if you couldn't tell. He's eccentric and he's expressive. And this bothers people. And, like, in a way, I can understand it because the theatrics remind people of, like, the X-Files. And a lot of people have worked super hard to bring this topic to light and to the public and steer it away from, like, the stigma and the drama of those kind of shows. It's the same reason that I had a problem with the Manhattan Alien Abduction show on Netflix, which I reviewed on this channel. It's the same kind of thing, right? A lot of people who are not artists, like the more rigorous academics who enjoy reading peer-reviewed papers and reviewing legislation, you know, like boring people, they don't like that, okay? But we need them, okay? They are great at doing what they do. They're the investigators. They're like they do the hard yards, I would say. But people like Jeremy Corbell help turn it into a visual presentation that is well and easily digested for people. But I do think he could tone down the theatrics a little bit. So just because, like, Jeremy Corbell has a different approach doesn't mean he has different intentions. He is a human being who is striving for the same goal as everyone else that's in this space. And I think just people need to have a little bit more understanding and stop throwing around the word grifter. I hate that word so much. And it seems to be the new buzzword to insult anybody who just, like, has a different opinion to the person who's using it. And look, let's be real. This is mainly happening on X because as much as I love free speech and I am an advocate for free speech, that doesn't mean it's not an absolute cesspit of idiots. But that's not a reason to censor it, right? That's a reason to educate people and be able to identify these idiots and to expand your awareness and expand your consciousness and not allow someone with a knockoff NFT anime girl display picture upset you for talking absolute dribble on the internet, okay? This is the greatest cover-up of all time. And the people who want to come out and call people grifters and liars, and again, you know, especially when you've got cartoon display pictures, if you're going to imply that you know that someone is a grifter and is a liar, put some evidence on the table, okay? Because, as I said, greatest cover-up of all time, unless you're part of the cover-up or you're in some kind of position where you know stuff, you don't know who's lying, okay? That this whole space is conjecture. So I just can't relate with or respect anybody who wants to get online and start pointing fingers and calling people liars, especially when you have no evidence, especially when your display picture is an anime girl and you don't even use your real name, okay? Like, if you want people to actually listen to what you say, maybe use your actual photo, get a verified account, and change your name, because otherwise no one gives a fuck what you have to say. Okay, sorry, I got a little bit heated there. I'm gonna just take a little drink of water. We get a little wound up sometimes. I'm sorry, I'm human. So the other half of that video that I wanted to go into is that Corbell name dropped the former head of RO, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, as someone who has blatantly lied to the public. And he also says that if he reveals his whistleblower, it'll reveal who he's talking to, and I'll come back to that in a sec. So, the fact that RO have lied to the public, like, again, if you pay attention, you would sort of already know this. This has been kind of obvious because Tim Gallaudet, who testified at the last congressional hearing, I'm not sure if it was at the hearing or just around that time, but he said that before that hearing, he was invited to RO when Sean Kirkpatrick was still working there. And he thought he was being invited, you know, this government agency who's about UFO disclosure and transparency is inviting me in, and I'm going to have a chance to tell my story, and I'm going to, you know, bring this to light. He said he got there and they spent like 2 hours just trying to explain to him why what he actually saw is just parallax and don't worry about it. And the fact that it got completely erased and wiped from the Navy's most sensitive email system it's nothing to, don't worry about that. Look somewhere else. Okay, so Jeremy isn't alone. Both of the people that we've already looked at today, so Ross Coulthart and Stephen Greer, have had their say about people in the government who are part of this cover-up. And it seems like their days are numbered. It really does. But let's look at this clip from Ross, who also is backing up what Jeremy says.
And that's exactly what my friend, the whistleblower, Jake, has done. He's done entirely the proper thing. These guys are patriots. They've gone to the Pentagon. They've told the Pentagon what they knew. And you know what the Pentagon did? It covered it up. That's what they did. They lied to you. They lied to you, to the American public, and to the Congress. And worst of all, Don, they've lied to presidents. But more importantly, if I was your dad, I would be summoning Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, the former director of RO, putting him in front of a blooming judge and deposing him, and demanding that he tell the truth about what he was told by my whistleblowers, because I know the Pentagon has been lying. And I don't know why they're lying. I don't know what pretext they're lying on. I don't know what flimsy national security excuse they're using, but this time they've gone way too far.
And that's not all. Let's check out this other clip from Stephen Greer.
The National Defense Authorization Act, which had a provision for safe harbor, which is amnesty for these kinds of figures, was passed unanimously by the Senate. And that got passed overwhelmingly by the Senate, but it was ripped apart in the House of Representatives by just a handful of bad actors who I'm pretty certain are in the back pocket of these legacy, covert, and rather disturbing programs. We know who they are, and we're watching that very carefully.
I mean, no wonder the guy resigned from RO. Like, he's literally been called out and caught lying to the public. And, you know, he took in whistleblowers who are risking their lives to bring this information out and who gave him their confidence to share their story under the condition that, they were helping and they were contributing. And then this guy just came out in public and turned around and said, "Nah, nothing to see here. We haven't got any evidence at all." That's what he said. He said there is no evidence. So you could understand why that has pissed a lot of people off and why he's probably resigned. But the big question is the new head of RO, John Kozlowski, just more of the same? And if you remember, he had his own little hearing that was, I don't think he went under oath, which is a question in itself, where it did seem like more of the same. But apparently this guy has a good rep, but I don't know. Time will tell. So let's move on to the next section now. We're going to be looking at Randy Anderson. So this is yet another Green Beret whistleblower who's just come out earlier this week on the Jesse Michaels show. And this was only like 4 or 5 days ago. But with everything else that's happened, like it already feels like old news. So I almost already feel like you guys have probably already heard about and seen this. But I'm sure that there are a lot of you that haven't, because you all don't have all day to watch YouTube like I do. So I've collected it all for you. So I'll give you a quick background on him before we go through the clips. His name's Randy Anderson. He is coming forward telling a story that happened in 2014 when he and another Green Beret soldier were taken down into a DUM, or a deep underground military base. And he wasn't familiar with this facility. I don't think he'd been there before. He certainly hadn't been that deep underground before. He made that clear. Yeah, and he wasn't sure why he was there. So look, the testimony is crazy. I've clipped up, and it's about an 1.5 hour episode, by the way. I'll link it in the description. Don't worry. But I've clipped up just a couple of small bits to kind of, show you the most wild parts. But you should go watch the whole story because it's really interesting. So let's check out the first clip.
Okay, so you're going underground. Did you know that there was an underground complex at Crane before this? Okay.
Absolutely not. Nope, wasn't briefed on it, didn't know about it, didn't have
So
anything.
what's going through your mind at this point? You're going down underground in an elevator with these random instructors.
Well, at the end of the day, man, I'm a soldier and I do what I'm told, so I'm just following orders and just going and, okay, we're going to go here, go stand there, do this. And me and the other guy were just being quiet and, not showing any emotion as we're trained to do. So I remember the first thing that stood out to me was that it was significantly more modern than everything up top.
At any point, did you say, "Hey, why are we down here?"
Hell
You're just
no.
kind of, yeah.
And you wouldn't. You wouldn't. It's not the way things are done. So you just do. You
totally.
Just do the thing. I ended up going through another security checkpoint, that was odd because we'd already gone through a significant level of security. And so I thought that was odd. This was more like going into a skiff. After that, we moved on down another hallway and got into an area that had a marking on the wall and said off-world technology.
It said off-world technology.
That, could have been a setup. It could have been something just thrown together. Sure. But it could have been something that's just how they had it.
But it said off-world technology.
Yeah. That obviously immediately started to feel what the fuck is going on, right? I don't know how else to describe it. Like I said, the lighting was different. The walls had maybe I would assume some type of Faraday material. Like everything was just a higher level of detail. The first object was a metallic basketball-sized sphere, and it was above a podium, and it looked like it was just levitating above the podium. And I remember at one point, trying to angle myself, what? How is that?
Do you think it could have been some sort of magnetic levitation? Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
But it's just levitating there.
It was just levitating. What stood out to me was the way the metal looked. It looked unnatural. The energy in the room, man, was just different.
What was the feeling you got looking at this thing?
Just an unease. Uneasy, uncomfortable, ominous. That's the best way I can describe it. So we spent a little time there, and then we went to the next object, and it was another metallic object, very, very strange looking, same type of vibe. It's hard to describe because it didn't get a full view of it, but it looked like something you could reach in and grab and pick up, and maybe it was something that would you could put on your arm, or something that would have to use it with their arm. That's the best way I can describe it. And it had a crystal type of display screen, or I don't know if it was a display screen. It was a square, rectangular, looked like it would potentially be a display screen, and it was sitting. It was not levitating. It was sitting on a table, and at that point, I'm looking at it, and it almost looked like a mirage type of effect. And in that, above that display screen, were these hieroglyphic symbols that I started to see appear.
anything going through your mind at this point as you're seeing?
Yeah, I was shitting bricks. I mean, yeah, it's terrifying. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what this is for. I'm just trying to just act like everything's fine.
Yeah.
Now, again, these are long clips. I'm kind of letting the clips tell the story here. So if you don't see anything, it's because it's been removed for copyright. But, you know, I've had a look around and I've seen some people using Jesse Michaels clips and quite extended versions. And I've kind of cut that up, you know, to try and avoid the copyright because that's not what I want to do, obviously. But I'm short on time. I'm trying to pull it all together for you. So I will leave a link to this episode in the video description. You should absolutely go check it out. I mean, if you're following me and you're not following Jesse Michaels, take a look at yourself in the mirror. I mean, you got to be up to date with that guy because he has his finger on the pulse. Now, we've got one more clip to go through, but those hieroglyphics that he says that he saw, right? He says that they looked very similar to the ones that Danny Sheehan describes that he saw on the side of a UFO craft that he got to see a photo of when he had the opportunity to look through the original Project Blue Book files. Now, Jesse Michaels has an entire episode with Danny Sheehan, and you can hear that story from Danny, and his whole history is just wild. I mean, the guy, he's seen some shit and he knows some people, okay? And he's a public interest and constitutional lawyer, okay? So he's a smart guy, he's in high places. Now, he said that these symbols look the same as what Danny shows, and I don't think I've got Danny's symbols in the clips because you should go and watch the video to see them. But at the start of this next clip, he is kind of referencing that episode that he watched of Jesse's. So let's check this out.
I saw that show, and what he had drawn is very close to what I seen. And also, I want to touch on something else that this correlates with. Documentary that I saw on YouTube about DMT.
Yeah.
And these guys were doing experiments with DMT, and they found that everybody was seeing these same symbols when they shined a laser a certain way and kind of diffracted the laser.
Yep.
In a way that you do like the double slit experiment.
Yes.
And in the diffraction, they saw these symbols, and those symbols are the same.
When you're looking at these hieroglyphics, you obviously don't have the context of the Danny Sheehan interview or whatever.
Nothing at that point.
So what's the first thing that goes through your head as to like what this is?
Well, first thing is like, am I hallucinating or am I seeing that? I was squinting and looking at it, and I think even one of the guys who was with us had asked me, like, because he saw me looking at it, had asked me if, like, everything all right? Or I don't remember exactly what he said, but he kind of inquired to why I was looking at it, and I was like, oh yeah, and I just kind of brushed it off and, you know, forgot about it. But I mean, not only did I see the symbols, but they were like changing to different symbols. So there was a movement to them as well. So they weren't just like static.
A holographic display, or like the technology showing it, did it feel prosaic, or did it feel like just something you'd never seen before as far as the display itself?
Holographic sure could have been, but it was very crisp. You know, like where I feel like the holographic technology I've seen at like CES or whatever, it's almost like kind of hard to,
like, you can see that it's a light.
You can tell that it's not, that it's not a solid object, or not a physical object.
Yeah. So you could see in that case that it was like a light display, and in this case, does it almost feel like it's like part of reality itself?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Wow. Very strange, man. Like this. I mean, I hadn't been exposed to anything like this before that or since. So,
and they didn't say, hey, so what you're about to experience is kind of trippy. They just took you into this room.
They just and maybe that was part of the point. It could have absolutely just been something that triggered on a evaluation for me and this guy, and they brought us out there to see if we'd react to the technology. That could have been a part of it.
Do you ask them at any point?
Well, so after a moment, I mean, have a moment to like kind of drink that in, and then they were talking about, and they were kind of talking to us and each other. It felt just weird, man. Almost like they were purposely making it awkward.
Yeah, wild. So the hieroglyphics that Randy saw, he claims they match what Danny Sheehan saw on the side of a crashed UFO, but they also match the symbols that are seen when you look through a diffracted laser shined on a wall after ingesting DMT. And look, just quickly, this is, again, something we covered a long time ago on Weird Week. So if you're new here, make sure you subscribe because, you know, you want to stay on top of this stuff. And if you were subscribed, you'd already know all about it. But I will give you a quick little recap on what that is about. So a man named Danny Gola, he went on the Danny Jones podcast to promote his upcoming documentary. And I actually had a look the other day. I don't think it's out yet. If it is and anyone knows, let me know, because I do really want to watch it. But he has done like rigorous testing, and he claims that literally everybody sees these symbols after ingesting DMT and looking in a diffracted laser shined on a wall, and that he's tested it with hundreds of people. And some of the people, some of his test subjects, he wouldn't even tell them what to look for. Some of them, he would tell them like, oh, you'll see a picture of a bird, and they'll go, no, I can't see a bird, but I can see these symbols. So like he has like done the work, apparently. And according to him, it's like a 100% strike rate that when you take DMT, you see these symbols that look like code. I think he even describes it kind of like, the classic Matrix code, but not green. Obviously, it's red. And they're not English symbols. They're like these weird hieroglyphics that no one can really recognize. And, what could this mean? Randy is saying these are the same symbols that he's seen on a UFO, on this out of this world technology, and that are visible through laser when you look at a wall on DMT. Like, does this leans into the whole simulation theory that Earth is like rendered and operated on some highly sophisticated biological computer, and this language is like the code that runs it. And are the people who are operating this craft, who have this language on it, are they responsible for operating the simulation? Is that why UFOs seem to like phase in and out of our reality? That's why they're so hard to capture on camera, and perhaps how they defy our understanding of physics, because they write the code. Okay, they can write whatever code they want. I mean, it's extremely interesting. That's all conjecture, but all of these details are apparently lining up. And look, again, we've been talking about the convergence. Randy, what are you doing with Stephen Greer? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? All of these people who have never mentioned each other are all coming out. Okay, I found this photo on X. I don't have much more context for it, but Stephen Greer for a long time has been talking about a group of Green Berets that are coming out as whistleblowers, and he says it's all kicking off in the next 24 hours, probably by the time this is out. So yeah, wild. I believe that there is like a counterintelligence play being played against the legacy program and against the people who are behind this cover-up and who want it to remain covered up.
So you were running a counter surveillance operation against the very organizations.
That's a red team's best tool right there. So you play multi-dimensional chess.
Ah, yes. Look, some people have started calling me Josh Stradamus, but honestly, Psionic Josh is fine. No, look, I'm just kidding. But earlier in the week, I did say that it seems like there is a counterintelligence thing that's being played against the legacy program. And just yesterday, in Jake Barber's full extended 2.5-hour edition of the interview, they confirmed that. Ross Coulthart confirmed that as well. And funnily enough, the theme of today's show is all about human potential, but we have a whole bunch of stuff to get into as well. And I'm really pumped up about today's show. I'm excited. So I've got a few clips from the extended version of the Jake Barber interview, which we're going to show and we're going to talk about as we go through it. We're also going to be discussing the egg, okay? Is it a craft or is it a gift to raise our consciousness? I've got an update on both of the 4chan leaks that we went through earlier in the week as well, and both are quite interesting. But as I said, the main theme of Weird Week, January, week 4 in 2025 is all about humans having psychic potential. And I've found instructions from a very well-known figure within this space that explains how you can try it for yourself. And we're going to be looking at that. Now, towards the end of last year, I was saying that 2025 is going to be huge. You could feel it. I could feel it, and I wasn't the only one. And before January has finished, I have a non-satire video with instructions about harnessing your own psychic ability. It really is just wild. Now, I've also got a couple of little UFO sighting clips to show you guys. Now, you can find, odd, blurry videos of strange things in the sky anywhere these days. On X, on TikTok, they're everywhere. I'm not going to waste your time with an average video, but I have a clip of 3 orbs rotating exactly like they do in the MH370 videos, and then also a very clear video of the drones arriving in Australia. They have made their way down under officially, and we're going to be looking at that. So like I said, guys, I'm really looking forward to this show. If you're new here, my name is Josh, and I cover all the weird and strange things around the world, which at this point seems to be converging with just baseline reality, okay? Everything seems to be very odd at the moment. This is just our weekly recap show, though, so I also do post regularly throughout the week, kind of keeping you up to date. So if this sounds like your kind of jam, make sure you subscribe, and that way you can keep up with all the things that you won't find on the mainstream news. So let's just hook straight into the show, guys. We're gonna kick it off today with the egg. Okay, we're gonna be talking about the egg because people are calling it a craft, and it is in the air and it comes down to the ground. So I understand that, allegedly via psionic summoning, but I feel like craft is not the right word. But I could be wrong, and I'm always open to that. We know that elements of the truth have always kind of been littered out in dribs and drabs through entertainment, through movies, through TV shows, since forever. It's pretty well documented. It is largely speculated that Steven Spielberg was essentially commissioned to write Close Encounters of the Third Kind and E.T. to desensitize and prepare the population for a government-led disclosure campaign that just never eventuated. I don't know why, but that is the story. That's not me telling you, that is the story. So, and Steven Spielberg still openly holds a very keen and firm interest in the phenomenon, even today, and is actually working on his next big movie coming out in 2026, which is called The Dish. And just before we really get into this egg segment, which I'm really excited for, I just want to show you this quickly because this came out very recently, and this is from one of the actors who has read the script for this movie, The Dish by Steven Spielberg, okay? This is what he says. I'll tell you this. I finished reading the script and I bawled. I thought it was one of the most beautiful scripts about our humanity. I think it was just the most beautiful film about our humanity, and I literally cried because Steven Spielberg believes in the possibility of the human beings we could be. That's what I'll tell you. From what's out there in the world, it's an untitled sci-fi experience. You know, Steven's always concerned about the stars and the moon, so I think that's what I can tell you. So I think this movie is going to be very interesting, and it ties into this segment we're about to dive into about the truth being filtered through our media to either desensitize us, or perhaps it's been used to have like a easy way to discredit people who actually discover what's really going on. So the possibility of what humans could be. That seems to be the theme of this disclosure push at the moment, at least if we're looking at the angle of Jake Barber and Stephen Greer. So given this concept, I wanted to look at a few things about where the egg has popped up in pop culture over time. And the big obvious one that a few people have been talking about already on social media is Mork. And Mork isn't meant to be that small, Mork. So while I talk about Mork, I'll try and make him bigger. There we go. Hopefully the rest of these images also aren't small. So, Mork from Mork and Mindy. If you can't tell, he's played by Robin Williams there, and he was an alien from the planet Ork who came to Earth in this egg-shaped spacecraft to study human behavior. And this show came out in 1978. That's 1 year after Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. But hey, that's probably a coincidence, right? It's always a coincidence. There's plenty more coincidences that we're going to get into. So speaking of Steven Spielberg again, the spaceship in E.T. was not quite an egg, but okay, these are all a little bit off, so that's okay. This is a live show. We do this on the fly. It's all good. So this is the spaceship from E.T., right? Now it's not quite an egg shape, but what's interesting is that it's not a flying saucer. It's not a disc, and I would even say, even in the last, like the whole idea of orbs and spheres is really only coming into this like mainstream within the UFO community in say like the last 10 years tops-ish, on a real mainstream level. Before that, it was still discs, it was still flying saucers and UFOs. So for something like this to appear in 1978, or sorry, I think this was 82, ET, it was around this time. I thought was just interesting. So I thought I'd throw that in there. Now, another thing is cartoons. Now, if we've got any 90s children here, like myself, you might appreciate this one. Now, again, it's not quite the egg shape, but it depicts... Yeah, okay, we'll resize it. That's cool. It depicts aliens coming to Earth that have these sensational, extraordinary powers, right? So, and I'll give you a little bit of context here because I am a nerd and I do like Dragon Ball Z. But it's relevant. I'm not just going to yap about Dragon Ball Z. So, if you don't know Dragon Ball Z, the two people you can see there are Saiyans, right? So they're not human, but they look human, right? They look human and they came to Earth and they could basically blend in with humans if they wanted to, but they possess these extraordinary powers of strength and, you know, they can channel energy and do all these kind of crazy things, right? But you wouldn't know unless you saw them do it. And what's interesting is in the show, there are also hybrids. So there are people who are from Earth who have genetically inherited these Saiyan abilities who over time, who they like, so when they're born, they naturally don't really know, but over time they can kind of focus on and train and enhance and develop these abilities and become just as powerful as a Saiyan. Now, the reason why I felt like it was worth explaining that is because the idea of alien human hybrids is not far-fetched. Like it's all part of the same narrative, right? So I just thought that was interesting. Now, if we come a little bit more recent, and I'm preparing to resize this one. Oh, it worked. Amazing. This is, we all know the story of Superman, right? Now, the way Superman arrived on Earth has been depicted in many different ways. But it's always a pod. It's always like some kind of little capsule, right? This is from quite a recent rendition of Superman called Superman and Lois. And this is Superman arriving on Earth as a baby in a little egg-shaped pod. So again, it's a human who comes from another planet who could blend in with all the humans here if he wanted to, but he possesses these extraordinary powers. It's interesting. Now, another one, this one's maybe a little bit of a stretch, but it's going to tie into the rest of the show a little bit later, so bear with me. You know I like to weave. The movie Arrival. Now, first of all, if you haven't seen this movie, I highly recommend you watch it. It's a fantastic movie. If you're into this topic of aliens and UFOs and whatever, but you kind of struggle with generic kind of sci-fi movies, like I kind of do. Like I love this stuff, but I do struggle a bit with like your average sci-fi. I highly recommend this film. It is fantastically written. It's got beautiful cinematography, and unlike the more sort of cheesy line of sci-fi, this movie explores the concept of non-linear time, which is something that is spoken about in the UFO narrative, and humans having the ability to see it. So humans having the ability to see the future and have these kind of extrasensory perception, psychic, psionic abilities. So it's very fitting. If you've never seen this, I really, really do recommend it. And if you do watch it, let me know what you think. Now, the next one is actually a book. And this is going to set up the rest of the show. So this is a book called Mind Reach: Scientists Look at Psychic Ability. This was written by Russell Targ and the very famous Hal Puthoff and was published in 1977. Again, there was obviously something going on in the late 70s and 80s, and I really feel like there were plans to prepare the public and get some of this stuff out there, and then something happened and that all changed. I don't know what, but I think if we look at the themes that were around in the pop culture at the time and this being released, I think there's probably something to that. Or maybe it's just a coincidence. So, on this book that talks about psychic ability, we have an egg. An egg that is cracked open with what looks like a cosmic web of an infinite space. And this egg with the cosmic web of infinite space has absolutely zero context with the actual book, right? It's about psychics and studying them and mind reach and these very well-known scientists. What is the egg, though? How does that relate? Well, we don't know. That's why it's interesting. So this, like I said, this was published in 1977, but a handful of pages were redacted and classified. But in 2003, They were declassified, and they contain information on how you can have a go at remote viewing yourself. And as always, I have them for you. Of course, I have them for you. I'm not going to invite you over to my house without any food for you. Okay, come on. I look after you guys. But just quickly, I wanted to throw this in here while we are looking at interesting depictions of eggs over time. This is the Anunnaki or the Sumerian gods, right? Now, everyone looks at this. I'm going to make this a bit bigger, actually. Everyone looks at this and says, a lot of the questions are usually like, what is the basket? You know, we always see them holding a basket in these hieroglyphic depictions around the world. What's on their wrist? That looks like a wristwatch, and it does. Good question. But what is in his hand, in his right hand? That looks like an egg. We have zero context here. Now, what I will say though is that sometimes this shape is depicted as a pine cone. So it's like the same shape, but it has texture within it that represents a pine cone. So of course, it could be a pine cone, or it could be an egg basket. And this god is coming down with this basket of eggs and is gifting these eggs to humanity. Are these Sumerian gods who allegedly seeded Earth seeding planets with these eggs that emit a divine frequency that connects with the human mind and elevates us over time? Is this how we went from cavemen apes to where we are today in a comparatively very short amount of time to our total existence? That's what we're about to talk about. Now, we've got a bit of a tangent incoming, okay? What I'm about to talk about is not part of the show. Well, it wasn't until I was writing it. And then it just kind of felt like something came over me and I just kept writing, and this is what I have to say. So, these things, as Jake Barber has said, they elevated him, okay? So a frequency connected with him and has stuck with him. And as is said through people who discuss this topic, that to have telepathy, to have these kind of abilities, the most important thing is that you are open to it, that you have an open mind. So I think this is really important, and it completely relates to the whole theme of the show. And I just have this feeling that I wanted to share this with people. So we're speaking about elevating us if we choose to connect with this divine energy and opening our minds to the possibility, right? Only if we choose to. The universal law that we all hear about is that nobody can change your free will. That's like the one universal rule. The divine and spiritual with limitless potential is there if you choose to see it. Not just see it, but are open to it, the truth of it, and accept it. And it's hard to accept because we are told that it's not true, that psychics aren't real, and that spiritual people are just like dumb hippies, right? That is what we are fed. Well, okay, now it's coming out that that is not the case. And we've got a whole heap of, basically, I've cut up Jake Barber's interview, but I'm not looking at a lot of the clips that everyone's been sharing on socials. To be honest, like the things that I've got here, I feel like are much more important that relate to this. So why are we being told that if these things have been studied by the CIA and Project Stargate, and Jake Barber is saying that psionic assets are used regularly to connect and bring these craft down, why have we not been told about this? If this information has been known and studied for a long time, who has decided to hide it from us? Who wanted to keep humanity in the dark and keep our potential hidden from us? Well, it's obviously whoever is in charge, right? It's whoever is pulling the strings, and whoever those people are also seem to be obsessed with conflict and war and filling your mind with fear, okay? Because they're in charge. The people in charge haven't told us about this ability until some whistleblower came out and told us. And the people in charge have also had us in a state of war for the best part of a century. A whole century. That is evil. Okay, that is a negative energy, a dark force at play, and it has been winning. Now, I mean, obviously, like, look around you, evil is winning. I'm sorry, but it is, and it's also important to say that it hasn't won, it's not over, and it's not finished. But right now, if you look at the world, I think we could agree that evil is on top. But just like the divine, as Jake Barber has said, evil can't affect your free will. It only wins if you let it in, or if you allow it to. If you shut your mind off to your amazing potential and live a life of consumption and greed like you're told to, you will propagate that same energy in your reality, and all of that same energy will just come straight back to you, and you will then live in this cycle of consumption, greed, and fear, just like you're told to. So let's take a look at this. You may have seen something like this before. If any of you guys are feeling like in a bad place, which is totally normal right now because the world is not in a good place, if you're feeling like stuck, low, or at a really bad point in your life, I think really knowing and understanding that there is a literal pathway back to reclaiming your mind is way more empowering than any medication or drug is ever going to be. And I'm telling you this because I've taken this path myself from the very bottom pretty much to somewhere close to the top. And I'm telling you this stuff from a first-hand experience, that it is real and it works. And I know it can, if you are somewhere down here at the bottom of this scale, it can feel extremely overwhelming and confusing. And you're probably asking, like, where do I start? I'm not going to stay on this for too long, but I do think it's important to talk about. So, simple things. Go for a good walk, work up a little sweat, and then come home and eat a good meal. That's it. Do this, but if you do this, I want you to analyze it. Before you go on a walk, think about how you're feeling. Maybe write it down and be honest with yourself. If you're feeling like dog shit, write it down. Write how you're feeling. Do the walk, come home, eat the good food, and do it again. And be honest and analyze how you're feeling. You will see an improvement. You will. As we're about to see soon, it's not philosophy. This isn't like good vibes. This is physics. Okay, this is the kind of physics that are going to be injected into the mainstream very soon. That's my opinion and feeling based on the way this trajectory is heading. So, like I said, you will see an improvement, and that right there is then your proof of concept. And now you're going to take that strategy and start to employ it on a larger scale. Okay, so then you can start looking at things like meditation, giving time for your mind to clear and unwind, because it is a crazy fast-paced world that we're in right now, and your poor brain sometimes needs time to just chill and relax for a second. Maybe put on some music that you really like, because music is obviously frequency, and you put on those frequencies that make you feel good, it's going to lift you up. Talk to a friend or a family member who makes you feel good. The more of these positive actions and positive intentions that you create, the faster you will climb up this scale. The more you do, the faster it'll go. It's simple. It seems hard, but you follow the steps and it works. Now, in what feels like a different life now, I can probably put this down for a moment. In what feels like a different life for me now, I was a very pessimistic and negative person. I remember seeing people who had like success in their life and were happy, and feeling emotions like resentment and like jealousy and anger, thinking things like, yeah, it must be nice to be so successful and so happy. Like total victim mentality, which is, I know it's embarrassing, right? But it's true. And I'm not afraid to admit it. And I'm not afraid to admit it because I think this could help people. I even have this, let's pull this up for a sec. I even have, if we look here at 175, you see the word pride. I have that word tattooed on my hand. You're probably not going to be able to see it, but I do. That was my first tattoo when I was 18 years old, along with that one, which says something else. But this one is the only one that's actually on this chart. And at the time, I thought it was awesome. I was, proud, now I don't resonate with that at all. In fact, I've thought about getting it removed, but I won't do that because in a way, it's part of my story, right? It's part of your story, and you shouldn't be ashamed of who you are and your journey and Everyone starts in different places, and we'll make our way in our own time. So people like that, the people that I was just referring to, who I thought were so happy because they had all this success in their life, I now realize that they're not happy because they're successful. They're successful because they're happy. And that true happiness comes from within and like doing that kind of inner work. For some people, okay? Some beautiful people are just born with a smile on their face from day one, and they are the lucky ones. But that was not the case for me. Now, I want to add this as well, that sometimes your environment that you're in can have a dramatic effect on your mood. This is something that Dr. Andrew Huberman has spoken about from a much more scientific point of view than I can give you, but I can give you the layman's version of it. So when you've been stuck in a low vibrational state, feeling, a lot of the things in like the lower third of this table here for an extended period of time, maybe even go as far as being depressed, your mind begins to attribute those emotions to your surroundings, okay? And you might wake up, open your eyes for the day, nothing's happened, nothing has happened to ruin your day yet, but you see the same wardrobe with clothes hanging out of it, you see the same pictures on the wall, your lounge suite, your dining table, all the things that you've been looking at every day when you've been feeling shit, and all of a sudden your brain starts being like, okay, yeah, that's right, we feel shit. That's right. Yes, we feel shit. That's what we do. So suddenly your mind is firing all of these emotions and feelings that it's used to attaching to these objects, and now suddenly you're hating your life and you've just woken up, nothing's even happened yet. Okay, this is science. Sometimes a holiday can fix this, but if it's bad, you'll probably get back from your holiday and again, you'll see all of those things and you'll probably get ripped to an even lower place. Sometimes it gets called like, post-holiday depression, post-holiday blues. Okay, that is real. So if this is the case, as extreme as it is, moving to a new place and getting a fresh start could be really beneficial. Doesn't mean move state or anything like that. You don't have to move country. Just even if you just moved down the road, it's about just different surroundings, a fresh slate, wipe the mind clean, start again. These things are real. So you might be looking at this chart as we've been talking about it and thinking like, where do I fit in? Like, where do I think I am in this right now? And I want to highlight that this isn't linear, right? You might be experiencing like right up the top, like love and joy and peace on a pretty daily basis. You're vibing really high, you're feeling good. That doesn't mean like you're never going to get angry or you're never going to have grief come into your life. It's okay to like feel those emotions, right? But it's not like you're never going to experience them, but it's how you deal with them and how quickly you can process them, forgive, accept, understand, and let it go. Okay? Because when you hold on to those emotions, they stay with you and they are like an anchor on your energy. Okay? You will never go up there if you are holding on to someone who hurt you a long time ago, or if you are still pissed off at someone who, screwed you over at work, or an ex that cheated on you or something like that. Forgiving is not for the other person. It is for you, because while they're off living their life, being happy, not even thinking about you, you're there angry, ruining your own life thinking about them. So they're even screwing you over again. The longer you hold on to it, the longer they're screwing you over. Okay, so you owe it to yourself to let it go. Now let's look at this. Everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. It can be no other way. This is not philosophy, this is physics. And that was Albert Einstein. This is someone who traditionally is regarded as the best thinking and problem-solving brain that we've ever had. And if you can't take his word for it, then I don't know what to tell you. This stuff is real, and you can change your reality if you're unhappy with it by an order of magnitude by just simply changing your mindset and perspective. And according to Jake Barber and many others who have made similar claims before him, you can't access these, I wouldn't even say, you can't access these psionic abilities that we all apparently have if you are operating in low vibrational states. It's that simple. Raise your vibration and you literally begin to engineer your reality with intention and application. Again, I have experienced this personally. Now, I will read you how Hal Puthoff explains how anybody can begin to learning to remote view and sharpen their sixth sense. But first, I want to look at a few clips from the extended version of Jake Barber's interview to give context, right? Because, you know, these things are very heavy hitting. They're very impactful. And I feel like rather than just give it to you straight away, we got to let it cook a little, okay? I want to give you the context, understand what we're doing, and then we're going to throw it down and we're going to learn how to remote view, okay? So, as according to Jake Barber's interview, human psychic abilities is, in my opinion, the main revelation from that video, not the egg, okay? The egg is interesting. That's why I wanted to talk about it. But what we really need to be focusing on here is the fact that we're all apparently have the potential to be psychic. And that I think that could change humanity. So let's move into Jake Barber now and start checking out some of those clips. So the first one that I'm going to show you, he's basically referring to his experience, the divine frequency that connected with him when he was retrieving this craft.
Do you think it's made you a better person, that experience?
It has made me a more sensitive and aware person, which I think all of us would be better people.
So that was a moment when you became aware of, at the very least, a technology that had the capacity to touch you remotely. Telepathically.
There we go. A technology, some kind of alien technology connected with him and made him a more sensitive and aware person. Maybe these eggs are a technology designed to lift up our civilization. The questions behind the origin and the meaning of this egg are very profound, and I'm not going to pretend like I know, but we will speculate and I will give you my opinions. But I will say that all of us, all of humanity, if we are to open our mind and accept this and lean into it, would be better people and we would create a better world.
And I understand he ran the gifted and talented education program for that school district.
Yeah, you could say he was the ambassador for this area for the GATE program, which was a program for gifted and talented kids. And my personal experience with that was great. It was, I just got pulled out of normal class a couple of times a day, at least twice, and got to go to a private classroom where I had one-on-one time with a staff member there who played a lot of games with me inside and outside, and we ran a number of creative classes together. And outside of that, I also, after school, I would attend, I had a private art teacher, I learned music. And so I felt like I had a unique education experience as a kid. But what I used is intuition. If we make a spectrum and we put intuition on the conservative side, let's say the right side of the scale, on the more far out side, that might be something that looks a lot like telepathy or telekinesis. And we call this psionics, which we can talk about. And so I knew I was intuitive, I knew I was creative, and I also know I had good imagination. And so looking back, it was clear that becoming a red team expert, those are the tools that I would deploy. My intuition and creativity is what made me successful in that capacity.
I'm quite struck by how many very senior elite soldiers, special operations soldiers, when they admit what they do in a combat situation where they're facing imminent harm, there's often a moment where they talk about intuition, precognition. They knew something was about to happen. Does that happen to you?
Yeah, I would say that I have a keen ability to make good decisions, short term and long term. I also find comfort in chaos, you could say. and I actually see things more clearly in chaos and tend to make very wise decisions.
And is that a quality that you recognize in a lot of your colleagues in special operations?
Yeah, you might be interested to know that people at an elite operator level, there's a lot of them that are left-handed, a lot of them that were artists as kids or still are, very good drawers, illustrators, musicians. They're also, if you were to describe their personalities, you might find yourself using some oxymorons like peaceful warriors, sensitive savages, you could say. That's a real thing. And I'll add one more. We're a bunch of dead serious goofballs. So there's this dichotomy between feminine and masculine at the extremes that I don't know if you could go as far as to say as the big blue Air Force and the big black Department of Defense knows what they're doing, and they're prospecting for these kids at a level, and they're planning this long-term, well-thought-out path. But what you will find is that we end up making our way there.
So there's a couple of things we want to talk about in that clip. First of all, he talks about the GATE program. So that is the Gifted and Talented Education program. That this is not new. This is not a revelation. The people, as far as I know, people kind of pieced together the GATE program by over time. These people, as they grew up and, you know, got into their 20s and 30s and the internet came out, they started, I think, getting in touch with other people and connecting dots and realizing that, like, hey, did you, like, I used to get pulled out of school and get taken to this like weird thing where we would just do like little games and solve puzzles and whatever. And this program was scouting children who had the potential for a natural level of ESP, essentially. And people began to piece this together. So this is just more evidence that this stuff has been around for a long time. And Jake Barber is saying that the people who end up in these high-level positions as operators and these psionic assets, they've all got these same qualities. And he said things like peaceful warriors, sensitive savages, dead serious goofballs. To me, this sounds like people who have a very balanced masculine and feminine energy, people who are in balance and alignment. And he said people with psychic abilities are often creatives, writers, musicians, artists. And a big thing that rang a bell for me was when he mentioned artists. So I've got a big weave here for you, okay? So this is another little clip, it's 2 minutes. We just mentioned, when we talked about Arrival, the idea of non-linear time. And again, Arrival, very artistic movie, beautifully presented, beautifully written, great cinematography. And Jake is suggesting that creative people are usually prone to having these psychic abilities. Abilities that potentially allow people to see the future or tell the future.
As an artist, when we get into our flow, we're not consciously thinking about every decision that we make. We're not consciously thinking about every brush stroke that we do. And I'm sure all artists would agree with that. And I'm sure they would agree that after being in these kind of flow states where you're not really consciously thinking, there's always a weird sense of time distortion.
Like, it can feel like 2 hours is in 20 minutes. You're just kind of away and you're off and you're just creating. When we enter this state, my personal belief is that we are tapping into some form of higher consciousness that operates from a higher dimension. Now, if you believe in the block universe theory, where time exists as the fourth dimension, meaning that all moments in time, past, present, and future, exist simultaneously in a block of space-time, and we just exist within a certain point of that block. Some people assimilate it to a loaf of bread, and that the whole loaf of bread is everything that's ever and will exist, and we are just one slice. The whole loaf exists at the same time, but we can only perceive us and our slice and where we are. Now, this is actually a theory that Einstein laid the foundations for, and that many scientists and theoretical physicists have since then supported and built upon. So if this is the case, it would mean that our higher self, our greater consciousness, is operating from a higher dimension. And if the fourth dimension, time, is the next one, it would mean that it's operating from a place where the past and the future is visible. Meaning that when artists get into their flow state, I'm going to try and explain this as best as I can. they're drawing some kind of subconscious inspiration from a direct and free-flowing creative communication line with a version of themselves that is operating from a place that is all-seeing and eternal. And that's how, I believe, the Simpsons creators did this. Ah, yes. Josh Stradamus strikes again. Now, we have a little bit more from The Simpsons in today's episode, but we're going to save that for a bit later because I don't want to get too distracted here. Let's look at the next clip. This one is a good one.
I'm told that there are particular indigenous communities around the world, Native Americans, people in different third world countries, who apparently have enhanced psychic abilities that are recognized.
Sure. I think most people could grasp the idea that perhaps people that are from other cultures, our culture leaves a lot to be desired when we look at the contaminants that exist in our food, contaminants that exist in our drugs, and contaminants in our culture. And some of these contaminants, it turns out, aren't great for your spirituality or your consciousness or your psionic abilities. And so those who live a particular lifestyle or live in a culture where they have a more natural or direct way of life with nature and their surroundings seem to, within those groups of people, there's a little bit higher demographic than there typically is for those with a psionic ability. So these people are sought out and are used to contribute to the research that might be going on with the psionic.
I want to put something to you.
Yeah.
I've spoken myself, you haven't told me this, but I've spoken myself to people of Native American background, Indigenous Americans, who say that this is a particularly popular thing for recruitment from the program to happen in Indigenous American communities.
Yes, I know that for a fact.
There are also people from countries in the third world where these abilities are recognized and not treated with stigma as we do in the Western world.
Yeah, there is no stigma. In fact, if there's any stigma, if you're the one who's not playing along, you might be the outcast in those cultures.
So the irony is that part of your discovery inside the program is that there genuinely are people who can actually make a mental, spiritual connection to a technology.
Yes, 100%.
Wow. There's a lot to unpack here, guys. So this is crazy, and I don't really want to smile when I say it, because the fact that Western culture has publicly, blatantly denied these abilities and almost treated Indigenous people like outcasts, meanwhile, they're bringing them in and exploiting their incredible ESP abilities. Like, that is actually horrific. The fact that all over the world, the white man has came in and ripped up Indigenous culture, conquered their land, and then at some point has realized that these people have these exceptional capabilities. And rather than championing them, asking them to teach and lead and help us, they've suppressed it, lied about it, filled your head with war and propaganda, and made sure you keep just chasing the dollar in the rat race. Meanwhile, they're using those exceptional abilities to their own benefit. I don't know how to say this any other way, but it honestly feels like the root of Western culture is evil. We are the bad guys. Now, not you and I, like you and I aren't responsible for this, but we are responsible, if we choose to be, and I think we should, for making a change. You know, when people grow up with childhood trauma because of a poor upbringing, which happens a lot, sadly, we have empathy, right? Because it's not their fault. But once you become an adult, unfortunately, it is now your responsibility to work on those things and fix them, okay? You have to take responsibility because that's just life, and life isn't fair, and we know that. Zoom out and expand that concept, and this is what we are dealing with here as a society. We need to fix the generational trauma of our culture, Western culture. Again, I've experienced this firsthand. As an Aussie, I'm lucky enough to live a 4-hour flight from Bali, which is a very cheap holiday for us, and I go there regularly. I love Bali. And if you've never been to Bali, and I'm sure there are other countries in the world that are like this, Thailand is very similar, but I think Bali is a better example because you will go to Bali and you will red pill yourself on how fucked Western society is. The people who live there have nothing. Nothing. Compared to us, they have nothing. They live in small, tiny, very average and basic houses, some of which their whole house is probably the size of your bedroom. And a mum, dad, and a kid might all sleep in there. And that is their house, okay? I'm not exaggerating. And they are the happiest and most beautiful people you will ever meet in your life. And you know what else they don't do? They don't consume the news like we do. And a lot of them don't even own a TV. They call Bali the land of smiles. That's like the nickname, right? And it's for a reason, because this country is not caught up in the rat race chasing materialism and wealth. The roads in the tourist areas of Bali are an absolute nightmare. Like, it's so busy, especially these days because it's getting so popular. You are constantly like bumper to bumper. There's scooters everywhere. And by the way, there's basically no road rules. It's a literal free-for-all. And nobody gets road rage. The traffic just ebbs and flows, and it moves like the ocean. It's so weird, and it just works. Like, everyone just kind of looks out, respects each other, and of course they have crashes sometimes, but so do we. We have red lights and all that kind of shit. People still crash. So it's, you know, it's not to do with the way they do it. Crashes just happen. And then, so you experience that, and no one gets road rage. You come back to Australia, the roads aren't like that at all. They're still busy, but not like Bali. And the people who live in their nice 3-4 bedroom house with 2 brand new cars, stressed as fuck, racing to get back to work to try and earn a promotion, screaming at someone who's just cut them off, not even considering that the person who cut them off might be in an emergency. Maybe they're running late for something. We don't think about that. We just give them the middle finger and scream at them, right? We are fucked. We lack understanding and we lack empathy, and it really needs to stop. Now, when I say we are fucked, not all of us, okay, I don't want to paint us all with the same brush because there are heaps of good people, but I would say the majority are. I'd say the majority are fucked, unfortunately. And another interesting little fact about Bali and the UFO phenomenon is, well, and the psionics, is that Bali is an island of Indonesia. And where was Michael Herrera when he claims he saw a giant 300-foot craft being loaded by a Black Ops unmarked military full of shipping containers that contained people? People that Jake Barber says Jake Barber confirmed that were being trafficked for their psionic abilities. Indonesia. Okay? That was in Sumatra. That's Indonesia. Same as Bali. So connect the fucking dots there. Now, I do just want to say that the word trafficked was part of the narrative before Jake Barber came out. And Jake Barber has kind of clarified that it's a shame that term got used because, yes, these people get scooped up in natural disasters. Okay, so when these tsunamis happen, which is why Michael Herrera was there, these people who lose their homes from countries that aren't calcified by Western culture and naturally have these abilities are kind of scooped up, taken to the United States and offered the opportunity to try and see what their natural ESP is like and to develop it further. And then they use them as assets and give them a fully paid and looked after life that is probably thousands of times comfier and lavish than what they're used to living in Indonesia. Trust me. So I just wanted to clarify that thing up about the trafficking thing. Now, just before we get into the next clip, this is an older video of mine, okay? It's about the Hopi prophecy, the age of purification. And if what I'm talking about right now about Western culture versus Eastern culture, if it's resonating with you and you haven't seen that video, go and check it out. It is a bit of an older video of mine, but the message that was given to us by the Native American Hopi tribe in 1972, the prophecy is much older than that, needs to be heard even louder now. Okay, so if you haven't seen that, I'd recommend you go and check it out. But let's look at the next one.
What do you speculate brought that craft down?
Well, I'm certainly speculating, but after my experience, I think what may have happened in that case is it may have been a craft that was attracted to a psionic asset or was being operated by a psion. If that craft was ours and it was being operated psionically, there's this thing called link loss. Link loss is it's a common phrase used with drone operation. Drones are, or UAVs as we call them, unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAS, they're also called that, unmanned aerial systems, are operated remotely. In the off chance that there's a disconnect between the operating system or the transmitting side and the receiving side within these craft, it's called a link loss. And when that happens, our man-made systems are designed to RTB, or return to base, or they can go to designated landing sites in a link loss. So that same system would be deployed, because commonly what happens with a psionic asset who's using a form of intuition and consciousness to connect with a craft, there's a disconnect, we call it, which is like link loss. I can tell you, when we run exercises using the psionic assets in an intentional environment to get samples to the ground, we intentionally disconnect the psionic asset so that the HPM systems can be energized, because there are some potential issues that can happen if the psionic asset is still connected to the craft when it's hit with an EMP or other HPM.
I'm told part of their consciousness can stay in the craft.
Yeah, it seems to be the case that the human being can suffer some form of cognitive injury by still being connected to that craft when that craft is de-energized.
So that is crazy, right? So he's saying when these psionic assets summon these craft and make a connection and are able to begin piloting it, they summon them, and as we know, as Stephen Greer has said, that they do this and then they shoot them with EMP, electromagnetic pulse weapons, to bring them down. He's saying that if the psionic asset hasn't properly disconnected and they hit it with an EMP weapon, that it gives the psionic asset a cognitive injury, a brain injury. It kills part of their consciousness, which is, I don't fully understand, but it reminds me of when you put your USB in the computer and you don't eject it properly, and you take it out and then you corrupt the file, corrupt the disk. That is what that sounds like, which is a funny little analogy, but it's also pretty accurate.
You met Dr. Stephen Greer.
Yeah, I did.
What was the purpose of meeting Dr. Stephen Greer?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that, you could say what you want about Dr. Greer, but the guy's been 30 years ahead of everyone else on a lot of the details of this subject.
So a lot of what he says is correct.
To me, he's like the Bentwaters. Like, we had everything we needed in 1980, and now we're fishing around for morsels of that. This guy, he's been ahead of everyone. And what I find quite funny is the one thing he gets the most shit for is the one thing he's probably most right about, and that is his CE5 protocol.
So CE5 is when he uses meditation and he claims it engages telepathically with the phenomenon.
Yeah, that's his term for it. Like, we don't use CE5. We don't use Dr. Greer's protocol, no to other people in the program or subsequent programs.
So CE5 is real?
Yeah, if we're going to use his term. I'll tell you what is real is the ability to go into something like a meditative state and summon UAP and pilot UAP. That is real. That's 100% real.
So Stephen Greer has gotten a lot of shit, as we've talked about. Now, I'm not gonna try and convince you if you think Stephen Greer is full of shit. I mean, personally, I think that ship has already sailed with this interview. Like, he's kind of been vindicated pretty well. But forget the claims for a moment of Stephen Greer and just ask yourself this. Do you think, as a human being, you could create a lie knowing deep down in your heart that it's all bullshit, it's fake? Forget what it is, but just that it's fake. You've just made this up. And you then put your face out there to the world and push and push and push that lie for 30 years. Now think about that. Imagine if it's all fake, you know it's fake in your heart, and everyone's calling you a liar, that you're full of shit, no one likes you, everyone abuses you, like Stephen Greer. I reckon after like 2 at the most, maybe 5, imagine 5 years of that. Could you keep your sanity? And remember, Stephen Greer was a trauma surgeon, okay? He quit his day job of a very high-paid career. Obviously, you need to be very intelligent to even get to become a trauma surgeon. He left that to pursue a lie for 30 years. And remember, for 25 of those 30 years, he was probably the most ridiculed person in UFO lore. Now, I'm not trying to say he's got everything right. Maybe he's a bit off on a couple of things. Possibly, he's human. At least I think. And do you what do you think is more likely? Like, do you think this intelligent person with a great career suddenly just decided to throw it all away and pursue a lie for 30 years, even after being heavily ridiculed for 25 of them? Or is it the case that maybe the people that you've trusted to look out for you weren't telling you the whole truth about reality? Which one of those things do you think is more likely? Think about it. The same people who we've gone through this before, but they told you we need to go to Iraq and invade for weapons of mass destruction. Wasn't true. Take the vaccine, it'll stop the transmission. Wasn't true. Okay, these are essentially the same people. Think about it. And don't emotionally yell a response at the screen or write a comment. Take a deep breath. Think about it. Next clip.
There was a gathering at Esalen.
Okay.
And a lot of very high net worth individuals who were interested in suppression of non-human intelligence attended. What happened?
I think something epic happened. I think something happened that, if it was fully documented and understood, would go in the history books.
I had a feeling last week that was historical.
It felt absolutely historic. What you had was a combination of the world's leading, like most frontier scientists. You had people that were top experts in all their fields. And then you had a variety of fields that was outrageous. We had neurosurgeons, doctors in neurosurgery. We had physicists. We had high net worth individuals in the billions that were extremely open-minded and had a frontier attitude towards all this. We had mystics. We had psychic kids. We had children from Germany that could harness and actually showcase their ability to perform telekinesis, their ability to psychically see things with their mind, and were able to prove that to all of us. We also deployed some of our psionic assets that we've used and are part of our new team with Skywatcher, and we summoned UAP. We had the UAP come and fly around and visit and hang out with us and take off.
And I have to say, I saw it too.
Yeah.
And it was profound. It's a spiritual experience, and what you're trying to do now is replicate in the private sphere what's being suppressed in the public sphere.
Yeah, we're not looking back. We can leave the bad actors of the past, we can leave them with their lies. We have no need for that. We're looking forward. I am absolutely confident that we are capable of generating the type of high quality sensor data and photography and film evidence that everyone is wanting.
So that is really interesting. It sounds like there was recently this convention, this sort of private gathering of some of the elite people in the world with an open mind, where they showcased all of this stuff. German children demonstrating telekinesis, summoning craft in front of an audience, and including Ross himself. Ross was there. He said it felt historic, it was spiritual, and it was just an amazing experience. And he said, well, I think they both kind of said actually that high net worth individuals, billionaires, they specified billionaires, there's not that many of them in the world, interested in the suppression of non-human intelligence, not in the way of suppressing it, but the fact that it is suppressed. They want to know. And I don't know if it'll ever come out what this convention was or who was there, but I feel like Elon Musk and possibly Donald Trump were part of that. Remember, this whole thing was strategically planned to happen and release with his inauguration. Like, that was a planned timing. That was made very clear. Remember, the first version of Jake Barber's interview was scheduled 12 hours before the inauguration, okay? And many, many times in the run-up to the election, Ross Coulthart alluded to the fact that Donald Trump getting elected was pivotal to disclosure happening. And once he won the election, Ross came out and made his famous statement that all hell is going to break loose in early 2025. Ross doesn't just say things, okay? He is rooted in evidence and fact. He's not just like throwing stuff out there. He's got a whole career and credibility on the line. He doesn't just say things. And when he speaks, you should listen.
We were then going to take that information and write around it in order to extract more intel through the Doppler process.
So you were running a counter surveillance operation against the very organizations.
That's a red team's best tool right there.
You were doing OP4, opposition force.
You play 3, 4, 5-dimensional chess. So you play multi-dimensional chess.
So even though they know you and your team were thinking about publishing something, they don't know that you're speaking publicly on national television about the legacy program.
That's a good question. No, they don't, but it doesn't mean I was limited to do that, because I have to tell you about the counterplay. So there is although they have no poker face, they're in a really tough spot, because not redacting information means that if they just chose, hey, this is sensitive, but we're not going to redact it. Well, now obviously that makes it into the public domain. But by redacting it, they prove that it's sensitive. So they have no idea as to how you acquired the information. They know based on your security clearance and your background, because it had to be submitted under my official name. It's a social security number and my record in order to get triggered. And that's how they know what SMEs to send it to. The SMEs who I worked for squashed all kinds of stuff. Then I went to one of the other SMEs I worked for. They squashed their stuff, and it came back with all these squashings in the form of black ink. Now, let me keep going, because the counterplay for them would have been to let certain information go so that it could be formally categorized as not sensitive and the fictional liberties taken by an author of a fictional book. So they could do that. They could have done that, but we didn't really see that. What they did do, however, was they got a sense, they got onto us. They figured out what we were doing, and they said, stop, you cannot submit anything else. You have to submit the whole manuscript. And we told them, well, that is the whole book. We're going to release this like episodes of a special. This is the whole season, but we're going to release it in episodes. So we have to send it to you 10,000 words at a time, because that's how it's going to be released. And they were kind of caught there, and they didn't quite know how to respond.
So there you go. Jake didn't have to go through the Doppler process, but he did it because he wanted to play 5D chess with these people to work out exactly what was being classified and where it was being classified from. He basically, he's obviously a super high-level smart guy and used those skills to basically force their hand. Now, the full explanation is quite a bit longer, but I just wanted to show you that bit and give you a little bit of context, because I did show that clip at the start of the show. But the interview, the extended one, is 2.5 hours, and I'll leave a link to it in the show notes if you want to check it out, because it's super interesting. He goes into everything you saw in the cut version earlier in the week, but into a lot more detail. And there was certainly a lot of things that could have used a bit more explaining.
What we need to know is this. We need to know that we're not alone. We need to know that there's a profound spiritual component to our existence, and that's just for the sake of our own fellowship as creatures sharing this planet, but also there's an extreme amount of utility in our ability that has been suppressed forever. So if we could learn how to use that, and also for those that are keeping the secrets, keeping a secret is a bad way to try and study something. We need an open source. We need all hands on deck, all brains on deck, all consciousness on deck in order to find out how we can exploit this in the best of ways in order to come up with things like 0-point energy, let's say. Until we do so, we're going to be stuck with the same problem we have been for all the civilization, and that's battling for limited resources.
The most beautiful thing that you've described to me, the most exciting thing, is what I think our audience is going to have the biggest trouble with, is believing the idea that human beings have the capacity to do things with their minds that have been suppressed.
Yeah. I just kind of smile because that makes it more entertaining for me, because they're going to be shocked. But you know what? I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think there's more people that believe it. They're just not talking about it. And I can tell you for a fact, even within our world of hardened operators at the highest level, guys that are still in, behind closed doors, we all know it's true, and we have the most emotional talks, like we're part of Oprah's book club. I mean, it's true. And right now we're in a moment where the truth is being obfuscated and twisted. But the truth, I'll tell you, is our weapon. And when we're willing to accept the truth, no matter how profound or earth-shaking, is when we move into a position of power. And it's going to liberate this subject.
Super powerful comments there. That's the last clip from Jake Barber. So he says there, if you are ready to accept the truth, if you allow it, if you even just try, like if you're struggling to digest this, that's okay, because it is wild. I get it. But all I would say is just try to open your mind enough to be open to the idea, right? Because there are groundbreaking changes happening right now around the world, in America, and even the things that make you feel uncomfortable, that you don't like, that you're not happy about. I'm not saying just like change your mind and be loud and proud and support it. I'm saying allow your mind to be open to the possibility that this could be a good thing. It could work. Open your mind, because the moment you don't, then it never ever will. That's how powerful your mind is. Okay, so you have to at least accept and have some hope that it could be a good thing. This far into the show, you should start to realize how powerful you are. When you believe in the negativity and fear that is rampant in the online world, mainly X, but everywhere really, it's saturated. And when you feed into that, you then create that same negativity and fear in your personal world. Okay, same stuff that we went through before. This is what Jake Barber is talking about. And it does feel like right now, with this disclosure, with this whole change of administration and the way things are going, we are at a tipping point. And I know some people aren't happy about it. And that's okay. I'm not trying to make you change your mind. I'm just saying, have faith. You can have your beliefs and how you feel, that's okay, but try and project some positivity and hope, because I believe that is essential to coming out the other side in a better place. If you remain fearful and negative and angry about it, then that resistance and that friction is not going to allow the world to morph and get out of this hole that we're in. So that wraps up Jake Barber. I've got How Put-Offs, How to Remote View coming at the end. It's coming soon. We're all going to be psychics by the end of this show. But let's get into the next section, right? I said I had a little update about the 4chan, and of course, I've got a whole bunch of other things weaved in here as well, because that is how my chaotic mind works. So first thing we're going to look at, or the first 4chan thread we're going to touch on, is the most recent one that we went through. So the one where we were talking about sort of sonar radar. And look, first thing, I want to apologize. I've evidently deeply upset some people after I said the mayor of New Jersey instead of a mayor of New Jersey. Okay, it did take about 713 of you to get the point across, but I get it now. And I apologize. I am Australian. I grew up on an island of convicts. Okay, so forgive me. I'm a human. Now, the big theme of this video, well, of this video here, not the one you're watching now, was the phenomenon's ability to mimic, to shapeshift into things that, if people saw it, they wouldn't look twice, like an airplane or something like that. Now, these were the words of Michael Melham, who was one of the many mayors within New Jersey. Now, if you haven't seen that video yet, you should go and check it out. Not right now. Finish this one first. You can look at that later. Now, the orbs that allegedly come from deep within our oceans, according to what we saw in this video, and shapeshift into drones, according to a mayor of New Jersey, have made their way to Australia. They're here. And we've got a really good video to check it out.
One right there, another one.
What the hell, boy?
A second ago. One right there, up there.
And there's one in the far
and
right.
One over there. One
Yeah.
right there.
No, that one's going up, and then that
oh my
one's
god, bro.
going straight.
There's some flashing over here now. Look.
Where?
Over there, bro.
No, but that's the plane that went.
Nah, man. That's coming from a different direction. Look.
Oh my
Look,
god,
look
I'm
at this
sorry.
one coming in. Look at this one coming in now. Different colors. Different colors.
Oh, look, it's
Green.
Yellow, red.
This is crazy, brother. Look at that. Different one. Different one.
But why do they sound like planes?
Exactly. They're mimicking, bro. They're mimicking. They can be whatever they want.
This guy, he
They
knows.
can resemble whatever our brains think looks familiar. Do you get me? You get me, bro, right? Look at the front of that.
He
Look at
needs
the
that
front of on the
reassurance. Come on, brother. You with me?
camera. A light just came underneath it. This is crazy. This is crazy. What is that? Oh my god, it just shined purple underneath. It just shined purple underneath. This is crazy.
Like, what are those lights?
What about that one over there? Looks like a Christmas.
Yeah, there's so many, bro.
But wait, there's more.
There's so many right now. One up there too. This one right here.
That one looks like
Look, these ones are gonna like intercept each other. Like, what's going on here? Look at my camera.
it's gonna hit.
I can't. It won't let me focus.
Oh, what? What? What?
What's going on? Bro, this one's just going up. Look. See, that's no flight path, is it, Nor? That's no flight path, is it, Nor?
But wasn't that just there?
Yep. Yep.
How'd it go from there to there?
Exactly. Bro, this is crazy.
I didn't even look. And
Another
it's
one over
already
here.
gone.
Another one over here. Look.
Oh, that was horrifically loud. Sorry about that. That even blew my ears out. So I'm pretty sure that video was filmed in Brisbane, in Queensland, in Australia. So the first main plane that we saw the person who posted it, oh, by the way, was Joel Land Simpson. Hopefully I said that right on TikTok. Shout out to him for letting me use that clip. The first main plane that he focused on has so many random and strange lights that are not really consistent with like a normal aircraft. And this is exactly what the OP of the thread in this video that we went through is talking about. He said in recent years, his team had noticed that the level of mimicry it's like it had become lazy and like little slip ups and little, like the quality had just dropped and there was little things that they were noticing. And also a double shout out to that guy for being obviously the guy in his friends group who has his finger on the pulse. And he's not afraid to tell his friends the wild reality of what they are potentially seeing. So in this video as well, I managed to solve the UFO phenomenon. We worked out what the interest in nukes is. Now, look, I don't actually think I solved the phenomenon, but it was interesting how they talked about how these things emitted their own electromagnetic field, and obviously, like magnets interact with each other. And when we detonate nukes, which they seem to be highly interested in, we disrupt and send gamma rays and kind of disturb and like electromagnetic pulses through our own natural magnetic field, which I believe would, if this is to be believed, would disrupt them. So it would make sense why they're interested, right? Look, I can't prove that, but it makes sense to me. But we'll wait and see with that one. Now, I also drew a connection between the physics that this person explains and what we see in the MH370 abduction videos. theoretically this mechanism could create a mobile threshold point, treating it as an emergence event in reverse. Is that what this is? Because the plane's not emerging, it's doing the opposite. It's going in reverse. It's disappearing. What is that sound? I think I can hear the MH370 rapid response team. They're arriving in the comments, drawing their weapons. Don't shoot. This is a controversial topic. I know, I get it. Relax. I want to be clear that I'm open to those videos being fake. Okay, I'm open to that. I have an open mind. But so far, in my opinion, as a visual effects artist myself, finding an asset where one frame almost matches is literally so far away from conclusive evidence, it's not funny. Not just because it's not a perfect match, but what is, like, people, I don't think people think about what is the theory behind that. If this was a hoax video that someone just did in their bedroom and they went online looking for an explosion asset to use in their fake animation, finding the actual animation that this apparently comes from, where one frame almost matches, why didn't you just use the animation? Why didn't you just use the animation? Why would, like I've made plenty of animations and things through my time at university. Never have I ever considered getting an asset, finding one single frame, adjusting it, and then, by the way, what did they do? What about the other frames? They don't look anything like the rest of the asset, okay? Why would they take a single frame in the middle of the animation and make some small adjustments to it? It just does not make sense. Like, think about it. And, you know, the universe works in very funny ways, as we know, because literally the day after that video came out, and I actually got a shout out from Ashton Forbes, so that was cool. Thank you. Jesse Michaels uploaded a video with Salvatore Pais. Check this out.
Don't forget Dave Rossi's fourth orb. There must be 4 orbs. Remember the whole idea that once you open the black hole, what if there is a white hole? But the three orbs would have your 3 axes, hence your point of origin. But there must be a destination, so there must be a 4th orb.
Meaning negative mass, right?
There must be a 4th orb.
So you think this is?
It's not me. Dave Rossi came up with this idea that there must be a 4th orb. I think he's one right on the money. Dave Rossi is a very interesting engineer that should be looked into as well. So very smart.
Why would you
brilliant
teleport a commercial airplane, and where did the airplane end up? Is it the plot or the?
All I'm saying is when I saw that thing open up, I saw the Pais effect in action.
Okay, so when guys like Salvatore Pais, who works for the US Space Force as an aerospace engineer and is an inventor with some amazing patents, speaks publicly about these videos and is saying that he understands what is going on there. He understands what he's seeing, and that he wasn't surprised to see that pop happen and after the orbs had rotated around the plane and the plane disappeared. He wasn't surprised. He expected it. They're his words. So I'm sorry, but we need to at least be paying attention here with an open mind. Because again, just like what I say about Carl Nell, Haim Eshed, and Paul Hellyer, these people are in the top echelons of society, and they're telling us things that are quite amazing. So either all of the people in the top echelons of society have suddenly gone crazy, or we're about to learn that reality is very different. Now, he was saying that that's not his concept, right? He's a highly respected engineer working on the fringes of science and physics, saying that the theory is of a guy called Dave Rossi, who is an anti-gravity and quantum energy inventor. And it's Dave Rossi's theory that how what we see there makes sense, that there is likely a 4th orb, and where that 4th orb is the destination of wherever all of that plane and those 3 orbs ended up. Okay, so they basically like create this like quantum field displacement and snap to the 4th orb. That's the best I can explain it for you. I'm not a scientist, but when these guys are coming out saying this stuff, I think we should at least have an open mind, right? Now, the 4th orb thing, hilariously, is why Ashton Forbes has adopted the nickname Ashton 4 Orbs. Like, the universe is hilarious. His name is Ashton Forbes. He's become famous for researching this thing, and now he's Ashton 4 Orbs. Like, dude, that is just fucking... I love that. That is hilarious. Now, look, the people who don't believe this video, I know you're upset. I know, it's okay. I'm not going to point and laugh at you for getting this wrong. If you are wrong, I completely understand how hard it is to digest what we see in those videos. But unless you are willing to come out online with your face and your credentials that exceed Salvatore Pais and explain to us why he is wrong, I'm sorry, but no one's listening to you. Okay? Or unless someone with the source files of the original project that made this 3D animation wants to come out and show us, I'm sorry. I really am. I really am. With everything that's going on in the world right now, the probability of this technology existing and being used is far likelier than a bedroom compositor in 2014 throwing together an animation of 3 orbs teleporting a plane within days of the MH370 disappearing and creating the animation by finding a stock asset and then getting a single frame and deciding to manipulating it for fuck knows why, and then creating the rest of the animation somehow, doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And also, if Salvatore Pais is looking at that going, yeah, with my insanely advanced understanding of physics, yeah, it makes sense. Oh, so some 2014 bedroom compositor in After Effects apparently is replicating the fringe physics of 2025. Yeah, okay, I don't think so. Hey, but I'm open to being wrong, but I feel very strongly in that, as hard to believe as it is, I think it's real. And look, while we're talking about 3 rotating orbs, let's check out this clip that has just come out online. Now, this was a vertical clip, like a TikTok, but I stretched it out over the whole screen to try and get a better view, and it actually held up kind of well. So check this out.
Hey, y'all. We're walking to McDonald's at 12 a.m. at night. Look what we got us right here. We got some of that alien action everybody's been talking about on the news. Look at that right there. I was about to get me a McRib, too. Wait, you think they want a McRib? Hey, y'all want a McRib? Y'all want a McRib? I'll get him a McRib. Would you think I should give him a McRib? All right, y'all stay safe out there, you heard?
I wonder if he ever got the McRib. Now look, that video is obviously done in After Effects by a bedroom compositor who likes McRibs and loves McDonald's, obviously. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's obviously real too, and it just supports everything else. Now, let's get into the other 4chan video, okay? This is a little update on what's been going on. So I'm talking about the one... Let me show you. This one here. Okay, this video that popped up on 4chan just days after the original Jake Barber video, and it was another egg. Okay, that's why we had the egg theme earlier. And there was a few other things. There's details about a pod where next to where they found this egg, they found a 700-year-old alien entity that awoke from this cryogenic-like chamber eventually. Yes, wild story. It was on 4chan, but it was very interesting. We read through it. And he said that on the 27th, he will have a lot more evidence, right? Now, before then, he popped back up on 4chan. Well, someone popped back up on 4chan with these AI images. Well, sorry, with these images of the alien that I think are just AI, personally. I'll show you them in a minute. And also a 10-minute audio recording of an interview with this alien. Now, I considered making a video to follow up on this because, you know, if we're talking about stories that have interesting developments, of course, I'll keep you up to date. But I decided not to because the 4chan thread that it came from just devolved into like new depths of degeneracy and it just didn't feel credible. And I mean, it's already coming from 4chan. So when it gets like messy, like I'm probably just going to stay away. You know, it just felt like someone taking advantage of the egg hype and was trolling. So... if you haven't seen the original video yet, go and check that one out too. You've got a whole list of videos you need to go and check out after this one. I'll give you a quick rundown of what happened in the thread, right? I don't have any things to show you, but I'll give you a quick rundown. Basically, someone posted the interview first. So they posted the recording with these AI images. And they were like, okay, here's the recording. This is what the alien looks like, blah, blah, blah. They were then going back and forth asking questions. Then like very soon after, another thread started saying, they're the feds. They stole the recording from me. They came to my house, killed my dog, and nearly killed me. He's a liar, blah, blah, blah. And then both of these threads started just going into this absolute hellhole and then they both had their own usernames, which not everyone has on 4chan, right? And then the person with the username running this thread posted on this thread, like saying the same things. So it just got really weird. That's why I didn't cover it, okay? But in like the last 24 hours, the actual guy has apparently came back with more photos of an egg and the recovery and stuff like that. I haven't looked at it properly, and I haven't looked at the thread. If any of you guys have and you want to see me read through it, let me know. I'll check it out, and if I think it looks cool, maybe we'll do a video on it. But I don't just want to milk 4chan for content, right? We're better than that. We are better than that. So I'll show you what the alien looks like, apparently. This is him, apparently. Now, first of all, let's make this a bit smaller. First of all, just off the bat, these images look extremely AI generated. Like, they just do. And there are some small, like, inconsistencies as well, I think, with the eyes and the ears. Maybe even the nose as well. Yeah. It just feels a bit off. And the interview was weird. I considered even giving you guys a couple of minutes of the audio interview, but I have linked it in the Discord. If you join our Discord, it's open to everybody. The Polarity members get their own spot in there as well. So if you want to check that out, join the Discord. The link's in the description. And actually, while I mention members quickly, in that video, this one here, as I was reading through the 4chan threads and posts and comments, I thought it would be funny and clever to edit one of them, edit the text and edit the picture, and put on the Polarity members badge. And I turned it into like a question where I said that someone asked this person, like, how do I get one of those sick badges next to my name, like the awesome people in the comments? And then I was like, oh, you can do that by subscribing to Polarity for $5 a month. And I just read it like it was, I didn't break character. I just kept going. And I thought it would be funny. I thought people would get it. I had multiple people, more than one, like say things to me. Like the funniest thing that someone said to me was, this Polarity guy, this is bullshit. This whole 4chan thread is a fake so he can plug his members channel. This guy thought I made an hour, 20-minute long video and engineered an entire fake 4chan thread to plug my membership that after YouTube take a cut, I get $3 a month for. Oh, I just thought that was hilarious. I thought it would kind of be obvious that it was just like a joke, but I guess because I didn't break character, some people didn't pick up on it, which is fair. You know, we only know each other over the internet. You don't quite know me yet. I've only posted 20 videos. We'll get to know each other. You'll get to know my weird humor. But yeah, I just thought that was funny because no, that wasn't a real post in the 4chan thread. No one was asking about this channel with 4,000 subscribers. That was me. Ha. Okay, I've teased you all enough now. Let's learn how we can become psychics. So, this was a book written by Hal Puthoff, who's very, well, I wouldn't say very prominent in the UFO community, but he's very well known and very well respected for his research and time spent in this field, in, you know, studying psionics, telepathy, and all that kind of stuff, right? So again, this comes from his book that he wrote in 1977, but the pages that I'm about to read for you were declassified in 2003. So the first page I'll read for you is just the intro page. Now, so I got these declassified pages on a PDF from the CIA website. I'll leave a link to it in the description if you want to check them out. This was on there. So I don't know if the introduction was actually redacted. Kind of seems like a weird thing to redact. Maybe it was. But obviously what is in the last page, which I'm going to read, I'm only going to read you 2 pages, but the how-to guide was the last one on this PDF document. So let's read this. This book is a clear, straightforward account of a set of successful experiments that demonstrate the existence of remote viewing. An unvalidated human capacity. The conventional and time-honored canons of the laboratory have been observed, aided by our current repertoire of instrumentation, Faraday shielding, specifically generated sets of random numbers, and cathode rays. Okay, I really should have read this first because there's a lot of challenging words here. People, both inexperienced learners as well as those who have previously demonstrated psychic proficiency, have been used as subjects successfully. That's important. They're saying people who have a natural predisposition to these things, they work, but so do people who don't. Okay, anyone can do this stuff. It is a perfectly regular and normal piece of scientific work, as is the study of communication among bees, the luminescence of fireflies, the way in which frogs discriminate between the sexes, or the scientific study of any new biological phenomena. Contemporary quantum physics specifies qualities of electromagnetic fields, specific qualities of electromagnetic fields, and advances in brain research not only have determined the experimental methods, but have contributed to the tentative explanations advanced in this book as to how this newly observed ability might operate. As all work following the canons of science must be, the experiments are presented in a form that can be inspected and replicated under the same conditions, and further tested by altering various experimental parameters. Okay, we got there. We got there in the end. I'm laughing because for some reason, I really struggled to read that. I have not gotten a lot of sleep the last 2 nights, and I am feeling kind of tired. And yeah, that was a battle, unfortunately. But hopefully you got the picture. It's interesting that they talk about how contemporary quantum physics, specific qualities of electromagnetic fields, is kind of, it's explaining it. Like it is the science behind telepathy and behind psychic abilities. I've said before in my videos that quantum physics literally explains magic. It tells us that all points in time and space are connected through quantum entanglement and superposition. Like, there is science out there that is explaining this stuff. It is just very hard to wrap your head around. I'm not claiming I'm an expert. I probably know a bit more about it than the average person, but I'm in no way an expert. But I do want to do a video on like the quantum leap that we are about to take and what it could potentially mean. Okay, now let's get to the page you all want to read. This is the page, and it's obviously really small there, so I'm going to read it from here myself. So I'm just reading from this little column here. If you guys go to the PDF, it's this right-hand side column. So the top bolder text says, "Now try this new psychic experiment on yourself. Here is how to teach yourself the remote viewing technique put forward by Dr. Harold Putoff and Dr. Russell Targ. Determine if you feel any resistance to the idea of psychic functioning or the belief that you can describe a scene beyond your normal senses. Full stop. This is low quality and it's kind of hard to read. Has someone in authority said it was impossible or nonsense? Repeat these questions until you feel comfortably convinced, even though you may suspect that the suspension of disbelief is only temporary." Okay, so what he's saying there is like the first thing you need to do is you need to open your mind to it. You have to believe. You have to believe it. And, ask yourself, has someone been telling you that this isn't true? You need to get that out of your mind first, or at least suspend it truly for a moment for this to work. Ask a friend to pick a location, preferably unknown to you, and tell the friend to be there at a particular time and to remain there for 15 minutes. The person at the target site must pay attention to where he is and observe. So it's important. And again, this is about the bridge. You need to have a bridge. You need 2 people who are on the same wavelength. So they need to be focusing on, not just standing there on their phone. They need to be focusing on what they're looking at. At the same time, you and the subject should be in a quiet, perhaps dimly lit place where you are comfortable. Sit up and remain alert. About 1 minute before the time the experiment is to begin, relax and calm your thoughts. It is not necessary to do more than this. No special routine or meditation is needed. Now try to describe the target location to yourself or to another friend. Describe the mental images that seem to be associated with the target area. Just relate the basic colors, the shapes, and the feelings. It is essential to avoid trying to name the place. Try sketching the images that come to mind. Be willing to draw what pops into your mind, even though you don't know what it is that the drawings represent. So again, be willing to just follow your intuition. Don't question it. Just trust what is coming to your mind. You should visit the remote target as soon as possible after the end of the 15-minute interval allotted for remote viewing. In this way, feedback takes place while the images are still fresh in your mind, and you can make an internal comparison that will be useful in future experiments. After trying this experiment, do you think you can do remote viewing? Tell the star of your experience. $5 for every letter published. Okay, I think the rest is irrelevant. But there you go. Go and try it. Let's learn how to remote view. That is from Hal Puthoff, one of the most famous people in this space when it comes to this research, and who also features in the upcoming movie The Age of Disclosure. Now, I was actually going to put the trailer of that in this show, but I didn't because I felt like this is going to be a really long show, and it's only gone an hour and a half, which is a good time. I like that. I think that's a good time. But I've actually uploaded it as a short on my channel. So if you are interested, this seems like a documentary. Now, of course, it could be more of the same. But we've seen lots of documentaries from like the same people, right? We've seen lots from Stephen Greer, James Fox. They're good, but to have something fresh that kind of seems like it's got a bit of a different tone is very interesting. Now, this documentary seems to be focused purely on people in very high positions in the government telling us about this and that it's real. And there's also a clip of Jay Stratton, who was the head of the UAP task force for a while, saying that he has firsthand seen like alien craft firsthand come face to face with an alien entity. Jay Stratton, the head of the UAP task force, says that to the camera. So I think this Age of Disclosure movie, which is meant to be coming out in a few months, could be pretty groundbreaking. And again, guys, the timing of everything, the coordination of Jake Barber and Trump and all this stuff happening now, learning that we're psychic, the Age of Disclosure, Jay Stratton telling us this thing. This is a planned disclosure. This is all coordinated. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm saying like this, it's happening. It's unfolding in front of us. So that almost wraps up the show for today, guys. Before I let you go though, we touched on The Simpsons and the way that they've kind of predicted the future and how artists pull their inspiration potentially from like a higher dimension, a higher entity, or some kind of channel, or perhaps a psychic ability, potentially seeing into the future. Jake Barber spoke about how the energy that he encountered imbued him with love and happiness, and that we all have the potential to kind of tap into this and transform our world. It is up to us now. I mean, like, you know, I think we're going to continue to be, but we have had the first deliverance of this message. How are we going to accept this? Right now, the world is pretty full of fear and anger and aggression. Not everyone, but probably more. They're winning the majority. They're winning the majority vote. We all have a choice right now on how we are going to take this information. Are we going to start calling everyone grifters? Are we going to start accusing everyone of being disinfo agents? I'm not saying don't think critically, but we have a choice. And I think collectively we should make a pact to not let The Simpsons get another prediction right. Now I'm going to show you that clip, but first of all, I do want to say thank you for watching. Thank you to the members. You guys go the extra mile for me. If you want to join and support me, it's $5 a month. You can become a Polarity member, get an awesome badge next to your name in the comments. You get access to members-only videos and your own space in our Discord. But please, it's not necessary. I appreciate you just being here, and I want you to join our Discord, even if you're not a member. It's open to everyone. So thank you for watching. Thank you to my weirdos. I appreciate you guys so much. Be kind, be good, go and touch some grass, and I'll see you next time. Let's hope The Simpsons don't get this one right.
Homie, I'm I'm so sorry I doubted you. I bring you love.
It's bringing love. Don't let it get away.
Break its legs.
Yeah!